Okay, right. Now we are going to start. Right. As you are listening, please tap on the screen. We're so close to 10K likes. Welcome, everybody. Welcome. You are welcome. I welcome you to today's live stream. Please let me know if you can hear me okay. Let me know if you can hear me. Let me know if you can hear me. You hear me okay? Right. Loud and clear. Thank you. Okay. So let's do this. Now, I can see some people are busy crying in the comments talking about, oh, their daddy, this man here, he's the only one that brings traffic to my page. Does it not make sense? Does it not make sense that anything that is bringing traffic to your page, that you capitalize on it? It makes sense, right? So I'm capitalizing on his traffic, traffic bringing person, traffic bringing human, or whatever the fuck this is. But yeah, I'm capitalizing on it. It brings traffic. Jerry Eze's milkshake brings all the traffic to my yard, and they're like, it's better than your. Jerry Eze brings traffic to my yard. They're like, it's better than yours. I could teach you, but I have to chat. His milkshake brings all the boys to my yard. They're like, it's better than yours. Dimples, hey, Dimples, how are you? Hey, hey, eh? His milkshake brings other boys to my yard. They're like, it's better than yours. Damn right. It's better than yours. I could teach you, but I have to charge. La 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 la. Eh, warm it up. La la. We're drinking the milkshake. Hey, 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 hey. Okay, guys. So welcome everybody. So this lady went from a wheelchair, right? Wheelchair to now within a matter of days. Within a matter of days. You go from wheelchair to walking, okay? But never mind. So it's another day, another miracle from the Jerry Eze platform. And this time, this lady claims that she was healed of spinal issues. She went from wheelchair to walking. Just like that. Just like that. She went from wheelchair to walking just like that. I tell you, this is magic. Magic. So, how do we know that this miracle is real? How do we know? All of you saying, let God judge. How do you know that the miracles in Jerry Eze's platform, these miracles are real? How do you know? Do you see the before and the after? All the people that claim to have received their miracles, do they come back after 1 year? They should be bringing all these people back after 1 year, 2 years. Bring them back so we can assess whether truly they got a miracle. But guess what, guys? You never see them come back. Some of them go home and their ailment comes back again. Some of them go back, they go home, they are worse than when they even came and gave their stupid testimony. Miracle where? Miracle where? Okay, so as I was saying, someone says, this woman, you want to trade with the wrong person. I'm not trading. I'm just here just talking. I'm not trading anything with anybody. I'm not trading anything with anybody. Angela says, Jerry Eze is our man of God and we believe him. What a shame. What a shame that you need a man of God because you are not a woman of God or a man of God, because God does not find you worthy of anything. God doesn't find you worthy. You're just rubbish. So he will go over and look for his favorite man of God. And now you have to go and look for man of God. You know, see yourself, Olodo. You and him are serving and worshiping the same God, but you go and look for man of God, because you na God house boy, house girl. You are God house boy and house girl. You where Jerry Eze is now flying in private jet, a man of God. Have you ever smelled? Have you even smelled? Have you even gone near a runway before? Have you seen a run? Some of you have never even gone to the airport before, never reached. It's my man of God, and you me. Okay. He is my man of God. He is. Oh, Sulad, thank you. Please, I want people who will talk about this particular case, this particular man today. I don't want us to divert today. I don't, guys, this is no judgment. We're taking cases apart. We don't do judging here. We don't do judging. Okay, so what I'm going to do. So before I bring anybody up, let's talk about this particular case. Right? Let's talk about this particular case. I hope everyone is doing well. Hey, Dr. Cyrus, good to see you. Dr. Cyrus, how are you? I hope you're well. My internet husband. My internet husband. My internet husband. Okay. Right. Now, so let's do something. Some of you may have, well, Jerry Eze followers would have heard this testimony the other day. Some of you may not. But I want you to, let's listen to this girl speaking about her miracle and see whether we can make sense of this or not.
God, all for us. Come on, Richard. Come on, Richard. Come on, Richard, baby girl.
Dr. Cyrus, I'm sorry to hear that. Oh, you're not too well. I'm sorry. I hope you're feeling better. Hope you feel better soon. Okay. Moderators, please just be on the lookout, because these Jerry Eze trolls, a lot of them are out today. Yeah, a lot of them are out today. So please be on the guard, because we don't deal with clowns, people who have decided to be in a cult. We can't pander to their feelings. We have to tell the truth. So if you are in a cult, the cult of NSPPD, okay, I mean, each to their own. Each to their own. So, let me do this. Each to their own. Honey Glow says, I'm on your side, ma. Thank you. Thank you. Evie, my lovely lady is here. Oh. My beautiful lady is here. Hey. Hello.
Hi, Afro. I made it today.
Yes,
and it's because I worship and serve the God of Jerry Eze. He did it for me. I was able to make it down here. A miracle. I even have testimony I want to share. Oh, please, if I'll have the chance to. I have testimony.
Yeah, please share your testimony. Let's see. Share your testimony.
My sister, not be small thing God do for me today. Oh, not be small thing.
God don't do for you today. What did Sky Daddy do for you today?
See, let me tell you. So I went to see a dermatologist today because I had an appointment. On my way, just stepping out of the dermatologist's office, the rain started to fall. And you know us that don't have cars now, because the Lord is yet to provide. We're still waiting patiently.
It is well.
I fly keke normally.
Well, it is well, my sister.
So I was this rain wants to fall. And it was even already showering, right? And I don't have an umbrella. Nothing. It's like, how would I now do today? But I say, you know what, let me trust in God. Hopefully the rain will not be that heavy. I'll be able to manage and get home. That's how I entered keke and I was going. Can you believe the rain fell, but it did not fall in my area? It only fell in that place where the dermatologist clinic was located. So immediately our keke passed that area. See, I'm telling you, immediately our keke passed that area. That was it. Because on the way I entered the keke, I was saying, God, please, this rain, let this rain not beat me, because what would I do? So I just prayed that prayer in my heart and I entered the keke, and that was it. And I was thinking about Jerry Eze while I was in the keke, and that was it.
Right. So you think that it is the God of Jerry Eze that answered that prayer, or what?
As a matter of fact, I know that he was the one that answered.
The God of Jerry Eze, eh?
Yes.
But did you pray to the God of Jerry Eze before?
Yes, I did that moment. So
how did you pray the prayer? So in case anybody is listening and they too want to go and pray the prayer to Jerry Eze's God.
Well, it's very simple. Just say it in your heart and believe it. Anything you ask for, just say, God of Jerry Eze, this is what I want, and this is what I want you to do for me. And I believe in you, and I trust in you through your son Jesus Christ. There's nothing you said you know.
Did you also say what God cannot do does not exist? She muted herself. Never mind. Hey, Rainstorm, good to see you. Okay, guys. So I want you to let's have a look at this.
Shut up, Weary. Someone said, shut up. They don't believe my miracle. I don't know why that is.
Me, I believe you. I believe you. All right, let's go.
Thank you for believing me, Afro.
I do believe you.
Baby girl.
I'm that girl that God showed miraculous mercy, mighty mercy. Hey, they say na RNG. I say una don't know. If devil never touch you, you no go know. Devil has dealt with me. I just came back from camp. That was November 2022. On the 24th, I was on a bike. I was going to where I will enter a vehicle that will take me to town. And so we're there. As we are going now, all of a sudden, a vehicle just smashed us, just hit us from behind. And the next thing, I found myself in the hospital. Okay, we went to the first hospital. They said they did not find anything, but they don't know the reason why I could not turn, I could not sit. I was just there, lifeless. So they decided that, okay, because when it happened, I was admitted at Imo State Specialist Hospital. So they took me from there to Port Harcourt University Teaching Hospital. That's where they now did the MRI, and they now found out that it's a spinal issue. We came back from Port Harcourt, back to the hospital where we were. So that was how I was confined in a wheelchair. We came home now. It's as if I became worse. I did physio for 3 good months, yet nothing was changing. I was getting worse.
Okay, so What treatment did you undergo? What was wrong with the spinal cord? What part of the spinal cord are we talking about? Huh? Which one? What part of the spinal cord? We already know what caused your issue, and that is an accident. You had an accident, you were taken to a hospital. They didn't know what was wrong, but they found it when you had underwent, you went under. I mean, guys, if somebody has been through an accident, shouldn't the first thing be to do like a full body examination? Shouldn't we be doing a full body examination? Huh? A full body examination is what we should be doing. Not this, they didn't know what was wrong. You clearly had an accident. We knew what was wrong before you even got there. You see, guys, when people want to start lying and cooking things up, it just does not make sense. It doesn't make sense. I am that God. It's something that she said. She said the devil wanted to do something to her, wanted to try her. The devil, leave the devil out of you people's madness. Why do you all blame the devil? The devil this, the devil. The devil has not done you shit. You see somebody like this struggling with life, and the devil, you think the devil has time to come and make you, eh? I don't believe in the existence of the devil, but it's foolishness to think that a devil is doing something to you. Are you people okay?
Suggesting, okay, go to native. Native people might have a way of helping out. We started again. I was going to native. We did that one for 4 good months. I wasn't getting better. Then I said, okay, I should go to National Orthopedic Hospital, Enugu. They now said that I also have problem in my thoracic spine, that is my T7. I was now discharged from the hospital. That was the first week of February 2024. I came back home, still on a...
They told you that you have issues with your thoracic spine, and then they discharged you. Guys, are you hearing this? You've got issues with your thoracic spine, and now the hospital looks at you up down and says you are discharged. Go. Hey, Ren, Nurse Ren, how are you? No, think about it, guys. She's got issues with her spine or whatever. Yeah. Now, look at this photo here, everyone. Look at this. Look at her here. Guys, look at... Oh, yo. Look at what she's wearing. Please, medical people who are please medically inclined, I beg you, does that look like something for a hospital will give a patient this thing? Or does it resemble Nurse Ren? Oh yeah, you said you call Nurse Ren. Does this thing not resemble what do you call it? You know, you can find it on TikTok shop. That belt, like the girdle, right? Like a girdle. Nina Blake, you are too much. A waist trainer. Look at it now. Look at the thing. Look at somebody who has spinal issues. Look. Now, I can say a lot here, but I'm going to keep it respectful. So this is her on the wheelchair. Look. Why does she look so healthy on the wheelchair? Why does she look so healthy healthy on this wheelchair? No, guys, look at how in the wheelchair, looking so robust and looking, look at this. She's looking gorgeous. When you see, it says not a waist trainer, then what is it? Hold on, let me use my eye to look at it properly. Right, give me a second. I need to. Huh? Look at the thing. Now belly trainer, no be waist trainer. Okay. All right. Let's do something. Hold on. Okay. So if this is give me a second. Let's see. So she's wearing that thing. It looks like a okay. So let me go to Google and go and find a let's find a an orthopedic. Okay, an orthopedic waist belt for women, right? Let's see what we find. Right, so just some of the images that you come across, right? These are the ones that you can buy. I want the ones from the hospital. Hospital ones. Let's see. Hospital. Maybe if I type hospital. Give me a second. Let's see. Why is this thing being like this now? Let's see if anything comes up. Now, okay, this is more like it, right? This is more like it. Look. This is more like it. Look at this. This is more like it. Nurse Ren, what do you say? What say you, Nurse Ren? Nurse? What are you saying? Nurse, what are you saying? See, Nurse. Braceability. What's this one here? This one says braceability. Look at hugs the whole. Okay, I am nitpicking. I know I'm nitpicking, but horizontal. Dr. Cyrus, I'm sorry. Sorry. Can you not see it with this one, Dr. Cyrus? She's a healthy disabled. Hey, Arsenal 14. She's a healthy disabled. Arsenal 14, you don't come. Arsenal 14 is here. Okay. So, guys, now we're back to this lady. Now, look at this. Look. For somebody who's got thoracic, nurse, she would need a spinal brace. Okay, should I type in Google and see what a spinal brace looks like? Wait, let's see. A spinal brace. Because she said she's got issues with her spine. So a spinal brace. Right. So a spinal brace is something like this. Right? Next. For the spine. For the spine. I'm sorry, Dr. Cyrus. I am sorry. Once you start the stream, you can't change that, unfortunately. Okay, so let's go back and hear the story. Okay, people, let's go back and hear the story. Okay, what I'm going to do, I'm going to take it back. Let's hear the story from the beginning without any interruptions, right? So that I want you to listen to it and just please. Okay, now please listen. Listen from start to finish.
Does not exist.
I'm that girl that God showed miraculous mercy, mighty mercy. Hey, they say na RNG. I say una no know. If devil never touch you, you no go know. Devil has dealt with me. I just came back from camp. That was November 20.
The auntie said devil has dealt with her. The devil just had nothing better to do with his time. He came looking for this auntie here and says, let me deal with her. Devil is dealing with her.
2022. On the 24th, I was on a bike. I was going to where I will enter a vehicle that will take me to town. And so we were there. As we are going now, all of a sudden, a vehicle just smashed us, just hit us from behind. And the next thing, I found myself in the hospital. Okay, we went to the first hospital. They said they did not find anything, but they don't know the reason why I could not turn, I could not sit. I was just there, lifeless. So they decided.
This is foolishness. You were on a bike. You had an accident on a bike. A car came and, there was impact with a car while you are on a bike. And the doctors are surprised that you could not move your what? Your waist? Is this girl okay? If you had an impact with a motorcycle, a doctor should be doing a full body assessment. Not surprised that your waist is, what the fuck is wrong? Anyway, just my mind, I can't sometimes.
As we are going now, all of a sudden, a vehicle just smashed us, just hit us from behind. And the next thing, I found myself in the hospital. Okay, we went to the first hospital. They said they did not find anything, but they don't know the reason why I could not turn, I could not sit. I was just there, lifeless. So
they went to the first hospital. They went to the first hospital and they could not find anything. People, are you listening? They went to the first hospital, they could not find anything. But the same people are surprised that you could not turn, you could not pray, you could not do. What kind of doctors are these? What kind of hospital? Hey, people, can you? Anyway, never mind. Let me continue.
They decided that okay, because when it happened, I was admitted at Imo State Specialist Hospital.
Okay.
So they took me from there to Port Harcourt University Teaching Hospital. That's where they now did the MRI, and they now found out that it's a spinal issue.
Which one?
We came back from Port Harcourt back to the hospital.
It's a spinal issue. What spinal issue? Name of the spinal issue. This is how they bamboozle people. It was a spinal issue. It doesn't have name. Nurse Ren says, see, Nurse Ren says, if she broke her back, how can they not do an X-ray? They went and did MRI, no X-ray, just MRI. It was a spinal issue. This, then I tell you, this lady's thing does not make sense at all.
So that was how I was confined in a wheelchair. We came home now. It's as if I became worse. I did physio for 3 good months, yet nothing was changing. I was getting worse. People started suggesting, okay, go to native. And native people might have a way of helping out. We started again. I was going to native. We did that one for 4 good months. I wasn't getting better.
Shut up.
I said, okay, I should go to.
So this lady was discharged with her issues. They discharged her. When she got home, she was getting worse. Go back to the hospital. Go back to the hospital if you are getting worse. What is wrong with these people? Then somebody now said to her, okay, go and try native doctors. From frying pan to fire. Now they are advising you to go and try native doctors. And then she went to native doctors for 4 months. So what did the native doctor do for you? What did the native doctor do for you? What is wrong with these people? These people create their own problems and then turn around and say, oh, it was the devil that was trying to. Devil ain't do you shit. Stop it. Go from doctor, you go to traditionalist or whatever. I don't know what she said she went. And you find that these people are Christians. When they have problems, they will be the first one to run to the juju houses.
National Orthopedic Hospital, Enugu. They now say that I also was changing. I was getting worse. People started suggesting, okay, go to native. Native people might have a way of helping out. We started again. I was going to native. We did that one for 4 good months. I wasn't getting better. Then I said, okay, I should go to National Orthopedic Hospital, Enugu. They now say that I also have problem in my thoracic spine, that is my teeth.
Okay. I'm sorry, guys. Give me a minute. Let me have a quick look at this. Please, give me a minute. Let me have a quick look. Okay. Nurse Ren, nurse, can I read this to you and anybody who's medically inclined, okay? Please. It says normal thoracic cribotic curvature and alignment is maintained. The vertebral bodies and posterior elements appear unremarkable. Vertebral lipoma is noted at the posterior aspect of 17 end plate. The intervertebral discs are normal. The spinal canal is capacious. The thoracic spinal cord appears normal. No what is this? No demyelinating or neoplastic lesions. No compressive myelopathy. Incident finding of 17 vertebral lipoma, otherwise unremarkable study. So it looks like almost everything was normal. It says normal thoracic kybotic curvature and alignment is maintained. The vertebral bodies and posterior elements appear unremarkable. Vertebral lipoma is noted at the posterior aspect of 17, blah, blah, blah. the intervertebral discs are normal. If your intervertebral discs are normal, then what's your problem? The spinal canal is capacious. The thoracic spinal cord appears normal. Please, what do you guys think? I was reading this thing, what they've put here. It's so tiny to read, so I was struggling to read it. So what are you guys saying? No, Floyd Niles, don't laugh. Look at what I've had to read. Look how tiny it is. It's not a matter of English is honoring me doing that. Huh? Joy Quick. Yes, she was looking healthy on a wheelchair. So what are you guys saying? Medical terminology. Yes, yes. So people that are medically inclined, what do you guys say? She did not specify the problem exactly. I want people that, some people are requesting, I want people that, anyway, just give me a minute. Let's finish this story. Then we can have some guests coming up.
7, I was now discharged from the hospital. That was the first week of February 2024. I came back home, still on a wheelchair. Nothing changed. We pay for vehicles like charter every time. I go to physiotherapy. December, I traveled home. When I got home, they were mocking my mother. If they want to describe my family, they will say that family where that crippled girl is, that is the family. They were mocking my family. That their child has not been home for many years, came back in a wheelchair as a cripple. 2023, these people that normally comes to the hospital to pray for patients. So that lady, she came. Her name is Mrs. Murray. God bless her wherever she is. She now came again. She finished praying for all the patients in the ward. Then she sent me, she collected my number. And she has a link that if she gives me, I will get better. I just gave her the number. I said, okay. So I continued with NSPPD. The 2nd of March, 2025, Elroy healed me. That faithful morning, it was on a Sunday. I just decided to say, okay, let me leave second service that day. Let me join first service. Mind you, I was at home alone. Before my sister and my friend went to church, they went for 6:30 mass. They had to carry me because if you don't carry me to urinate or to do anything, I will just pee on the bed. So before they left for church that day, they carried me. I went to urinate. So I logged in. That was around after 7. And after choir finished singing, the choir administration, they did their own. Papa came on stage. When Papa came on stage, Papa started praying. Papa started declaring. He was just declaring. He was just praying. He was like, the prayer session was so powerful that very day. He was just praying and making declaration. All of a sudden, Papa said that we are stepping into the month of March, and we are going to be making prophetic steps.
Suddenly, I am getting closer. As you make this prayer, I need you to move from where you are.
Guys, look. So these are the prayers that gave her miracle / testimony or whatever. So while he's praying, look how many bodyguards he's got. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The man has bodyguards. Look at them all lined up while he is praying. So it is these prayers that brought the so-called testimony or miracle or whatever this is. I want you guys to listen to the prayer. And hello, Susan. Please listen to the prayers. Please listen to the thing that sorted out her spinal issues. Please listen to the I know I just cannot.
You're going to take prophetic steps. Say suddenly, I am getting closer. Suddenly, I am there. 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 Now, lift up your head. Lift up your head. All you get, I am on my evidence. Lift up your head. All you get, I am on my evidence. I come. I enter. With
as someone that has a spine issue, I cannot sit down without resting my back. And I cannot sit down without my lumbar corset to protect my back. So I was just sitting there. When Papa said, keep making move, I will just use my bum and shift out of my bed. I was just doing it like that. Then all of a sudden, it was as if something was pushing me. I started feeling uncomfortable. And for the first time, I came down from my bed and I did not fall down. And luckily, my friend left her other phone in my room. I said I had to walk down. I had to walk out to my wardrobe and pick the phone. And I started calling my friend that you people should come back. So she came home. She was afraid. She thought that maybe I wanted to carry something from the bed and I fell down. So she came home. When she came home, she rushed down and she saw me. I was walking. Right then, I was walking. This is me. I said, this I could not do this. But if you know someone that has no by style, we don't beg. I said, we don't beg though. But look at me today. I can run around. I can jump. I can do anything. Praise the Lord. Pastor Jerry, I want to say thank you. What I cannot do. Thank you, Jesus, for years of pain, for years of mockery, for years of lack of congratulation in my family. And right did it. Thank you.
Celebrate our Lord.
Did you guys see her carrying those big things in her hand? Did you see the big, massive things she was carrying in her hand? I was hoping that we would see some images. I was hoping that we would see some discs, the thoracic area. Maybe there's an x-ray, something. She just comes with those big things, yet we don't see anything. Can anybody tell me what was wrong with that girl? Can anyone tell me what exactly was her issue? Oh yeah, you guys were listening. Please tell me what exactly was her condition. What was the condition? Whether it was just me or what? What was her condition, please? What was the condition? She had an accident, went to they said it was thoracic. She could not move, she could not bend, she could not. Now you are on the bed and all you have is that support thing that looks like a girdle, looks like a waist trainer. It does not make sense. It does not make sense. This is, no. What I don't understand, people, is why is God always fixated on healing people from wheelchairs and walking devices? Why is God so obsessed with healing people that have sticks or wheelchairs? Why? It's like that's his go-to. It's so easy for him to just anyone. This is fake. I'm sorry. I am very sorry. No, I'm very sorry. This is just nonsense. It's nonsense. Hello. Are you there? I'm bringing people up, but they're not connecting. You missed the first part. I can play it again. You can hear it. I can play it again. It's okay. I can play it again.
Hello, hi.
Hey.
How are you?
I'm all right. How are you?
I'm good.
Did you hear the miracle / whatever that
I'm
was?
saying this. I know you don't want different from that, but I just heard something today, which is so shocking in the UK. I have a lodger here from Nigeria. He goes to church, and last week of the last, so I realized he hasn't been to church last week.
Okay.
So I didn't say that today. I was here, and he came from work. He's a teacher. He came from work, and I said to him, invite somebody down, but you need to tell them to come after you finish church. You can. So is his friend? I say they can come for dinner, but they have to come. He said, I'm not going to church. I said, when you're not going to church? He said, they told him to come off the choir because they have picture with him with some being gay. He went there's a wedding going on where they're all over the internet just lately. What two is what the wedding happened on the 14th of February. A Nigerian white guy. I don't know if you saw the wedding. He attended the wedding, and somebody take the picture and show it to the pastor, and the pastor told him not to come, he didn't tell him not to come back. He just told him not to go back on the choir. He doesn't want him on the choir.
Is he gay himself?
Yes, he's gay. He's gay.
So he's gay. He attended a
church
gay wedding.
Yeah, and
He attended a gay wedding. Someone took a photo of him, and then
no,
took
no. He took the footage on the internet with him, and someone took it to the pastor and the choir master, and told him not to come back. They told him not to come back on the choir.
Why? Because they saw pictures of him
at a gay wedding.
At a gay wedding.
Yeah.
Hey, Ambrose, yeah. So they saw pictures of him at a gay wedding, and now they said, "Don't sing."
Yeah, don't sing anymore. So he stopped. So he stopped from going to church.
Churches, if you want to see hypocrisy at its finest, just go to church.
I know.
They will tell him not to sing, right? They will tell him, "Oh, don't do any roles at all." Then you go and find that it's the pastor who is diddling the little boys in the church. They will go and you find out when you go and dig further, it's the preacher who is sleeping with the girls, who is doing things, Yeah,
he's not going back. He's not going back to the church.
I hope he doesn't.
Yeah.
I hope he doesn't. Guys, if you disagree with the prompt, please, I want you to come up and let's have a conversation, please.
Yeah, but what happened to the lady? We found it was fake. She said it was fake with this church, with this thing, because I left her and then I came back when you were showing it. I didn't see the end of it.
No, she didn't say it was fake.
Okay.
I'm the one saying it is fake.
Okay.
Because we listened to to her speak, and it doesn't make sense at all.
Okay.
Doesn't make sense. Okay. We've got Honey Glow, we've got True Virgo. You want to say something?
Oh, good evening.
Hello.
I was just following you since I've been hearing what you're saying. I completely don't believe those things at all. For me, the rest of people can believe it. because nothing is changed. There's so many people in the street in Nigeria there. Why can they not go out there and start healing people? That would make me believe.
No, why they are not not at the hospital? Why are they,
Yeah, that will make me believe. We're passing through a lot in Nigeria at the moment. So this healing of a thing, only wheelchair, I still don't believe it.
Why only somebody on a wheelchair? Why didn't we see the before? Why didn't we see the before? At least you were coming to the, well, there was a picture of her on the wheelchair, but at least show us what your struggles look like, right? Before you were here.
No X-ray was showing. I thought you were going to show us something.
Videos of yourself struggling and all these things. Listen, guys, you have to doubt every testimony that you hear from a church. You have to doubt everything because they scam people, they lie to people in church.
But they have been doing this from the they call it, what they call it again? The healing church from the 80s. They have been doing it, and they found them out someone from the 80s. They were doing it from the 80s. They started this healing church thing.
Salma, instead of telling us to stop, come up and girls, come and.
I am not again. I'm not the one to judge, and I'm not judging. I'm just saying they should show us what went wrong. But nothing. She was just holding all the. I thought she's going to show us the X-ray, everything that she has. Nothing.
Exactly.
But because they're just, because they cannot show it because they pay them to say this thing. Isn't there a video again just lately video that some woman, they was trying to, went to church and said if she get this house was built. You saw the video and the community turned against her, saying that she's a liar. They saw her in the market.
True Virgo, did you say something? True Virgo, have you said anything yet?
So Alice, come up then. If you know it's true, come up and give us your confession. If you know we are telling
I just want to see someone coming out and say this is what happened.
Give us your medical history.
Yeah.
What happened to you? The doctor said this was happening, and when you're going to the church.
Because she was showing all the hospitals that she visited. Yeah. But what is the thing they did?
No,
Nothing.
She did not show any hospital she visited.
I don't know if
not.
They say what you believe.
I'm telling you, she did not show any hospital.
Just me. Everybody have their own opinion because it's what you believe. Because I don't believe those ones.
But do you believe in God, Honey Glow?
I believe in God, but I don't believe the way they worship it, the way they just using it to confuse people. People are confused, especially we in Nigeria.
I don't believe in God, but I leave people.
I believe in God, not the way they.
I left people to their own way, but don't come with these kind of stupidity to trick people to believe.
Yeah, one man is successful, and we worshiper, we're not getting anything.
So why do you believe in God?
So why am I going there to pray then?
Honey Glow, why? Honey Glow, why do you believe in God?
No, I believe that someone created us is up there. Yeah.
Yeah.
What
why?
they said. So I just say, okay, thank you, God, for making me alive today. That's all. Because all those kind of prayer these days of going to one man, so help me pray to God. I'm not going to do it.
Making you arrive today.
And making me alive. That I slept, I woke up fine. That's all. I'm not going to any man to help me pray to God.
What makes you think that there is a God up there?
Because that is what they are showing us right from when I was a kid, right? There's someone up there who created us. You get it?
So you've been told as a kid that there's someone up there. Do you know for certain there's someone up there?
That is what they keep showing us. But when things are happening around,
they haven't shown you anything. Nobody has seen a God up there to show it to anyone.
I don't see nothing.
They haven't shown you anything.
So we just keep living like that, going with this whole thing going on. I kind of like not believe anything anymore. I'm sorry, I'm not saying people can believe whatever they want to believe. We don't have to judge.
No.
If you don't like the person, Doesn't mean another person will not like it. Fine, I understand. But if they are doing well, let them do well. But I just want them to show me a good things that make me say, okay, this is what really happened. Because I was watching it, I just want to see good thing coming out of me. Show me this is the spinal cord. Because if you go to hospital, they do X-ray. They will show you the picture, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Where are they? Where are they?
To convince us, because you kind of say you're wheeling to we're wheeling to in a chair into a church and come out back walking. We don't see anything after.
No, as she said, they have to take her to toilet to wee before anything. So right now, I don't know if she was in bed or she was in the wheelchair. So because the way she explained, nothing makes sense there. I didn't see anything.
Doesn't make sense.
And is there a live video? Because we only see her. She confessing, and the video with her at the yard. So where is there a live video for of the man performed the miracle in the church? Because she only talking about it when she's standing up talking, but we never see when the performance of the miracle happened.
No. Okay,
so
can I just True Virgo, are you
I
there?
don't believe in miracle. Sorry.
True Virgo, are you there?
I'm working hard.
True Virgo, are you there?
Miracle.
Okay, looks like True Virgo is there.
Mine.
I want to debate, guys. Please.
I just want to sleep like 7 days now. Yeah, go to bed and sleep. Just pray. Is anything going to happen? Are they going to give me money?
Famous Five, come up here.
I don't believe those things.
Wait, hold on. I'm not sure I understand you. You say you want to go to bed and pray.
Yeah, maybe 7 days. Yeah, you
want to sleep for 7 days.
Just stay at home.
I need to hear what she's saying. You said what?
Like 7 days. I'm not going to anywhere. No work, nothing. So I'm expecting a miracle salary in my account because I'm praying every day. That's what I want to do. Follow this man for 7 days. Miracle money in my account.
You know what she's saying?
No, I understand what she's saying, but Honey Glow, do you know I don't believe in God?
Because I don't believe in miracle. That's what I'm saying. That I want to
Honey Glow, you still believe in God, no?
Yeah, I know you don't believe in God. Yeah, the way you're saying it, you don't believe in God. So it's quite different the way the whole thing is sounding. Because I said I believe there's I still pray for God because I know that is God. Yeah, because that's what they teach me.
You know there is God. You know there is God.
That's what they teach me right from when I was a child. But
no, they couldn't
not
have
for me to follow one man.
They couldn't have taught you that there is a God. No. They would have taught you all different things, but not that.
Yeah, because there is a God in heaven. Because when I grew up, there was
there is a God in heaven?
Yeah. That's what they will pray of.
Where is
everyone
heaven?
Praying God
where is heaven? Honey Glow, where is heaven?
That is the same thing I'm asking.
Where is heaven? Now you said there is a God in heaven. Where is it?
That's the thing I want to see.
You said there is a God in heaven.
I'm very confused with the whole thing going on.
I'm asking you, where is this heaven place?
It's up where we are looking at. And they say down where we are standing is the earth, right? So the Satan live where we are, and when the heaven, God live there. That's what they said to me, right? So I'm just following what they say.
But that's not true, though. There's nothing that lives up there, Honey Glow.
You see? I think that's why many Africa, I won't say all of us, so people just need to grow up. We just need to change for many things to know that we're living in a fake thing. It may be working for some people. Just, I don't know. Some people believe in these people from the water. Yeah. They say there is people inside the water.
People from the water?
Yeah, they say there's those people they come out from is a marine spirit or something. People believe on that, right?
Wait, do you believe in it?
No. I don't believe nothing. I just want to
But
see.
you believe in God.
I believe in God. I believe that
That's
what they told me. You don't get it. I
Anyway,
just want to
okay,
see.
It's okay. I want a debate about this conversation. I don't know. This is not helping me at all. But thank you anyway.
Yeah, I just want to see miracle.
Famous 5. Let's see. We got a couple of people. Please come up if you disagree with me. You want to have a debate, please. All right, Famous 5. Hello.
Yeah, hello, good evening.
Good evening.
I just have a question for you before I start. Do you believe in God?
No, I don't.
And what do you believe in?
I don't believe in anything spiritual, supernatural, gods, spirits, deities, ghosts, all those things. It's just I don't have a belief in those things at all.
So your existence, your living, everything you don't believe, you just manifested like that and appeared in the world.
Sorry, you're asking me about beliefs, right?
Yeah, beliefs, before I come to this testimony.
And I've just told you I don't believe in anything supernatural.
Okay, so in times of trouble, in times of pain, when you are not getting it right, what do you anchor your hope on?
Medicine.
It depends on the trouble.
Please, I didn't ask you, sorry, dear.
It depends on what it is. Depends. If it's a health concern, I go to the doctor. If it's something to do with my finances, I might do some budgeting or
credit cards.
Take up, find some other means of doing things.
Well,
I might loan some money.
That answers my question. You know the thing about us blacks is that we are being exposed to a life that looks so simple, and we don't believe that there is something like God. Yes, I know that there are majority of fake pastors out there. And it's not in my capacity to judge any pastor. Okay? As long as you have called yourself a pastor, there is somebody that will judge when there is time for the person to judge. Now, because we are exposed to a system where I cannot lack wherever I am, if it's that you are in Nigeria and you are being faced with agony, terrible situation, you must believe in something, even if it's a tree. You must believe. Now we are. So I'm coming to.
There are people in Nigeria that don't believe in God.
Okay, there is something they believe. If they don't believe in God, they believe in Amadioha.
No,
they believe in idols.
There are atheists in Nigeria.
They believe in supernatural powers.
There are atheists in Nigeria. I know about this.
Let's forget about beliefs. I just wanted to know.
1 second, please. 1 second.
Dear. Okay.
1 second.
Sorry, it was breaking.
There is the Humanist Association of Nigeria. There's also the Atheist Association. And these are people that I have interacted with, and they do not believe in God. They do not believe in Amadioha, do not believe in Shango, do not believe in any of these deities at all in Nigeria.
Okay. So let me go to the testimony you are talking about.
Okay.
I am not here to say if the lady is faking the testimony or not faking the testimony. I am a registered nurse, and I'm standing here to talk medically.
All right. Good.
Okay? Now, we started by a lot of people here that you don't believe in God, you don't believe in prophets, you don't believe in miracle doesn't make us, when we see one, we start lying about it. Okay. This lady brought out lots of evidence, and when she was giving that testimony, she was mentioning hospitals. I trained in Nigeria before I traveled, and most of these hospitals she was calling are not hospital you can easily walk into and get fake results.
You can buy them though.
Chris, can you please allow me? If they do it where you're coming from, they don't do it where I'm coming.
They do it from,
from Nigeria.
They do it in Nigeria. They buy fake.
I said the hospital.
If your if your nursing degree was about it also.
Can I finish? I'm sorry, I don't understand you, guy. Can I finish? One of the hospitals she mentioned, I worked there, and is University of Port Harcourt Teaching Hospital. You can't walk in there to pay anybody to give you that MRI result. Memphis is another hospital, a very big orthopedic hospital in Enugu, where we have referred people there. You can't
maybe your degree, maybe you bought your degree.
Can you let me speak? Can you let me speak? Please. So what I'm trying to say, I'm trying to analyze this testimony. You can't walk into Memphis and fake a result.
What's for somebody?
Wait, now allow her to speak, please.
I don't even know if he's a man or a woman. Can
allow her to speak?
Can you stop it, please?
Please allow me. He's trying to provoke me. Sorry, dear. Can you allow me to finish? When you were talking, everybody we are calm. So now I pointed out two big hospitals that lady brought out the results.
No.
Apart from other hospitals that she was talking about.
The famous 5.
Yes, dear.
She only brought a paper, right?
Yeah.
And that paper was not from 2 different hospitals, please.
She brought out 2 papers. One was with University of Port Harcourt Teaching Hospital letter-headed paper. That's the letter-headed paper we have been using in my hospital till date.
And how do you know that paper was for her?
Didn't you read it and you saw her name?
I don't know what her name is.
Oh, okay.
I don't know what her name is.
Can I finish about this?
I don't know what her name is. So
okay.
I cannot say for certain that the name that is on the that report that's her. How can you tell that by mere looking at the thing? It's impossible.
Okay, so it's from your own angle, but I'm trying to tell you based on the result that she's holding, because somebody there mentioned that
she wasn't holding anything. They only showed a picture of some paper. She wasn't the things that she's holding. We didn't even have a look at.
Excuse me. The paper she was holding was the result of the film that she did.
No,
in a hospital.
You did not see it. You did not see it. She was holding it in her hand.
Excuse me. Can I finish?
She was holding it in her hand. We didn't see what's in.
But they snapped it, and that was one of them. You read one of them.
Yes, and from what I read,
I am coming to what you read.
It does not align with what she's talking about.
But when I started this, I introduced myself as a nurse. So allow me to come. You were asking for people that are medically inclined. I am coming there. I'm a medical person. I'm a nurse, and my husband is a medical doctor. So I am knowledgeable when it comes.
You know what, Auntie, hold on, please, hold on.
Good.
For the people who were not here, right?
Yeah.
Please let me play it again, right? So you guys can hear. I'm not going to show it because I already showed it, but just listen.
It does not exist.
I'm that girl that God showed miraculous mercy, mighty mercy. Hey, they say na Reggie. I say una don't know. If devil never touch you, you no go know. Devil has dealt with me. I just came back from camp. That was November 2022. On the 24th, I was on a bike. I was going to where I would enter a vehicle that would take me to town. And so we were there. As we are going now, all of a sudden, a vehicle just smashed us, just hit us from behind. And the next thing, I found myself in the hospital. Okay, we went to the first hospital. They said they did not find anything, but they don't know the reason why I could not turn, I could not sit. I was just there, lifeless. So they decided that, okay, because when it happened, I was admitted at.
So that there is a lie. How do you go to the hospital and they didn't find anything wrong, but you could not turn, and you were lying there lifeless? Those things don't make sense. You can't go to the hospital, they can't find something, they can't find anything wrong. But the same people who cannot find anything wrong with you, they are busy looking at you in pain. You cannot turn left, you cannot turn right. Right? Something is wrong, clearly. How can you say they didn't see anything wrong?
But Afro, if you're lifeless, what are you turning for?
How is she alive if she's lifeless?
Why are you turning?
Anyway, let's continue.
Imo State Specialist Hospital. So they took me from there to Port Harcourt University Teaching Hospital. That's where they now did the MRI, and they now found out that it's a spinal issue. We came back from Port Harcourt back.
So they found out it was a spinal issue. And see, what is the name of the spinal issue? What was it exactly? Which of your vertebrae was affected? Which one exactly? But to say it was a spinal issue. And then when you go and read this thing, right? Can you see this medical paper here? She's holding a lot of documents in her hand. We will never see what's in there. But on the screen, they put a piece of paper here, right? Let's see.
To the hospital where we are. So that was how I was confined in a wheelchair.
Wait, let me
That's
see.
where they now did the
I want to see that paper.
State Specialist Hospital. So they took me from there to Port Harcourt University Teaching Hospital. That's where they now did the MRI, and they now found out that it's a spinal issue. We came back from Port Harcourt.
Okay, so when you go and read this thing, let's see. Okay, sorry. There is a straightening of the lumbar cordosis. However, intervertebral alignment is maintained. The vertebral bodies are normal in height, morphological, and signal intensity. However, a suspicious horizontally orientated transverse T1 hypointense and T2 hyperintense linear band is seen extending from the anterior to the posterior border of the 1.2 vertebral body, suggestive of an undisplaced vertebral factor. The spinal cord terminates at the end of the lower border of T12, and the demonstrated portion is normal. Here you go, and it says they demonstrate. So if the results for intervertebral disc level says they demonstrate normal signal intensity, no disc bulge seen, exit neural foramen, ligament, facial joints, and spinal canal diameter are all normal. It shows altered signal intensity due to desiccation, and there is a broad-based disc bulge. The exit neural formal facial joints are normal. Spinal canal diameter is normal. Everything seems to be normal in this. But let's continue and we listen to her.
I just want to say, hypointense, when you're talking about MRI reports, hypointense just means that a certain area seems darker, like the tissues.
Right.
They seem darker than the other areas. And then transverse could be referring to the angle in which, the image is taken, right? There's nothing wrong with this woman.
Okay, so
she managed to travel from hospital to hospital with a spinal issue. Seriously?
How can somebody
hospital would not have let her leave that hospital? Because in an accident, when someone has been involved in an accident, they don't want to move you around. They want to keep you as still as possible.
I thought I was muted, not to talk, so that this video will finish playing.
Just 1 second, please. It's okay.
We're commenting. We're watching and commenting.
No, because I was muted, not to comment. I was analyzing something, and I am not yet done.
Let me finish the video, and then we can say something.
To the hospital where we are. So that was how I was confined in a wheelchair. We came home now. It's as if I became worse. I did so for 3 good months, yet nothing was changing. I was getting worse. People started suggesting, okay, go to native. And native people might have a way of helping out. We started again. I was going to native. We did that one for 4 good months. I wasn't getting better. Then I said, okay, I should go to National Orthopedic Hospital in Enugu. Then I said that I also have problem in my thoracic spine, that is my T7. I was now discharged from the hospital. That was first week of February 2024. I came back home, still on a wheelchair. Nothing changed. We pay for vehicles like charter every time.
Look at her.
Now go to physiotherapy.
So she's on her way to physiotherapy in the back of a vehicle, right? This is her. I tell you what doesn't make sense here. She is in here on her way to wherever she's going. Person. So why can't you sit in your wheelchair, or they give you like a banana board, right? They give you like something like a banana board and move yourself into the car, right? Fold up the wheelchair. But no, you're going to go in the hospital, lay down like that.
Did you listen to the part where she said that she can't sit down for long?
1 second.
Why is she even sitting at all? Because that act of sitting is going to cause more pressure on her back.
So you don't know the distance she was, because when she reached the hospital, she will sit down and move.
Okay,
many different hospitals she went to.
Let's finish the video, please. Let's finish.
Was changing. I was getting worse. People started suggesting, okay, go to native. And native people might have a way of helping out. We started again. I was going to native. We did that one for 4 good months. I wasn't getting better. Then I said, okay, I should go to National Orthopedic Hospital in Enugu. Then I said that I also have problem in my thoracic spine, that is my T7. I was now discharged from the hospital. That was first week of February 2024. I came back home, still on a wheelchair. Nothing changed. We pay for vehicles like charter every time. Now go to physiotherapy. December, I traveled home. When I got home, they were mocking my mother. If they want to describe my family, they will say that family where that crippled girl is, that is the family. They were mocking my family. That their child has not been home for many years.
But you were not crippled. You were not crippled. Shut up.
This woman is such a liar.
People that normally comes to the hospital to pray for patients. So that lady, she came. Her name is Mrs. Murray. God bless her wherever she is. She now came again. She finished praying for all the patients in the ward. Then she sent me. She collected my number, and she has a link that if she gives me, I will get better. I just gave her the number. I said okay. So I continued with NSPPD. The 2nd of March 2025. Roy healed me.
Roy.
Faithful money.
This one is such a liar.
I decided to say, okay, let me leave second service that day. Let me join first service. Mind you, I was at home alone. Before my sister and my friend went to church, they went for 6:30 mass. They have to carry me because if you don't carry me to urinate or to do anything, I will just pee on the bed. So before they left for church that day, they carried me. I went to urinate. So I logged in. I was around after 7. And after choir finished singing, the choir administration, they did down. Papa came on stage. When Papa came on stage, Papa started praying. Papa started declaring. He was just declaring. He was just praying. He was like, the prayer session was so powerful that very day. He was just praying and making declarations. All of a sudden, Papa said that we are stepping into the month of March. And we are going to be making prophetic steps.
Suddenly, I am getting closer. Unless you make this fire.
Guys, this is the prayers that healed her, okay? This is the guy, and this is the prayers that healed this lady. Please listen to the prayers.
Okay.
Please listen to the prayers.
You to move from where you are. You're going to take prophetic steps. Say, suddenly, I am getting closer. Suddenly, I am there. 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 Now, lift up your head. Lift up your head. All you get. I am on my evidence. Lift up your head. All you get. I am on my evidence. I come. I enter. With fire, with power, with grace, with mercy. As someone that has a spine issue, I cannot sit down without resting my back, and I cannot sit down without my lumbar corset to protect my back. So I was just sitting there. Where Papa said, make you keep making, I will just use my bum on my shift out of my bed. I was just doing it like that. Then all of a sudden, it was as if something was pushing me. I started feeling uncomfortable. And for the first time, I came down from my bed and I did not fall down. And luckily, my friend left her other phone in my room. I said I had to walk down. I had to walk out to my wardrobe and pick the phone. And I started calling my friend that before she come back. So she came home. She was afraid. She thought that maybe I wanted to carry something from the bed and I fell down. So she came home.
Only foolish people believe this nonsense.
I was walking. Right then, I was walking.
Yeah, she'll be foolish.
I was walking.
Honestly, only foolish people believe this nonsense.
Let them be foolish. It's okay.
This is complete and utter nonsense. And educated people will believe this.
So, are you done now?
Do you know what I'm saying? Because
can I continue?
Yes.
Do you know what is the? Do you know the thoracic spine that she's talking about?
Yes.
It's not even used for movement on the human body. It's the upper. It supports the upper body. If she was talking about maybe her lower spine, yes, that will affect movement. That will cause discomfort. The thoracic spine supports the upper body. It's got nothing to do with movement. She clearly mentioned thoracic spine. That part of the body hardly ever gets injuries because it doesn't move. It's for the lumbar, the top parts, right?
Okay, let's hear from
any damage caused to the thoracic spine, it repairs itself.
So let's hear from Nurse, the famous spine.
No, so I wonder what kind of nurse this is. The famous wife. Why are you even a nurse? If you believe such nonsense, why are you even a nurse?
Please, let's hear.
Shut up. You don't
dare talk to me like that. You are a quack.
I have worked as a nurse for 19 years.
You can't dare my shoes.
Guys,
but you don't believe in God doesn't exist, okay?
You are
so don't even start. I don't know what you are doing.
I want to hear.
Hold on. Oh yes, I am a quack and I will
hold on.
during your dead bed.
Let's say Vessel, give her,
please.
Let you talk.
So, excuse me, when I want to start, can I continue? I will nurse you in your dead bed.
Oh, please, you will nurse yourself.
So, as I was saying,
you who can't even
I don't understand. I don't understand what's going on here because
anyone can come and claim to be whatever they
I don't know if
Vessel, give her some time.
I don't know if we are querying the testifier who is not knowledgeable or the testimony. Now, we started by saying...
Auntie, please hold on. Please hold on. Please. Hold on. I'll let you speak. Yeah? I don't want us to turn this into an argument. Right? Let's have back and forth. Right?
She needs to bring facts instead of talking nonsense about I will nurse you in your dying bed. Madam, do you know me?
Oh,
do you
yes,
know
I will nurse you in your dying bed.
I'm a nurse your brains.
I said
You will
it and
nurse
I
your
said
brains.
with my foot.
It's your brains you will
I'm not
nurse.
trying to do
Because your brains need help.
Okay, please, can you? I want her to speak. I want her to say. Let's just let. I want to hear what she's got to say. All right, the famous wife. Go on, please. I'm listening to you. She's left.
Okay, how do you come up and start saying such things to people you don't even know? I will nurse you on your death, madam. You will die before me. How will you nurse me on your dead? Like, seriously. Come with facts. Come with facts. The fact that I asked her why she's a nurse, she's telling me to SHUT up. She is not.
I wanted to hear what she has to say. Let me see if she's.
Let her come back and say what she wants to say.
If you're still there, please come back. I would love to hear from you. Don't go like that now. I want to hear what you've got to say.
After a quick question.
Yes, Rasculo. Hey, Rasculo.
So, I thought I heard the lady that got healed that she moved from hospital to hospital before one of the hospital made her do an MRI, correct?
Sorry, say that again.
I said I heard her saying she moved from hospitals to hospital before one of the hospitals in Port Harcourt made her do MRI, correct?
Yes, she did an MRI, yes.
That doesn't make no sense because the first thing, if you go and you complain about walking your back, any hospital, the first thing you're gonna do is an MRI.
Exactly.
Extreme. If they don't have the machine there, they'll send her to one.
We do an X-ray first before an MRI. MRI is not something you just just off the bat. Here you go MRI. No, there has to be a reason why we're doing the MRI. It has got to be, Anyway, I just.
So sad.
I don't think she's a practicing nurse.
She's not, definitely. I can tell you that for a second.
Hey, Dr. Cyrus.
Hey.
Because the moment that lady was, she talked about T7, she talked about her thoracic spine. Anyone who knows what that is, you know for sure that doesn't stop you from walking.
No.
It might cause you to not be able to find it difficult to raise your shoulders or to turn your neck. But it's got nothing to do with walking.
Sorry, can I just say something? What I find extremely funny is when she was talking about the damage to her spine, she actually never mentioned what it was. Just there was an issue. Was it nerve damage? Was it broken? Like, these things are just so obviously fabricated and made up. And the fact that people actually believe it is so damaging to society. It's literally just acting as an opium to these people to cope with the bad governance. And people are really believing, why doesn't this man go into the hospitals to heal kids dying of cancer? It's only people in church that are healed. It's ridiculous. Like, it's so damaging that all these people, and these are grown adults that are believing that this man has some sort of magical hearing that only he can hear from God, and only God can give him the power to heal people. Why doesn't God give it to people in all these war-torn countries? Like, it's ridiculous that grown adults are still being fooled by the notions of religion. Honestly, we need to move past this as a society.
Couldn't agree more.
I love to hear young people speaking like that.
Can we hear from Michael? Justice, are you there at all? You've been very quiet, Justice.
That's because I did not want to interrupt and then get banned.
It's okay. Do you want to say something, Justice?
No, I am not addressing the Bible says that the devil has the power to do miracles, and in the last days the devil will be committing miracles. So it's really hard sometimes to tell the genuine from the counterfeit.
Sorry, sir. Where does the Bible say that?
In the book of Revelation, he says the devil had 3 unclean spirits coming out of the mouth of the dragon, which is the devil, and he go into all the world to deceive and to do miracles and deceive the world. and the
You
whole
were
world.
saying that the devil is just as powerful as God.
What
Huh?
number and what verse?
Just Google miracles in the Bible, Revelation. The devil
No,
making miracles.
I think you're the one. I think you're the one who said so. You should give them the oath, the chapter and verse, because you're the one who started it, who said it. So you should know where it is taken
All right,
from.
well, I
Isn't
can
it?
Google it. I don't have all the scripture in my head. The devil, doing.
So God created a being that is just as powerful as him. Is that what you're trying to say?
Not just as, but he can. But if you read the Bible, it shows that there was a point when God sent Moses, and he demonstrated with his rod, and then the magicians did their thing. So the only
God
difference
also tricked.
So we're saying that both God and the devil are parallel together, because God can kill, he can kill, he can send it, he can take it, he can send to hell. God can send to hell. He can, and maybe Satan can send to heaven too.
No, Satan can't send nobody to. How you get that from?
How do you know that? If he can send to hell, why can't he send to heaven? Wasn't he in heaven himself?
Yes, but he was kicked out because he was convicted.
How do you know? You saw them and kicked him out?
Huh? Well,
who
you think doing the work of the devil?
God himself. God killed more people than Satan. God has been killing people more than Satan.
No, when God unalive anyone, it's because of their disobedience and they did something wrong. Revelation 16:14. But we don't want to be all over the place right now. Let's just stick to one at a time. So
Sorry, Justice, can I just ask a quick question?
16:14, because there's something I want to ask my goodly friend Afro Atheist.
Yeah. So Revelation 16.
So Revelation 16:14. For they are the spirits of devils working
Hold
miracles.
on, please. I want to read it myself. Let me get to it. 1 second. Revelation chapter 16.
And verse 14, and I'm going to find another one.
Only black people in here find miracles, and the miracles can turn them rich. Well, they can't get. We can't eliminate poverty across Africa. We cannot. Those miracles cannot happen. They don't eliminate poverty. They don't feed the poor. These miracles don't feed the poor. They don't make people life better. Only sickness they can heal.
Please, guys, can we tap on the screens? Okay, I'm going to read this, right? 16, but I'm going to read from, let's read from verse 9, 8. And the fourth angel poured out his vial upon the sun, and power was given unto him to scorch men with fire. And men were scorched with great heat, and blasphemed the name of God, which had power over these plagues, and they repented not to give him glory. And the fifth angel poured out his vial upon the seat of the beast, and his kingdom was full of darkness, and they gnawed their tongues for pain, and they blasphemed the God of heaven because of their pains and their sores, and repented not at their deeds. And the sixth angel poured out his vial upon the great river Euphrates, and the water thereof was dried up, that the way of the kings of the east might be prepared. And I saw three unclean spirits, like frogs, come out of the mouth of the dragon, and out of the mouth of the beast, and out of the mouth of the false prophet. For they are the spirits of devils, working miracles, which go forth unto the king of the earth and in the whole world, to gather them to the battle of that great day of God Almighty.
Right.
It says, for they are the spirits of devils,
working miracles.
which goes forth unto the kings of the earth and of the whole world.
And it
gather
also
them to the battle of that great day of God Almighty.
It also says that Satan has ministers. 2 Corinthians 11, 14 and 15. Read it.
2 Corinthians
11. Yeah, 2 Corinthians 11.
Mm-hmm.
This is an atheist group. This is not a religious group.
It's okay. I want to see this. 2 Corinthians chapter
11 and verse 14 and 15.
11, 14 and 15.
Yeah, try and yeah.
Let's start from 13. For such as false apostles, deceitful workers, transforming themselves into the apostles of Christ, and no marvel, for Satan himself is transformed into an angel of light. Therefore, it is no great thing if his ministers also be transformed as ministers of righteousness, whose end shall be according to their works.
Mm-hmm. So you see, Satan as ministers just as God as ministers. Satan can do miracles. God has his ministers who can do miracles. And so...
Who created Satan's ministers? Who created them?
Well, they are not following God word. They're just doing their thing.
Who created those ministers?
They create themselves. When you say create, as in what you mean?
The origins of these spirits or whatever. Who created these spirits?
Okay, so there are two forces, good and evil, in this world, and you either choose. If you choose the side of evil, then you're Satan's child. If you choose the side of good, you're God's child or children. So it all depends. You can be an ambassador of God, or you can be an ambassador of the devil. It's only two, evil and good, in this world, and you choose which one. So some people. But when they're doing it, they do it in the name of Christ, because the deception, the devil is not going to say, hey, here I am, I'm the devil. No, he comes in the form of Christ. He comes in the form of good people. He comes in a beautiful lady, a beautiful, handsome young man, and things like that. You see, sometimes they present the devil as this ugly thing with a fork. No, it's the most handsome, beautiful. It's an angel, look like an angel, beautiful, pretty eyes, everything well dressed, nicely spoken.
Justice, a question, please.
That's all the devil was.
Yeah.
Justice, so can the devil also come in the form of a pastor?
Of course. That's what we just read. You're not listening.
So why is it that the devil can come in the form of a pastor, and yet the people in the church will be saying that that's the Holy Spirit inside the pastor?
Because that's how deception works. The devil works through God's things. He uses God's things. And if the Bible says,
how do you know which pastor has got the devil's spirit and which pastor?
Very good question. The ones that are following the Bible word for word and are obedient to the 10 Commandments are the true people of God. They believe in the Creator, which give them the Sabbath.
Creator?
But is there one person who can follow all the 10 Commandments?
Please, let's not make fun of you.
Yeah, don't do that, please. If we're trying to have an intelligent conversation.
Justice.
Yeah,
you
go
said
ahead.
something. You said something about.
Hold on, please, Danny. I just have one more question.
Okay, then.
Justice, is there someone who can follow all the 10 Commandments?
Well, I do believe that, because I don't have to go out there and steal, kill, commit adultery, cheat on my wife, beat her, covet people, think of the 10 Commandments. I can keep the Sabbath. I don't have to take the Lord's name in vain. I do not have to commit adultery. And what is strange? Everybody agrees now. Okay,
lying. You forgot lying.
Lying, covetous. I didn't have to go through all 10.
You don't do any of that.
I'm a sinner. I commit sin and I beg forgiveness, and I have asked God for His mercy.
So what about the pastors? Don't the pastors also commit sin?
Of course, some pastors are weak to the flesh. Yeah,
what you're saying doesn't make any sense then, because if you're saying that
they're not perfect.
Pastors, the true pastors, with the Holy Spirit are the ones that follow the 10 Commandments, but yet they're sinners. So how can you be a sinner and still have the Holy Spirit inside you?
Because you still are, as long read Romans 7, Romans chapter 7, and it tells you that this life is
what you're saying don't make sense, because
where can you allow me to at least
that Holy Spirit is supposed to make you be perfect. Now, if the Holy Spirit is failing to make you perfect, then that means what's the point in everything?
Let's read Romans chapter 7. Can we? I remember it out of my head. Romans 7. I'm going to explain something to you.
Okay, listen. As much as possible, I would like to get back to.
Because I need to ask you something about not believing. About being an atheist.
Go on and ask the question.
All right. So you can read Romans 7. That will answer her question. So watch me now. So my question is directed to the host.
Romans 7, which verse?
Just read all of Romans 7 and you will see our struggle.
I don't have time for that.
But I want to go to my friend who says she does not believe in God.
Yes.
Okay? And that's the Afro-atheist. I don't know your name by name, but I just called you the Afro-atheist. So is that okay?
This Romans 7, it says, the times are released from the law bound to Christ. That's so toxic. It's very toxic.
Can I? We want to get a pass. She said she wants us to get back on track.
Yeah, I was talking to the host, sir.
Oh, well, I was talking as well. So let me finish with her now. I don't want to spend the whole day, because I have another program to go be hosting.
It's daytime where you are?
Yeah, I'm in Canada. Okay. Yeah. All right. So let me quickly ask my friend a question. And I'm asking, I'm going to make an analogy and then you explain why you don't believe in God for me. Okay? Here we go. If you know the Apollo 13, there were some men, I think it was 3 men, who went up in a spacecraft to go to the moon. Along the way, they heard some sounds. They realized that something went wrong in their spaceship. They had to, and I'm cutting it short, they had to turn around. Turning around, they realized that that noise that they heard, they were losing oxygen. All of the factors in a spaceship have to be perfect and intact for them to survive up in space, because God never make us to live out of space. So the spaceship has to be constructed properly. Oh God, some people talking.
I need to mute so that I can hear him.
Yeah, so the spaceship has to have all the 100 of factors in place. Now, those guys realize that even their very breath, because they had lost oxygen rapidly, they have to hurl back to Earth at 7,000 miles per second to save their life. And I'm just going fast because you can watch a movie on Netflix, 7,000 miles per second. You can read a book. I don't have enough faith to be an atheist. Now, the point is, those factors, when they are out of place, your very breath can kill you, unalive you, because you now are up in space. You need oxygen up there. You don't have it, so your breath is carbon dioxide killing you. Now, watch me. You come back to Earth. Earth has to have the perfect, like the spaceship, the perfect angle at 23 degrees. It has to have all the right factors for life to exist on this Earth, plant, animals, everything. If you take away 0.00 to 37 degrees, of moving anything, the sun from where it is, the moon from where it is, everything collapsed. They have studied and shown that the Earth had a beginning. That is Einstein's theory of relativity, when he was hoping that the existence of the Earth would be permanent. And when he studied, he realized, it had a beginning, because that's what science proved, that this has a beginning. As I say, I'm just going fast. Now, the question is, who is to be credited for putting all the factors? Not even one iota of mistake can be made.
Definitely not the Christian gods.
Okay.
Huh?
So,
if a God did it, it is not the Christian God, because the Christian God is only about 6,000 years old.
Let me answer that.
There
Let
are
me answer
gods
that.
older than Christianity.
Let me answer that.
There
I
are
want to
gods
answer
older
that.
than that Jehovah.
Yes, but
There
I
are
want
gods
to answer
older than
that, sister.
God.
Hey,
There
I'm
are gods
waiting.
older than that.
Okay,
Sister, I want to answer that. I'm glad you said that.
Oh, just give me a minute, please. I don't want to shout, please. Okay, so you asked a question. You said, who is responsible, right? Did you ask who is responsible?
Yes, tell me.
There is no one responsible for anything.
So no one built a spaceship. No one designer.
Design
If
what?
there's a design, isn't there a designer?
Designed what?
Oh my God, no.
Designed what now? What did the designer design?
God.
No.
You know why I use a spaceship? I use a spaceship to show that it had to be intelligently designed for it to
What
have
are
all the
you
right
talking about?
structures.
What has to be intelligently designed? What are we talking about?
The earth, the existence of human being here with oxygen. If you run out of oxygen, all of us are dead. If you have the sun come just a fingernail tip, come closer to the earth, you're dead. We're dead. If it vice versa, it's pull away.
But the earth is rotating, sir.
Right?
The earth rotates around the sun.
You're not saying you don't see intelligence here. You don't see intelligence here.
Wait, Justice, were you created? Did your God create you?
Okay, no, you said something.
No, did your God create you?
You said something before that, and I want to address it. You said about the Christian God. Let me tell you something, and I'm glad you said that.
Yeah, Dr. Cyrus, you can
whether it is the Christian God, the African God, the Muslim God, all of the gods are all presiding over the same thing that we're seeing on planet Earth. So none of them is better.
There are no gods.
Same God.
Oh, well, that's for you, not for me, my dear. There has to be somebody.
Dr. Cyrus wants to engage with him. Dr. Cyrus wants to just let Dr. Cyrus engage with him. Go on, Dr. Cyrus.
Okay, first, you're saying all these things about has to be perfect, this and has to be perfect, that. What are you basing that on?
Come again? Not hearing it clearly.
You're saying it's got to be perfect this and perfect that. What are you basing that on?
The conditions have to be right for life to exist on the planet. Therefore, it had to be an intelligent designer, an intelligent creator to do this and make it perfect for the conditions of life on the earth. If he makes a mistake,
good example of how the universe began. So
what's that?
There's a perfectly good explanation of how the universe began.
Tell me, what is that? Big Bang?
Well, Big Bang's good enough. That's most likely explanation at this point.
Okay, so let me ask you about the Big Bang. Have you ever see an explosion that creates order, or does it create chaos?
It wasn't an explosion, though. This is where you theists go wrong. It was never described as an explosion. Just because it's called the Big Bang doesn't mean it was an explosion.
So you believe that it's as a result of some big bang that everything come into order and keep life and make precise?
That's not what I just said. That is not what I just said.
I am asking.
You're not listening to me. I just told you that just because it's called the Big Bang doesn't mean that it was an explosion.
And okay, so I get that. But what I'm saying is that Big Bang theory shows also that there was a beginning. Now, what happened before the beginning?
No, it doesn't. You need to read.
Yes, it does, sir. If you know science, science does.
It really does not say that.
No, sir. Science have proven that the world, the cosmos,
the space-time continuum.
Let me allow you to talk.
Yeah, Venus, you can speak after Dr. Cyrus.
There was a beginning, if you can call it that, to the space-time continuum. It wasn't an explosion. It's as simple as that. If theists could get that out of their mind, it was actually a Catholic priest that turned it Big Bang, and that's what stuck. And this is where theists go wrong all the time. You need to understand that it wasn't an explosion.
Is he finished? Because I need to come in. People keep on muting me on this program, and I hate when you do that because I'm asking.
Okay, please don't mute him if he's going to have a conversation.
Okay, is he done? Is he done making his statement?
Yeah, he's
because
done, but
he keeps on repeating himself.
Venus wants to say something as well. Virtue, where did you go? Venus?
Yeah, hi.
Hey.
Is my audio good?
Yeah, we're hearing you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, so I want to correct a few things that have been misconstrued. First of all, the conditions on Earth aren't perfect for life. If you look at other planets, if you look at the vastness of space compared to Earth, and you say that this planet has the perfect conditions for life, you'd be lying. Life hasn't always existed on Earth. We constantly have to evolve to survive, and there are natural disasters that take out entire generations of animals. This Earth is not close to perfect. And you said that if the Earth was to move on a single degree of an angle, that everything would just burn up. That is a lie. So our Goldilocks zone, which is the habitable zone in space, is actually about 0.9 astronomical units now. An astronomical unit is like 1 to the power of 8, times a kilometer. If you don't know how much that is massive. The Earth moves around space all the time, right? We don't make a perfect orbit. We have seasons where we move closer and further to the sun. We have places on the Earth that have 24-hour plus sunshine. The Earth is simply just not a great place to exist, right? We have to suffer to exist. If the conditions on Earth are perfect for us, then why do we have houses? Why do we have medicine? Why do we have sunscreen? Why do we have all these things? Why is everything constantly trying to kill us? This planet is not perfect. We've worked hard to be where we are now, and the species that haven't go extinct. Things go extinct all the time. This place is far from perfect, and you're looking at it from the liberty of your house with your phone. It's why you have this opinion, because you have all these things. If this Earth is perfect to survive, I urge you to go live in the wilderness, right? And not in your fancy brick house. That's
okay.
all I want to say.
May I respond?
Yeah, go on and respond.
Okay. When I say perfect conditions for life, I'm talking, if you look around you, you look outside, first of all, you effortlessly you're breathing. As opposed to if I was to lock you in a container. If I was to lock you in a container, I used to drive trucks, and if I was locked in a truck once and I could not breathe just for a couple of seconds. I'm talking about conditions that you're breathing without even making an effort. That's what I'm talking about. The animals, the plants, everything, the photosynthesis, the sun, everything works together to make the conditions here perfect. However, there are times when disasters strike because of you have the tectonic plates that are moving, and it's also for a purpose. All of these things that happen sometimes, yes, tragedy are akin to us, and we know that. But I'm talking about in general. I've been on this planet 60 years. Could I have lived on Mars? No. Could I have lived 30,000? Where the planes go? 35,000 feet in the air. No, I can't live up there. I can't breathe up there. So I'm talking about perfect conditions in the sense of human survival here had to be done by an intelligent designer. And as they study, and science have proven that the Earth is as a beginning. Things are collapsing, yes, and it will collapse because it started at zero. There was a time when there was nothing. And out of nothing, God created something. Hence, here we are.
How old is the Earth?
Huh?
How old is the Earth?
How old? I do not know that answer, but the science have
How
shown.
old are people? How old are people? How old are people? How long have people or our hominids existed?
There are various answers to that.
No, there aren't. Okay, so the Earth is 4.6 million years old, and we've only been here for about 500,000 years.
And that depends
the average human lives for about 60 to 80 years. In the vastness of the life of the Earth, we have existed for a very, very small fraction. If the Earth was so perfect, why didn't we exist during prehistoric times if it was so perfect and made for us? And you're talking about breathable air. Go next to a volcano. Do you know how many people don't have fresh air to breathe? Like, you're looking at these things from such a privileged position, it's insane. How so many people, how much water is on this Earth? Our body is made of 80% water. This Earth is made up of like the same amount of water too. And how much of it is drinkable? Like 0.3%. That's ridiculous. Like, wow, we can breathe. We have evolved to survive here, right? We have changed. We're changing every single generation to survive here, and we've almost gone extinct multiple times. It is not perfect. Stop lying. There is more death than life on this planet. Why are you making things stop? There is more suffering than there is prosperity. It can't be perfect, yet there's disasters. Perfection means there's no disasters. So it can't be perfect if there's disasters.
Okay, let me get rid of the word perfect because you're uncomfortable with the right conditions. Is that better? The right conditions. I've been alive 60 years, and the right conditions have allowed me to exist.
Cool. And the conditions are science, our houses, are us isolating ourselves from your perfect Earth, right? The Earth you think is so perfect from us, we isolate ourselves from it and live in houses. What are you like? Yeah, we get to breathe. Cool, but we can't breathe underwater, and most of the Earth is made of water. We're barely surviving here.
We were not made we were not made to live underwater. We weren't
made. That's the point. You're saying we're perfect and this environment is made for us, yet we can barely survive in it. Try surviving in the Amazon.
Can I quickly just interject?
Of course. I won't over talk.
I just wanted to say, like, Justice, in the time you've been given to talk, you've made like so many contradictions. Obviously, Christians, or majority of Christians anyway, believe that you worship a perfect God, right? And you believe that God created this earth. So why would a perfect God make such a flawed earth? It makes no sense for such an omnibenevolent God to create a world full of evil and suffering. As Venus said, which Venus said amazingly, there is more suffering on this earth than there is prosperity. I mean, we're in one of the worst economic situations in the past few years. I mean, just look at the wealth that some people are hoarding while people are starving, people can't eat. Why is this perfect God allowing this to happen? And then you use the devil as some sort of rebuttal that, the devil has free will and the devil's doing this and the devil. It doesn't make any sense, because if this all-powerful God loves us.
Okay, let me answer your question. I really want to answer that question, please. Okay. Do you pay taxes where you are?
No, I'm a student, so I don't pay taxes at the moment.
Okay, do you know if anybody, where do you live in the first place?
I'm from the UK.
The UK, do the people there pay land taxes?
Yes, they do.
Okay, good. Who was it that introduced enslavement? You see, God gave us everything free: water, sunshine, land, food, the resources. This earth can never be without resources. The world we live in have unlimited resources. But who is it that implements taxes and say they own the land, the crown? Who is it that puts system of enslavement in place? It's not Christians, it's the crown.
The church.
Christianity. Christianity gave white people the audacity and gave them the idea that it was okay to go across the ocean and go to Africa and enslave people. In the Bible, it justifies slavery.
Nonsense. Let me answer.
Literally in the Bible.
Let me answer you why I say it's nonsense.
How did all these Africans become Christians?
Give me a chance. Give me a chance to answer. Give me a chance to answer. Give me a chance.
Go on then.
Why I say nonsense? White people, black people, Indian people, As long as you live in this world and you're under a system of taxation, you're a slave. It was not Christians. The next thing, there are 3 bodies, institutions that run the world. Under the bankers, you have the Vatican, that's the religious aspect, where they come in they're fake and they come in the name of Christianity anyhow. They are false. The Bible identifies them as the whore. Let me finish. Please let me finish. Please let me finish.
You're
Oh my
lying
God.
right now.
Can you
Jesus
allow
hung
me to
around
finish?
tax collectors. Taxes has always been
Can
there
you allow
before the
let me
bankers.
finish?
Okay.
No, you need to correct
Can
yourself.
you let me finish?
Why are you guys even talking to this guy? He doesn't even know anything in the Bible. He's running his mouth. Let me let you know. Leaders are chosen by your God. It's in your book. So if a leader is chosen and he does something wrong, your God chose him or her. What are you talking about? It's just you talking. You just
Are you
loud.
going to allow me to finish what I was saying, please?
Can you also allow me? Can you also allow
No,
me?
I was in the middle of talking. I was
allow
in the
me
middle of
also
my
to
sentence.
Just let him finish, please.
I was in the middle of talking and you cut me off.
All right, please let him finish. Let him finish.
Where's the host of this program? Who's
Please
really
let
in
him-
charge?
please let
Come
him
on, don't
finish.
run your program like this.
No,
Have
you-
respect.
I'm here.
Tell the Holy Spirit to let you talk.
Please let
Where's the
him finish.
respect?
Please let him finish, please.
Thank you.
Come
Come on,
Finish what
guys.
you're saying.
That's not how you have an intelligent
All
discussion.
right, I'm trying to get you to
No, I
finish.
was saying there are
Yes,
3
okay.
institutions of man. Man implement it. You have the Vatican, you have London, you have Washington. These 3 institutions have put in place things to enslave mankind, things to make your life rough and mine. When we go out there and we work, they take money from us. They tax us. They are the ones in charge of the resources of the world, right?
Can you calm down a little bit, sir? Just please, we're not fighting here.
No. All right, cool. All right.
Before these institutions, taxes
So
are
these
being
3,
collected.
I am not done, please. I am not done.
Oh, come
When is it
on.
ever going to be done?
You're monologuing, sir.
Okay, please just let him.
If you guys don't want me to talk, I can just hang up and go home and go do something else. Because you not.
Justice,
This
I
is not
want
how
you
you
to
have an
speak.
intelligent discussion.
Listen,
you got
I want
you
you
got to
to
allow me
speak.
to finish
I
my
am
point. Then
trying
you
to
rebut
get
me.
you to finish, but I would like for you to tone it down. We are not fighting here. Please tone it down.
All right, thank you very much. I will try. All right. So what I'm saying is, we're saying that oh, life is hard here, life is hard there. It's not God that did that. It is mankind who have implemented things. And let me give you an example. I plant a small little garden, 6 by about 4, and I could not believe what it yielded. And when I look at it and say, look at the amount of resources and the land that we have, nobody should be in poverty. But how is it that we're in poverty? It is man that implement poverty, man that put up systems of enslavement to other people. We are in this world. If they were to leave everybody to live their life alone, we would be free. We would have access to resources. We would have people stealing our energy when they go out there and work, taxing us and doing all of that, and claiming that they own the land that they did not create. I yield on that.
Afro, can I say something real quick?
Utter nonsense. Sorry.
Afro, can I say something real quick?
Yeah, go on. Go on,
Okay, so I don't even get what this guy is saying.
Even me, I didn't understand any of that.
It is clear in your book. Your Bible says God choose leaders for nations. Are you saying we should take your word or the Bible? Which one? I'm waiting for your answer. Should we take your word or we should take the Bible? Which one?
What is my word?
You're trying to tell us, your word is trying to tell us that man is doing bad to the nations, correct?
It is man who do wrong and then blame God and Christians for it. Yes.
Okay, so now I'm telling you, in your scripture, the Bible says God choose leaders for nations. So are you saying we should take your word or we should take the Bible, what the Bible is saying?
All right, let me answer you this way. I'm not going to answer you yes or no. I'm going to answer you this way.
That's enough. Thank you. I've proven my point. Thank you.
You have not. Oh, you're here to prove points. I see. Okay, no wonder why we function, because you're trying to score. I'm not here to score. I'm here to reason with us. Anyway, if I decide, if the Bible says thou shalt not commit adultery, and I go out there and I commit adultery, and I have get diseases, and my wife divorced me and all of that, am I to blame God for my going out there and breaking his commandment? Or am I to blame me for am I to say, God, why did you make me with a penis? Why would you make another girl for me to go to? No, I must take responsibility for my life. I must take responsibility for my action and stop blaming Christians and others. Blame your damn self. Don't blame other people for your
That
sinfulness.
doesn't even address what he said. That doesn't even like address
Anyway, y'all can continue to be unbelievers. It's pointless.
It's the God's problem, because your prayer clearly says, lead me not into temptation. If the God is leaving you to go into temptation,
so
and
if
you
your
get into
husband go out there and cheat on you, hope you don't blame him.
Yes, it's the God's fault.
If your husband go out there and blame and commit adultery, and you hope you don't blame your husband, blame yourself.
My
Blame
husband
God.
doesn't pray for God to lead him not into temptation. Gods don't exist. I can't blame a God.
What has your husband going to go and cheat?
Imagine.
What's that got to do with the conversation we're having here?
It makes no sense.
The man was just going off. Oh, if you want to not believe in God, don't believe. Look, if that is what a representative of Christ looks like, listen, that guy has failed woefully. Nobody wants your Christ. If that's the way you're going to present your religion, I'm sorry, people will leave. They will leave fast.
And Afro, how many pastors, how many Christian leaders have been caught cheating?
And listen, did you hear him? If your husband goes out to go and cheat, don't blame him. Blame yourself. What the fuck? He goes to go and cheat. Now you want us to blame ourselves?
Blame ourselves.
That's a moron. That's kind of man will go and cheat on his wife and tell his wife, blame yourself.
Yeah.
For me going to cheat.
Maybe he did that, Afro. Maybe he did it. Maybe he did that. That's why he's just projecting. He's just projecting.
And you forgot that he kept saying as well that I think he said it like 3 times that there was a purpose to life.
Ugh.
That disproves.
Listen, such a person will say, God created me and you. And then you ask them, did God create your children? He say yes. But he had to go and huff and puff for 2 minutes or 1.3 seconds. And somebody fell pregnant. And then you want to say that God created, please get out of here.
We were created in God's image. Right? So if we were created in God's image, I want to know, what does God have in between his legs?
Exactly.
Is it a,
both,
what does he have in between his legs?
It's both. He has both. Since it says he created both male and female in his image. Yeah, so God has both.
Dabiosa, behave yourself. Dabiosa puts a shrimp there. God has a shrimp.
That will definitely get you some. That will get you into Sheol.
Sorry, Venus, what did you say?
I was saying comments like that will make sure your teeth are gnashing in the afterlife.
But wait, Venus, do spirits have teeth?
Do our souls have teeth?
They say when you're unalive, your body decomposes and your spirit it goes to hell. Do spirits have teeth to gnash?
Can our souls burn? That's my question. How do our souls burn? Since we're all going to hell afterwards.
Did the souls feel pain?
I thought we're leaving the flesh behind.
Listen, the people who wrote the Bible didn't think a time will come when people will be, more intelligent than they were, and people will have more access to information than they did, right? Because if they knew there was a thing like the internet, I think they would have written better stories. They would have written better stories, because most of the stories in those books make no sense at all, at all, at all.
Do you know what it is? Religion should have been left behind 500, 600, 700 years ago, because back then people were gullible enough to believe that somebody would smite them for being their human selves. But what it is they've been able to brainwash mass majority of people into believing this. That's why we still have religion. It should have been left behind. We should have left this. As a society, we've moved forward. We need to leave religion behind. It should have been left behind ages ago.
Yes.
Like, how people still understand it just boggles my mind, honestly.
I feel like it's because there's always going to be things that people don't know. There's always going to be questions, and we live our lives, in fear most of the time. Your brain just tries to survive, make itself feel good, and it's going to, use anything to make itself feel better. So as long as there's going to be ignorance, then there will always be, religion to answer those questions for you. It's the perfect way to kind of manipulate someone. It's the perfect way. It just uses all of your human weaknesses, your ignorance, your fear of death, your curiosity. It just puts it all into this one ball of just lies, That's what they do.
It plays the psychological function. It acts as an opium, literally. That's all it does. Give people a false hope that, maybe they won't get hit by a car, or if I pray this morning, maybe I won't get cancer, or my family member won't die from cancer. But we need to face reality.
Okay, guys, can we tap on the screens? If you're watching on YouTube, can you please give the stream a thumbs up? Okrika Gima says, hey, Miss Mizani, Okrika Gima, anything about the Bible is fake. Oh, anything about the Bible is fake. I agree. I completely agree. Guys, we've got to give goal as well. If you can send just a couple of roses to the people on the panel, right? In appreciation, right? Just for them being here, for them, engaging in the conversation. Yeah, so we've got Michael. Michael is up here. Hello, Michael. And in the comments, in the chat, do we have anyone who wants to come and speak on behalf of this miracle that we listened to earlier on? The fake miracle, fake ass miracle. And in Jerry Eze's platform, there is a lot of fake miracles. In fact, God has never healed anyone in NSPPD. God has never healed not one single soul, not one person. Huh?
What can I just say? Right.
Yeah, can I speak?
Oh. Okay, go on and speak, please. But just easy. Calm down, Michael, please.
Yeah, I just want to speak on this miracle that happened to this girl, because I was listening to somebody. He said that why she did not show the video when she was standing up,
Mm-hmm.
Somebody was listening to.
Thank you, Jermaine.
Somebody was listening to the YouTube, and she doesn't know that such thing will happen. So how can she put a camera on? And secondly, I want to let.
Hold on, sir. Hold on. I didn't understand what you just said. Can you explain that? Can you explain what you just said?
Yeah, somebody was saying that why this girl did not put the camera on when she was about to stand up during the church service.
Okay.
And I believe this should be a very stupid question, because the girl was listening to the service on that Sunday. And she doesn't know that such thing will happen to her. So how can she put on camera to video herself?
Do you believe that the miracle happened? Do you believe?
Yes, I believe, because miracles have also happened to me through this Pastor Jerry Eze.
What kind of miracle happened to you through Pastor Jerry? I'm curious.
I'll tell you one thing. I live in France here, and I was about to open a company here in France. and I have submitted all the documents, you know, which I need to submit to the authorities. So I was waiting for one document to come to me, you know, for like weeks. These documents have not come. So in the morning, you know, I called the agency that is taking care of my document. I say, when is the document coming? You know, they said that they don't know, that I should just keep on waiting. So I was waiting. So during the evening, you know, so one of my sister sent me this link of Pastor Jerry. Oh God, show me mercy. Believe me, I played this. Oh God, said, show me mercy around 12, and they finished it around 1. Between God and man, if I lie, let me not see anything good in France. These documents I was waiting for, madam, it came by 2:30 a.m. in the morning. It is not a lie. And by that time, nobody is working in the office. Everybody is asleep. I swear with my life, I swear with God, these documents I'm waiting for came by 2:30 a.m. in the morning to my mail. It is not a lie, and I don't frame it. It's real, and it happened to me.
Are you saying that it is the God that you prayed to that brought you the document?
Yes, because as of that time, madam, nobody is in the office. By 2:30 a.m., everybody is asleep. Every office is closed.
So how did the document get to you?
I don't know.
At 2:30 a.m.
This document came to my. I received an email.
Brother,
we all get delayed. You know that, right?
All get alerts.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. Wait, hold on. I'm trying to understand. You said the thing got to you how? Through an email?
It came through my mail. It came to my mail.
Your mail?
My mailbox. To my email, not my email.
It came to your email?
Yes.
So someone sent you an email at that time of the day?
I don't know how it came, madam, but what I know that after I finished praying this, oh God, show me mercy. I started it by 12 a.m. and I finished it by 1 a.m. I was just relaxing, you know, and I believe that something will happen. Believe me, I swear with my life, these documents came by 2:30 a.m. to my email. Nobody was in the office by that time. Everybody was sleeping.
You know, these things are done by automatic.
And secondly, hold on.
Why didn't it come the same time you were praying? Why didn't it come that time, that 12 a.m. or 12:30, whatever? Why your God did it 2 extra hours?
No. Wait, just hold on, madam. It is not a laughing matter, you know.
It's very funny.
It is not everything that
do you know that my direct debits leave my bank account at a minute past midnight? Is anyone working in the bank at that time? Is anyone doing anything? Oh God, please bring real miracle. I thought you were gonna say that you didn't have a hand, you were born without a hand, and now Jerry Eze prayed for you and your hand grow. This one you're talking is not miracle. Even those who don't believe in God, they got the same alert as you. So this is not miracle.
But
one second.
Mr. Michael, office by that time.
Mr. Michael, please.
You believe that?
Mr. Michael, please.
Automated. Everything is computer.
Okay.
We cannot rest.
Please, can I? Hold on now. Hold on. God damn. Okay, Mr. Michael, if you don't mind, how old are you?
My age is not important, madam.
No, you don't have to tell me. Wait, you don't have to tell me the exact age. Are you in your 40s or you're in your 50s?
I'm in my early 50s.
You're in your early 50s. Do you know how old Jerry is?
I don't know, and I don't want to know his age.
Okay, so Jerry is in his early 40s, I think. So, you who have a relationship with God, right? You pray to God. Your God cannot answer your prayers. Between you and God, you are the one who has a relationship with God. God wants you to go looking for this guy, right? God wants you to click on the link to this guy's prayer sessions or whatever, right? And it was those prayers that got you your email. And for people who don't know, hold on, let me do this so that you understand. These are the prayers that brought this man, huh? These are the prayers that brought this man. His hold on, where did I put the give me a second, please. Guys, listen to the prayers that brought this man the email. Wait, hold on, no, give me a second. I'm going.
Somebody shall fire. I don't know why I keep hearing the Jehu generation. The Jehu generation. The prophet went to Jehu. The Lord said to him, go to Ramogilead. Go to Ramogilead. You will find Jehu. Make him arise. All of them are captains. All of them are captains. But I have chosen Jehu. I have chosen Jehu. Make him arise. Make him arise. He has to break out because a new season is about to.
Is this the kind of prayers that you were praying that brought you your email?
I told you, I told you what I replayed was, oh God, show me mercy. This is what I replay. I did not go. I did listen to. I did not go looking for Jerry Eze. I did not go calling him on phone. I just listened to the message. He had already played this message maybe some months back. He just played just some months back. And again, I will tell you a second miracle.
No. Before we continue, before we go on, I'm asking you. Are these the prayers that brought you your email?
Of course, yes, of course, yeah.
So you said it was, oh God, give you mercy.
Yeah.
Oh God, show you mercy that brought you your email.
But Afro,
is this man telling us that he could not pray, oh God, show him mercy at home? He had to go and look for Jerry Eze.
I did not say I go to look for Jerry Eze. I said I replayed his message.
You are old enough to be Jerry's older brother by far.
Right?
Or even that
means a lot. It means a lot because your God, right, has overlooked you and gone to give Jerry everything. Now you have to go and find Jerry Eze's videos. Not even a current video, an old video. You're making a mockery of you.
Afro, I have a question for you, please. Can I? Afro, so I thought the miracle would have been beautiful if he never applied for the document.
Exactly.
Right? But you did apply. So I'm really confused. What is the miracle here?
These documents. It came.
Uncle, calm down now. Michael, don't shout. Calm down, please.
Let me finish my argument. You see, a miracle is when you don't have a passport. You don't have it. You haven't applied for a visa. You wake up in the morning, there's a passport, a visa in it with your name on it. That, if you tell me, is a miracle. But not when you've applied for the document. You have applied for it. And you telling me this is a miracle? Africa, wake up. This is so sad.
And this document came by 2:30 a.m. Is that what you're telling me? This document came by 2:30
a.m. saying, why did you even apply for the thing? Why didn't you just pray to God without filling in the forms or apply something?
Because this document has taken a long time.
Why do you need documents when you've got such a God? Why didn't you just pray to your God without doing the documents?
Can I ask my question?
No, before you ask, guys, I want you to understand what's going on here. Please. I want you to understand this, right? So the God of Jerry Eze and the God of Michael, he's up there. Right? He's just sat up there.
Okay.
He can see Michael struggling, right?
Yeah.
Waiting for documents. The God doesn't do anything. But the God wants someone to tell Michael about the link to Jerry Eze's prayers. And as soon as Michael hits the play button on Jerry Eze's shouty, bah, 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 God down says, you know what? Guys, angels. Right. Are you on your keyboard, angels? Yes. God, I've got my laptop here. Look, you think you can send that email now, 2:30 a.m.? This guy wants you to believe that the God up there in the heaven, right? God, I don't know whether it was God himself who did it, or it was the angels, one of them, sent him the email at 2:30. A grown man is telling you all this.
Okay, so Michael, can I ask a question, please?
Yeah, of course, you ask me. Yeah.
Okay, where was the email coming from? Was it coming from out of France? Out of France?
No, inside France.
No, it was from heaven, Chris. This email was from heaven. Straight.
So how do you know that people weren't working overnight?
There's nobody working in there, and these documents came from Tribuna.
How do you know? How do you know that?
No. Don't go that side. This document came from Tribuna, from the court.
How do you know that?
Nobody's working there by that time. Nobody. Don't go that side. Nobody's working by 5 a.m.
How do you know
people
that?
can take their laptops home and work from home, right, and send email to catch up on their work.
Nobody's working by 2:30 a.m. Nobody's working by
a lot of people in the corporate field work at 2:30 a.m. Some people even work till 4 a.m. to catch up with work.
No, because sometimes those people are working. They're corresponding with China people, Australia, so they have to work they're doing documents with people in Australia, so they work to correspond those business time. Because that with 10 hours ahead of us, 15 hours ahead of us, they have to work in for the office times. Okay, so maybe your file come across their computer and they have to authorize this file for you, and then just authorize and send down. And sometimes computer generated. It's a
no. Nothing generated. Nothing can generate anything. Nothing.
Okay, but you believe that somebody else outside of it.
Tell yourself the truth. There is nobody working by 2:30 a.m. in the morning. Secondly,
So your God is now so you believe for God to being a postman. Wait, can I ask the gentleman, please, Michael, if nobody was working at 2:30, where do you think that email came from?
I don't know.
Let's agree with you. Let's agree with you that there was nobody working. Everybody was asleep at that time. So where do you think your email came from?
This is what I cannot say.
Okay.
So how do you, if you cannot say where that email came from, how then can you, with your full chest, come here and tell us that it was Jerry Eze's platform that brought you that miracle?
Because I waited for this email for like weeks. And that morning of that day, I called the agency. I said, what is happening to this document? They said they don't know, that I just have to wait. And assuming these documents came maybe around 4 in the evening or 5 or 6, I was okay, it came from the office. You know, I just only do that. That these documents came 2:30 a.m. And again, I will tell you another thing that happened in that
Michael, can you tell me which officer I can call first and ask him how they send can you tell me which department of so I can call them and ask them how
don't laugh. Tell me. I'm listening to you. Ask me. Don't laugh. Just be serious. Tell me.
I'm asking you. Can you tell us which department in France send you you were applying to, and they send you that email at 2 o'clock, so we can do our own investigation as a non-believer. See if we can get it.
I'll tell you. This document came from the tribunal, from the court.
Tribunal.
That's where it came from.
Okay.
Yeah. And secondly, I'll tell you something again that happened. You know, when I finally listen to me. When I finally opened this company, you know, there are about 3 or 4 people doing the same business I was doing. You know, I was following Pastor Jerry. I was following him his morning devotion, and he prophesied that somebody here will go global. Believe me or not, those companies closed. Those companies closed. Today in my city, I am the only one doing that business.
But that is not global.
You're not global yet.
What is going on?
You are not global.
I don't even know your company. What is really going on? A grown man. Look at how you're thinking.
Rescilo, he said in his village, he's the only one who's doing the business.
What are you saying?
In his mind, that's global. In his mind, this guy, Michael, don't go global.
Africa, wake up. Come on. This is
there is nothing like waking up here. I know what I'm saying more than you. Don't say Africa, wake up.
How many countries have you got branches? Your company. How many?
I know what you want to say about global. I just use that word telling you.
No. I'm just asking. Forget about global. How many countries is your business in? How many countries have you opened offices?
It's not about
branches.
Talking about countries, you know. I just use global.
That's an open a shop. You open a shop in France. You open a shop. Is a grocery. You sell things in the shop in France. That's what you open a shop. That's what he did. You either open a shop in France.
Michael, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, ask me. Yeah.
So let's assume that God did give you this miracle, right?
Yeah.
Or any other miracle.
Yeah.
So do you mean to tell me that in Congo right now, 70 people were beheaded in church, 160 women were raped and killed by rebels? So do you mean to tell me that God skipped over their prayers for help and came to you to give you your documents at 2:30 a.m.? Why hasn't he answered their prayers? Why hasn't he given them their miracle? All the people in Nigeria that are starving, what about them? When did they get their miracle? But he skipped over all those people to give you your documents. Is that what you're trying to say?
You didn't go to Jerry Eze.
Everything depends on your belief.
You didn't go to Jerry Eze.
That's disgusting. That's a disgusting statement to say.
Depends on you.
No, Michael, that is a
what you believe in.
No, Michael, that is a disgusting thing to say, right? You were just told these are people who are in church. They were praying to the gods. But these rebels came, raped and analyzed in the church. You don't say it's about your level of belief. Don't say that.
And Congo is a 95% Christian country. So these people are praying to God, but 70 people are beheaded in a church. The evidence is there. 160 women and children were raped and killed in a prison. These people are all Christians. They're all praying to God every day. But God skipped over them. He didn't give them their miracle because they didn't go to Jerry Eze. But because you went to Jerry Eze, God gave you your documents.
I don't know about that. But
Okay.
I'm telling you that.
So we're talking about the
everything depends on what you believe on. You know, if you believe and it happened to you, you know, why I make up this comment is for people to believe that there is still miracle that happened. That Pastor Eze is not fake.
But guys, did you hear what he said about the miracle? He said there were about 4 pray with Jerry Eze. Those companies were. So
it's not that they closed. They did not close. They stopped doing the business. It's not that they. I said that they stopped doing the business.
Yeah, I'm agreeing with you. It's the power of your God that made them stop, correct?
Wait, I do have a very important question, Michael.
Okay. Yeah.
Michael, do you pay have you paid any money to Jerry Eze's platform?
It's not. It doesn't. It's not important.
It's very important. Please.
No.
Hold on. I'm speaking. It is very important.
Why?
Have you paid any monies at all? to Jerry Eze.
Why?
Have you, yes or no? Yes or no?
It is not important, madam.
Okay.
It is not important.
It is
left between me and my God.
It is important. You know why?
Why? Why?
Jerry Eze now flies in private jets, but you don't. You are funding his private jet lifestyle.
Well, but you it's like you are putting words into my mouth. I did not tell you that I have paid or I have contributed money there. I say it is left between me and my God. I never said I have paid money there or not.
If you can't say yes or no, that means you done it, and that's all. That if you can't say yes or no, that means you done it, and that's silent mean consent. Sorry, Michael.
Oh God! I don't know.
I should call him Michael. I should be calling him Michelle. That's what it says in the French. Because you're French.
So, Michael, so you are a Christian, right, sir?
Of course, yeah.
And how long have you been a Christian?
See, since I was born.
Since you were born, so 50-something years, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so Michael, are you going to heaven?
I don't know.
Sorry?
But I believe that there is heaven.
Sorry. The question that I asked was, are you going to heaven?
But you're not God now to ask me this question or to judge me.
You have been a Christian for 50-something years, and you can't answer whether you're going to heaven or not.
And it's not every Christian that will go to heaven.
Okay, are you going? I get it. Are you going? I'm asking about you. Are you going?
You don't have to ask me this question, madam.
I want to ask you.
No. You don't have to ask me.
The reason why I'm asking you, I want to know whether all your 50-something years as a Christian has been beneficial to yourself.
Afro, don't ask. He has a company now. What are you talking about?
No. I'm asking. Very important. This is very important.
The guy has a company now. He doesn't want to go to heaven.
Stop, no.
No, but if he has to go to heaven, he got to leave right now. You think he want to leave?
No, not now. He can still live for another how many years? But I want to know if he is guaranteed a spot in heaven. Because listen, how are you a Christian for all those years and you are not sure you're going to heaven? Then what's the point in being a Christian?
You don't have to ask me. You have to ask yourself. I know where I am going. You know where you are going.
No, you don't know where you are going, sir.
Of course, I know where I am going, and I don't have to tell you that.
Okay, are you going to heaven?
You don't have to ask me, madam. I know where I am going.
Are you going to hell? Are you going to hell?
I was going to say email.
It's the same question you are still asking me, madam. The same question.
Okay, so now that you are a Christian, what are the benefits of being a Christian for yourself? What are the benefits for you?
So many benefits, a lot.
Like what?
A lot, madam.
Like what now?
So many, a lot. So many, a million benefits, billions, not even billions benefits.
Yeah, name one. Name one benefit.
It's not important. It is not important, madam. It is never important for me to name it.
Okay.
But I tell you, it's a billion benefit.
Okay, you
know,
just like the Muslims. The fact that you cannot name a benefit or two.
Yeah.
Then you really have to ask yourself the question: is your Christianity, is it worth it?
Of course.
Is it worth it?
It's worth it. A lot. It worth it a lot. A lot is worth it. A lot is worth it. Just like the Muslims, just like the Hindus, just like the people that worship idol. You know, there are benefits they get from worshiping what you worship. You know, in this world, believe what you believe, and if it's working for you, believe it.
Wait, let me just ask. Do you believe that the Muslims have a different God than you do? Because I've got news for you.
You said?
I'm asking, do you think that the Muslims have a different God to you?
No, it's the same. It is the same God. We are all worshiping one God.
What about the Hindus then? Hindus
One God.
have hundreds of gods.
One God, because a Muslim will call on God, he will answer. A Hindus will call on God, he will answer. Every religion will call on God, and even if you don't go to church,
I don't
you
go
can
to
call on God
church.
and he will answer you.
No, that's a lie. I do go to church quite frequently, but I go to point and laugh more than anything. Sorry, I'm just being honest.
Look, can I just ask you a question?
Go on.
Do you go to church?
Every Sunday, yes.
And what is the benefit of going to church to you? Can you tell me the benefit of going to church? What have you gotten from
Well, I don't believe
from
in
being
God.
close to God?
I don't think you've met the requirements of the honesty of your claim. You need to prove your claim before I worship any God.
My brother, why I came into this stream? It's just for you. It's just for me to prove to you guys that one, Pastor Jerry Eze is not fake.
It is fake though.
And secondly, miracle happens. It happens. It is not a. It happens.
Uncle, please. There's somebody in the comment section. He said he's in France. Can he work in your company?
There are many jobs in France now. There are many jobs in France. You know. There are many jobs in France.
Chris, I don't know what's up with your mic. Your mic is sounding very.
Okay, no, sorry, yeah. Jerry has a corner shop in France, for somewhere in Paris.
Jerry has a corner shop?
Yes, and he sells African food and clothes and things. He's on his profile. Look on his profile, see. There.
You said what?
It's on your profile. It's a shop on your profile. The shop there.
Who? Jerry has to have a shop.
You I'm talking, Michael. You have a shop, don't you?
I'm not even hearing you very well. What you are speaking?
P-Max said he need a job in the comment section. Please hook him up, please.
But there are many jobs in France now.
Yeah, but you can help him out.
And moreover, I am not recruiting. So how can I give him a job?
Oh, okay.
So it's the court. He had to go to court in order to get papers to open African food shop.
I never said it is African food shop. The last paper, the tribunal will have to approve it for you.
I'm talking to Chris. I'm talking to Chris.
No, I saw him in a shop. His son looked like he's like his shop. I was saying, I was asking, is it his shop?
You said?
That's your shop that you're in Paris.
I'm not. I am not in Paris.
Okay.
I am not in Paris. You know, I am far away from Paris. I am not in Paris.
So, Michael, you truly believe that the email that was sent to you at 2:30 was a miracle?
Yes.
Even after what we said?
Yes, it is a miracle.
Wow.
Yeah, it is a pure miracle. Because why I say it's a miracle is that this email, if I did not call the people in the morning, or if this email maybe came maybe around 4 or 5, you know, I was okay. It came from the somebody sent it. But can you tell me who sent me email by 2:30 a.m.?
Whoa, hold on. Did you say you even called them that morning?
That's what I was saying. Like you reminded them that you're waiting for your documents.
No, it's not them that sent it to me. It's not them. Listen to me. Just listen to me. I called the, listen to me. I called the agency that is working it out for me. And it's not them that is giving these documents. And even if it is them, I say, even if it is them, nobody send you letter or email by 2:30 a.m. Nobody do that. And this letter does not come from them. It came from the tribunal, from the court, that will give you the approval, the final approval for you to go on with what you are doing. Okay. It's not them. But I called the agency. They said that I have to wait, that they don't know when it will come.
Okay, my brother.
That they don't know when it will come.
Let me ask you a question. My brother, do you have a bank account?
Yes, of course.
Have you ever received an email around midnight or after midnight before from the bank?
No.
You said no?
Yeah, I've not.
All right.
Don't say that they program it. My brother, nobody programs letter.
Okay. I'm gonna ask a question.
Man, let us be matured. Nobody will program you a letter to come to you by 2:30 a.m. And it's not an ordinary letter. This is your final approval. Nobody does that, madam. Let us be truthful to ourselves. Nobody does that.
Michael.
Nobody does it.
Okay, let's use a bit of reasoning here. Do you agree that it's possible for some people to carry on their work late?
Nobody does that.
Nobody does that. People who work.
Nobody does
wait,
that.
Wait. You're telling me people who work in the corporate field, lawyers, they don't take their computers home to quickly finish up some stuff before they head to bed.
And no. God of mercy, madam. Nobody that works in the court takes court computer and go home and send the email. No, I mean it does not happen, madam.
Okay,
it does
not
happen.
What about when they're working from home, when they're doing remote work? They can't take their work computer home with them.
Madam, France, you don't do remote work. Everybody work in the. You come to work every day.
That?
Yes, I'm sure. I can prove it to you. Nobody works remote in France. Nobody. And most people working in the tribunal. Nobody works remote. You must be in your office and close by 4 or 5 or 6. I don't know. And nobody, I repeat, madam, nobody will program you a letter to come to you by 2:30 a.m. Nobody does that.
Afro, I gotta go. I have a headache.
Okay, you just have to leave. Just believe that miracle happened.
This is impossible. It was not a miracle. Somebody clicked send on the email.
And also,
I just went on Google and I got remote jobs in France.
What do you call it? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear.
Okay. You will see the person who sent you the email. You will see the one who sent this. So if he is the recipient, the sender's information would be there. Mr. Michael.
Yeah, I am. Yes,
the
I am.
sender's information is on that email, right or wrong?
No, it's not sender's. This it came with a stamp. You know
what kind of stamp?
It came stamp of the court. It's not that somebody will sign it.
Sent you that email, sir.
So many issues with that.
Someone sent you that email. If you go and look at it, of course, you would find the sender's details.
No, it's not. There is no sender's detail there, madam. There's no sender's detail.
Well,
no sender's detail. They only have a stamp. And even I can send it.
We're talking about an email. So what stamp are you talking about?
No, I said this email. It wasn't that it is sent by Mr. Paul or Mr. Malcolm. it is sent from the tribunal, and it have a tribunal stamp there. It just have only signature. Yeah. And the name of the person is not there, the time is not there. It just signature and stamp. Finish.
Michael.
Yes.
Bonsoir. Pendant que je fais Kosovo.
Hello?
Parlez-vous français?
Oui, vas-y.
Answer me in French if I speak to you in French, but for the rest of the people that are here, generally, when you go home from work, you get to take the company's laptop and you get to work whatever time you choose to work. When it comes to an email, something that is physical, that can't be explained, if it's sent to you by anyone, doesn't matter by whom, when it was sent by the tribunal, they have to have two components in order for it to work. One, a sender and the receiver, and two, a .com, .it, or it's called an extension for it to work. My question to you, that is a miracle that happened. What is God extension for the email? Is it a .com, a .r, a .it, a .uk? What is God extension?
Nah, man, my brother. Let me tell you one thing.
We're not brothers. I know.
Hold on. Maybe I believe you live in France. I believe, you know. If you are working in the tribunal or in the court, you know, most people might have their own private laptop, private, you know, and for me, I don't believe that somebody working in a tribunal will go home and be working for me by 2:30 a.m.
Okay. So I want to ask you a question. Okay, fine.
Yeah. Ask me.
Okay.
Yeah.
2014, your then President Jacques Chirac was sending email to the current Prime Minister, Emmanuel Macron, was being sent on a daily basis. Most of those emails were sent between 12 a.m. and 6 a.m.
You say Jacques Chirac, President.
Hold on.
My brother, you don't need to compare those ones now. Those ones they don't sleep, brother. They don't sleep. They don't sleep. Now how are you comparing them with what you are saying?
I want to ask you a question. Now, those emails that Jacques Chirac sent, they were sent to your current president, which is Mr. Macron. My question to you is, do you think either of them got the emails between those period of time, or they were set to be sent at that period of time? If you wish, I can show you my inbox. There is about 8 or 9 mails that will go out to patients sometime during the course after midnight tonight.
Hi, nah. My brother, can you tell yourself the truth?
I always do.
How can somebody just let us be plain here and be open-minded, my brother? How can somebody program a mail to come to maybe to somebody else or maybe to me when he or she believes that I am sleeping? What stop? Hold on. What stop him or her to send it in the morning? When
Is it possible? I think we need to consider one thing. It's possible that the email was simply delayed. The court has to send out like 100+ emails every day to 1 million different people. It's possible that it was simply delayed and reached your mailbox at a later hour, despite being sent earlier.
No, madam, no.
Emails can be delayed.
No, don't go that side. No. Email go instantly. It doesn't take time to go.
Not always.
Not in all cases.
Hey, calm down.
Oh God! Why you are trying to confuse people? Why you are trying to confuse people? Email doesn't waste time to go. Don't confuse people here, please. Don't confuse people.
Michael, stop shouting. Venus, if you send 10,000 emails, let's just say where I work, if they're sending it's called a spoof email or a mask email. If they're sending that email and that email has to arrive to you on the 10th, that email is drafted on the 5th. It is proofread by HR and it gets sent out on the 9th at midnight. You receive it on the 10th, the date, the 10th. Sometimes you may receive it 6 a.m. in the morning, or you could get it at 11:59 at night. You understand? But you're still getting it within the 10th. That is how email works. And when email is sent to someone, it has to have a sender, one, and it has to have a receiver. All email that is using the internet has to have an extension to it. A dot whatever has to be attached to it, or it can't be sent. My question to Michael, all the dot whatever on the face of the earth, each country has their own dot whatever. You understand? My question to Michael, because it is such a great miracle, exactly where and when is God's extension to send the email on the internet? What is the extension? Is it .god? What is it? Because it's a miracle. It was sent to you. So you can go to the email and you can tell us what it is. Because if it's it's going to be .fr for sure.
So now, can I ask you? So you mean this email was programmed according to you, or delayed according to you, to come to me by 2:30 a.m. Is that what you are trying to say?
Yes. It was all programmed to get to you.
No, brother, no, brother,
just
no.
Again,
Brother, no. No, brother, no.
Again,
no, brother.
Michael, stop making a fool of yourself.
I'm not, but I'm telling you what happened to me.
No, again, you are making a fool of yourself.
No, I think we think Michael understands technology the way we understand technology. There's a possibility he doesn't. Michael, we are not trying to disrespect you, but Michael, have you ever received your salary? What time does your salary enter your bank account?
I don't work for people. I work for myself.
That's fine, but there are clients who you send invoice, and the bank would say, "Oh, this will clear within 2 to 3 days." Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, and then when sometimes you might receive it within 24 hours. Sometimes there might be a delay and you receive it, maybe the next 2 days or the next couple of hours. Yes?
Yeah.
That is the same way in which mail functions. But when it comes to big organizations, right, when they have to make payment, like you see the decision for your appeal or whatever you applied for, there are other cases that they have to attend to. So they have what they call backlog, right? So they attend to everybody. And what the computer does is once they've clicked approved, it picks your name, right? Because they've approved your letter, and then it starts to send it to everybody that has been categorized like that. Similar to the same way when the company receives 20 invoice, they give a green light on maybe 10 of them, and then the system starts to push it. Simple as that. That's it.
And that's not a miracle. That's technology.
But for him, don't forget, miracle for him, I think he's defined as a miracle because it's a wonder. Definition of object of wonder. So for him, it's an object of wonder. So Michael, we're trying to help you understand so that you remove that object of wonder, because technology is part of us. Like we do this every day. So we're trying to explain it and simplify it for you so that you understand. So do you understand now, Mr. Michael?
Well, you understand what you understand. I understand and believe what I believe.
Yes, but we are helping you to update your belief because we work with technology. Like we millennials, we're born into it and everything. So we're trying to help you to update. Like how everybody has different understanding. There are things you do in your business we don't know. You would enlighten us. So we are helping you to understand it better. Does it make more sense now?
My brother, I just told you what happened to me, you know. And okay. Now here I gave example, you know. Madam took it as if when I said global, you know, and it's just a phrase I use.
Fair enough.
You know, she said, "Where do I have? Which country have I opened our office again?" You know, but what I was trying to tell her is that before I opened this business, there are 4 people doing this business in the city where I am.
Okay.
You know, and I told her, I said what happened after Pastor Jerry made that comment, you know, and this is what happened. Okay. You know, somebody was asking me, which country have I opened branch? What kind of question is that? I just gave you an example, and such thing never happened, my brother. Such thing never happened.
Yeah, but
because
Michael,
I'm not the one that told them to.
You're going over.
Stop doing that.
Michael, Michael, what you're doing is going.
Africans have woken up, which is sure, but there is still God and there is still miracle.
Okay, Michael.
You know, Africans,
Michael,
we have already woken up for a very long time.
Michael, do you remember like when they used to say that in the village they'll put TV and people were wondering what's going on in the TV? Or why are there little people in that box? Do you remember those stories?
Yeah, I think.
Okay, now the reason why our people did not understand any of that is because that, you see, to them, that was a mystery. But when their own sons went into cities and they said, oh, this is just technology, someone sending signal. And this is why those little people are in that box. They came back, and what did they do? They told our forefathers about it. And then it no longer became a mystery or a miracle or something mysterious. This is what is happening here.
Okay, brother, let me just ask you a question. Do you believe in God?
Not in the way you do, but
then tell me, how do you believe in your own God? Tell me.
So, God is a title. That's why in your Bible it says God of Jerusalem, God is a title. Understand this. The title, right? Okay. From my perspective and my understanding with all of this is you are your own God. You are your own God, right? You are your own God. There is a creative force that exists that binds all of us together, which is why we feel the way we feel and think the way we think, right? The only difference is there are degrees to this awareness. That is it. It's as simple as that. Even, let me use your own Bible, right? You're a Christian, I assume, yes?
Yeah, of course, I'm a full-time Christian.
Okay,
yeah.
I believe in your Bible, the character of Jesus Christ said, are ye not gods? Ye are children of God, so you are gods, right? Whatsoever you think within you, right? It's that is what it is. When you seek the Father, right? It said, close your eyes, yes? And in there you would find him. So now what he has just told you is, oh boy, now inside you, now it's the thing there, not the outside. But depending on who is preaching and who is talking, they preach to you differently. That's it.
Okay, brother, let me give you a test. Maybe you don't do it today, but maybe maybe tomorrow or when you have time, you know.
Sure, just you can say it to everyone is listening. Just say
no. I'm of course I will. Of course I will say it here. I want you to go to YouTube. Search any of Pastor Jerry's message, title, oh God, show me mercy. Just be truthful and come here maybe tomorrow or next tomorrow to tell us what happened, you know?
My mind and your mind do not function. Okay, let me
listen to me. Maybe just listen to me. Maybe others will say, okay, let me try it and see what this man says if it's true.
But Mr. Michael, you've gone away from the question you asked. You asked me about God. Mr. Jerry.
No, forget about that one. We don't need to God. If you start today to speak about God, my brother, in the next 10 years, we will never finish.
No, but we're trying to help you understand the question you asked.
But I want to put people here on trial and the test.
But these are not trial and test, Mr. Michael.
No, nah. Oh God, nah. Please, brother, can you just listen to me, nah? Please.
Michael, hold on. Michael, calm down, Michael. You're shouting. Just let me ask you a question.
Just
right?
no. Before you do that, please. When you go on YouTube, yeah, and type, "Oh God, show me mercy," yeah, right.
There be a turnaround. Let there be a turnaround. Let there be a turnaround. Abba. For you said the sickness is not unto death, but for your glory. Abba, they said, he whom thou lovest is sick. Your reply was, the sickness is not unto death. Abba, it's not unto death. Abba, what is happening is not unto shame. It's not unto disappointment. It's not unto failure. I'm sure they were so good for good. I'm sure the ones who love it are good for good. I'm sure they were so good for good. So that those that hate them without a cause. But see that glorify your name. I'm sure your people are so good for good. It's not over until you say so. I'm sure they were so good for good. Who says the thing that will come to pass? When you have commanded it, I'm sure your people are so good for good. I say, for there is hope for a tree. If it be cut down, there is hope for a tree. If it be cut down, for the sake of water. The state of water, but there is hope for that family, but there is hope for the one who stays at the end of the road.
This is, oh God, oh Lord, show me mercy. Michael, saying that we should all go and look for this and go and listen. This guy in 2025, we are being told to go and find this guy on YouTube and listen to this racket. Michael, are you serious?
Madam, yes. Let me. Okay, you have finished playing this.
Are you serious that this right here is what brought you your email? This thing.
I want to put us to a test. Just don't worry about it, madam.
Michael.
Everybody here is listening to me.
Michael.
Yes. I am listening. Tell me.
Is it this thing that brought you your email?
Yes, it is. It is.
This thing brought you your email.
Yes, it is. Now, let me put
Michael, can I ask you? You want to give us a test?
No,
can I ask you a
please,
question, Michael?
No, can you please let me finish?
Okay.
Michael.
Yeah.
We are not doing any tests. None of us is going to.
You might not do, but others will say, "Let me try and see what if."
Uncle Michael, I've muted you just for a minute. Nobody is doing any tests for anything. Your email has a sender. Someone sent that email to you. It's so straightforward. Honestly, I don't understand this thing. You can clearly see who the sender is for that email in your mailbox. But somehow you want to attribute it to this noise-making madman here. This noise-making madman here, can you please stop? You sound ridiculous, Michael. You sound ridiculous. You sound ridiculous. A grown man, grown adult.
Okay. Sorry. Thank you. I have. Can I just speak something here, please? Maybe you might, but don't all of you. We're not doing anything. Just don't speak for everybody. Speak for yourself.
No, please. Nobody's doing that. No.
Why?
Nobody is doing.
Why?
No one is going to Jerry Eze platform.
No, you cannot speak for everybody now, madam. Now, I mean, this is democracy now. Are you going to speak to everybody?
Okay, Michael, can you tell me, is Jerry Eze a true man of God?
Yes.
Okay, tell me how you know that Jerry Eze is a real man of God.
If I tell yourself, you will say it's a lie.
No, tell me, how do you know he's a true man of God?
If I tell you something now, you say it is a lie. You say, how did it happen? Blah 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 blah.
Just tell me and let's hear it. Just tell me. Let's see.
Okay, now. Last 2 weeks, God in heaven, God knows that I'm not lying. It's the truth I'm telling you.
Okay.
Last 2 weeks, I met a midnight prayer. You know, I just pick up one, oh God, show me mercy. You know, just listen to me, madam, please. Can you just listen to me? You know?
I'm listening.
And in the course of that prayer, you know, I said, God, please put these 3 words in the mouth of Pastor Jerry Eze. Listen to me. There are 3.
I'm listening. I'm listening.
Okay, then I said, God, this is your son.
Yes.
Please put this word which I'm uttering this night. This is 3 words.
Yes.
Put it in the mouth of Pastor Jerry Eze in the morning when he will host his morning prayer.
Yeah.
Believe me, I don't lie, and I don't have any reason to lie. In the morning, these 3 words I said is what Pastor Eze, he said it. I'm not lying and I'm not making it up. I swear with my life. These 3 words I said, God, Pastor Eze is your son. Put these words into his mouth. Believe me, in the morning, Pastor Jerry Eze spoke these 3 words I said. I don't lie.
So
I'm not lying.
So why, Michael? Why did you want God to put those words in Jerry's mouth?
That is my own personal thing, madam. We are going to
Michael.
Yeah.
Michael, the more you speak, the more I can't even.
Because you don't believe and you don't want to believe.
Please hold on. So you believers will talk about us having free will, right? You talk about free will. And so here you are praying to your God to put these things inside Jerry's mouth. Yeah? You want to hear these 3 words come from Jerry's mouth. Your God can tell it to you himself, but you want to hear it from the mouth of this guy who you are.
No, it's me that said it now. I said it.
Oh, please,
I said it, madam.
Let me finish, please. Okay. You want to hear these 3 words from the mouth of this person who you're watching on your phone or your tablet or whatever you're using to watch this guy. What about Jerry's free will? What if Jerry didn't want to say those words that day? Now you are forcing your God to go and put things inside people's mouth because of your selfish reasons. You want to hear those words coming out of Jerry's mouth. And as soon as the words came out of Jerry's mouth, what did the words do for you? What did they do for you? This level of entitlement, this level of selfishness, this kind of delusion is what we need to try and address, for goodness sake. We are busy praying to God to put words in people's mouth now. No wonder Jerry Eze can tell you guys to pray about for inanimate objects. Now I see This is the caliber of people he's bringing with him, with himself. This level of delulu is terrible. This Jerry Eze is a danger, honestly.
That's why I'm saying now. I want to, that's why I say to you, madam,
It's okay, Michael. I don't know if you got any more questions or somebody else.
No, let me just finish my last words. Yeah, then I will go and do my work. I want to tell us something here. I believe that everybody.
The only thing I wanted to ask Michael is that he said that he is able to pray to God and have God put words into Jerry's mouth the way he had in Pharaoh's heart, etc. But isn't it the same God who said to David, to Calchas, to Moses, and to Noah that, for I am God, and you will get away from me because I would take commandment from anyone? 2 Noah chapter 3 and verse 6 in the Torah. Isn't it the same God that says that? So Michael is saying that he has a direct plug or hook up with God, so he can talk to him, pray to him, whatever he does to him, and God will do his bidding. Michael, I applaud you.
Did you say you applaud him?
Yes.
For what?
Because he has a direct link to God and no other human does.
Okay.
So you can tell God, he can give him instructions on what to do and who to put words in their mouth and what he should and shouldn't do, and he would just go right along with whatever Michael says.
Michael could tell God to heal all the kids suffering with cancer, with
madam, let me say my last word before I go. Now, please don't.
God, I'm speaking.
Okay.
You can tell God, right, to do some very, to do things that can be very impactful, right, on the lives of people, that can change lives positively. But Michael would rather that his God put words in his idol's mouth so he can hear those words the next day. It sickens me, I'm sorry. It's sickening. No wonder he can come and pray horses and riders, and all of them will be shouting horses and riders. Level of foolishness. It's crazy. Do we have any other Christians that want to come up and speak to us? My goodness. Any Christians want to come up?
I can't believe I'm the first one in my whole bloodline to hear of a miracle email. I'm the first one.
Sorry, say that again. I didn't hear that.
I'm the first one in my generation to hear about a miracle email. First one of my bloodline.
A miracle email. Did you hear that? This God is going to send emails at 2:30.
I get emails from like the shipping company at like 3 a.m. Right? Who's in the factory at that time?
There's a glitch in heaven, man. Let it happen.
Maybe the Holy Spirit hacked into the court's computers and sent the email.
Why did the Holy Spirit prevent him from going to court in the first place?
Good evening, everybody.
Hello, good evening.
You know, it's not by chance I stumbled upon this page, because a few days ago I've been doing research, and I don't know, some people are just still sleeping. I'm a born Christian, I'm a born Catholic, and I'm amazed at what Afro is doing. I have to give you a round of applause. Afro, you're wonderful. First of all, the reason why I came up is because I heard Michael arguing a lot. And because I've grown up to be awakened, and I realized that people don't even still get the Bible, even if they carry it on top of their head and run after it, tie it inside their brain, they will still not get it. They say everything is written in plain sight, and Christians have just they are just being manipulated a lot because they are not like Christ. You understand? So I don't know if I'm making sense, Afro. If I'm deviating from what you're teaching, please let me know.
Are you a Christian, first of all?
Yes, I am, but I'm changing my perspective, man. I am changing.
You say you're a Christian, and do you still believe in God?
No, I don't right now because I am confused. And when you're becoming confused, you're becoming awakened. You begin to ask questions. Okay. So I need answers. I'm asking questions.
All right. Okay. Let's wait. Was it you who put in the comments that you have a message for everyone?
Yes. I have a message of consciousness.
A message of consciousness. And what does that sound like? What's that message of consciousness that you have for all of us?
Based on my own understanding, I believe that everything written in text is a message that has been passed to human divine nature, that we are in this body that but we don't really understand because we are just locked up with material things. I want to buy a Benz, I want to buy a car. Nobody's looking at things outside the box. You understand? So the spirit of consciousness that I have a message for, I want to let my fellow Christians know, because I am still a Christian by birth, but based on my realization, I wanted them to know that the heaven or hell that we are all running after and chasing after is within us. The hell is the lower part and the heaven is the above part in our own consciousness. When we realize that we are spirit beings that are created from they call it a damaged God, that's what they call it. That is the time we realize where we stand. But I'm just a beginner, so I like to be more enlightened, so I don't mislead people from understanding what the Great Awakening is.
The Great Awakening. Who's awakening people? Why are they sleeping?
It's we have to awaken ourselves. We, me, you. Nobody's gonna tell us who to serve because we have free will.
Okay, so you said something about God being inside of us.
Yes.
But if someone like myself does not believe in God, so there's no way God is inside of me.
Exactly. That's where I come in. When people avoid this teaching has already been bestowed on us from childhood, that there's a man above the sky that is going to, if you do bad thing, he will punish you, but he loves you and he still created hell to punish us. So if let me just say something here. There's a truth in every statement that is being made. It's just that we need to find it. You understand? When you mean God, that word God means supreme being.
No. There can't be a truth in every statement. Come on, my dear. What you're saying
there's a secret text, though I just
lies. Even in lies, there are truths in lies.
Yeah, everything. There are truth in everything. It's just that we don't know. Before somebody will say, I didn't take it, there's truth in something that they are just hiding.
You're talking woo-woo at this point. You're just talking things, just with no basis at all for what you're saying.
Okay.
I think that when we deconstruct from Christianity, it's very important to completely deconstruct so that you're not following behind another, equally ridiculous belief system to cope with that feeling of loss, right? You don't want to, but that's what you're doing though. So I don't know why you're saying exactly. The whole point is that you don't need to believe in magic or spirits or anything like that.
My whole point. Let me just say my text finish, and
God
then maybe
is not in
you can help me out.
We are humans, and we're just humans. We're overdeveloped apes, and that's the end of the story. We came from
Venice, I'm sorry, I don't
suit
believe I'm just an ordinary human.
Okay,
like
I
you
know
said, if I believe in God, like I said,
I know you want to be special. You want to be special, but you're not. You're just a person. We're all people.
Oh no, I'm not a person. I'm not just a human being.
You are. You're not. You're not special.
Oh my God. There's so many people.
Your flesh. Show me where your spirit is. Show me the spirit.
Show me where it is. You're just a woman. I'm a woman. And there's men and women and intersex people, whatever. But the whole point is no one's special on this earth. No one's better.
Okay, I want to ask you a question.
No one,
Venus, if you die, where do you
no
go?
one's gone.
If you die, where do you go?
Interesting question.
Do you know what the word Sheol means? Sheol? You know what that means? It means the grave. It means the grave.
And
You're
that's the
going
end.
The worms must be fed.
That is the end.
The worms have got to be
Nah,
fed.
there's a lot more, bro.
Okay,
Have you been there?
listen. Wait 1 second. Please let me interrupt here. So Jay, you said there is a lot more after we die.
That's why you didn't allow me to start up so I can get to that point.
Okay, no. You weren't. That was not what you were talking about earlier on. So I would like for you to tell us what happens when we die.
All right, there's what we call the circle of life. I am more of a reader and a studier than more of going to church person. I don't go to church. I don't believe this. I don't believe there's a physical heaven or hell.
After we
die, our subconsciousness emerges. You understand? That's not the end, because many of us have been reincarnated 1,000,000 times. I am telling you. So our subconsciousness emerges, and we have to choose if that we are going towards the light, or we just keep coming back, or never exist again. Everything is within us. It's us. It's just us. There's no physical heaven or hell that somebody will die and say, oh, I did good thing, I'll go to heaven, or I do bad thing, I'll go to hell. You understand? So there's this subconsciousness about us. We just need to wake up. That's just the truth. I don't know. I don't know how to explain to people.
I think you need to wake up.
Oh, really?
I think.
So you believe that when you die, that's the end?
Yeah, because you don't know what happens. Hold on, Danny. No one has unalived and come back. Unaliving is the permanent cessation of all feelings that cannot be regenerated. No one has gone to the grave. There's only near-death experiences, but no one has gone there. This thing you call subconscious is just your brain. When you get into an accident, when you don't have a brain, when your brain is damaged, this thing you call subconscious disappears and changes. All of it is
so
the
we are
brain,
just
and
we are
you
just
can't
empty
show me.
shells walking on the surface of
No,
the
we're
earth.
not empty. We're not empty.
Can I just quickly? Let me just quickly share something with all of you. So right now it is 12. So 0030, right? So that's 12:30, and I made an application some days ago. I've just received a response for the application that I made. You know, that gentleman is saying he received something at 2:30, right? Right now it's 12:30, and I've just received a notification that they have responded to my application. So now a Jerry Eze follower will say that is God. A Jerry Eze follower will say that notification, that is God.
That's your hard work.
But Jay, have you seen a dead person before, Jay?
Yeah, a lot.
So when that person is dead, does anything happen with them? What happens to the dead person?
The body decays. The body, it decays. It goes back to the earth where it came from. The body, not the subconsciousness, not the mind, not the spirit, not the soul. The body.
Wait, so
the body.
Wait, hold on 1 second. So the body, and then these other what? The subconsciousness, the mind, the spirit, the soul. What are these?
That's why I'm telling you that we are divinational powers. The God we are looking for is me and you, is in us. Okay, tell me. Okay, I have a question. Why did God destroy the Tower of Babylon? Why did God destroy the Tower of Babylon?
Jay, you are speaking what we call woo-woo. This what you're saying right now is woo-woo.
Oh my God. Okay, I'm going to play text for you.
Better woo-woo. This is all this you are talking is just out of this world. My goodness, what the fuck?
I wanted to say, I think, Jay, you're in the process of deconstruction. So when I was 15, I feel like this is what I went through when I stopped believing in like Christianity. and because of like the fear of the afterlife, you start clinging onto these random. We have the power in us and all this until we realize we're just like any other animal on this earth. We came from evolution, we developed, and now we're living, and probably in like 1,000 years we'll go extinct. When we die, there is nothing. There's no divination power, whatever you're trying to cling on to. I think focus on your deconstruction for now from Christianity, from God, before you cling onto these like random beliefs and all these like stuff of power, whatever.
Jay, growing up, Christianity has inserted this thing in us that if you sin, your place is in hell. So my question is, how many times Satans have to fuck up for God to send them to hell?
That's the problem. You don't get my point. I don't even believe the fact that there's a sin. I don't believe that we choose freely. There's no sin. There's nothing like sin. To me, I don't know about other people. Everybody have what they believe.
Where are
They
you
can
getting all these things from, Jay? Where are you getting all this from?
I read past books and words and reading Bible, book of Enoch.
You ain't read no books.
Lilith. There's so
Guys,
many.
Do you want me to take this?
No.
Okay.
There's still some things when you were speaking earlier on Adelumen, some things I personally did not agree with. As some of us here don't believe in God, and for you, you believe in some sort of idea of a God. Then you said, Ade, that we are gods or something like that, and I don't agree with that, Adelumen.
So remember, I said God is a title.
Yeah.
Is a title that is given. It's similar to how your name is given. So the ancients, they called it God. It's just in modern they will call it awareness. It's as simple as that.
So what was you saying to that other gentleman about?
Remember
that we are gods.
So remember yesterday I said if you are to talk to someone who is like still trying to understand, you need to connect with them based on how they see this.
No, we don't need to connect with people who believe in who are delusional. We don't need to connect with people who believe in outrageous things. No, I'm sorry.
Because the definition they understand, right, is still old. That's why I said we have to do that. Because
it's old and wrong. Directly. It's old and wrong.
So we should pander to the misinformation. We should.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Go backwards, right? Go down to the level of you don't understand. A lot of us have put in the hard work.
I understand
that. In the hard work.
If you remember,
hold on. Let me finish. Some of us have put in the hard work, right, to get to the point where we can confidently say that we are atheists, don't believe, right? And so telling someone like myself, because I'm now listening to somebody who's speaking woo-woo, I should now come down to their level. It's like I would be in that conversation just deceiving myself and deceiving that person, right? At what stage will that person finally get it? We need to challenge. We need to challenge these bad opinions, these ideologies. These are the things that harm us.
Sorry, Afro, is there a part in the Bible that they say ye are gods? Is there a part? Because I'm just confused.
I do not believe in the Bible.
Oh, nice. Thank you.
I've got a question.
I don't believe a single word.
But
I got a question. Yeah.
Wait, one second. 1 second, Matt.
Adam and Eve eating the apple, is that the only sins that they've committed?
Bro, the definition of sin
is that the only sins? My question is that
the definition of sin
that they've committed.
The point.
Because
there's no sin.
No, if that's the only sins they've committed, yeah, and then you lot say your God is so loving, is so forgiving. So this guy couldn't forgive him. He decided to send them. He decided to punish them.
Because he doesn't want them to know anything about knowledge, power. He doesn't want them to know anything about that.
Your God couldn't even forgive them. He couldn't even forgive Satan's, yeah. But he decided he couldn't even deal with him up there. He decided to send him down here so he can mess up with the your brains, yeah. Is that what you're telling me? Because your God is so forgiving, he couldn't forgive. He could have forgiven the Satan up there.
Well, in my own understanding of that, PMX, you're on the right track based on what I understand. Because when I asked someone this question, when God created Adam and Eve and he gave them a rule, he said, "Don't eat from this fruit. Of this fruit you can eat of."
It doesn't
so when
make
they did,
sense.
Since he knows he's all knowing,
It
why
doesn't
did he have
make
to?
sense. It
Doesn't make sense.
God knew. He knew. Because he said he knows everything. He knew you before you were even formed in your mother's womb. So he knew, apparently, he knew our destiny. He knew everything. He knew what we're going to do tomorrow. He knew what we're going to do the next second. So he knew these people, they were going to eat the apples. So why allowing them?
Yes, me, I don't understand. Jay, you believe in the Bible?
No, I'm taking facts that I want to see and ask questions. I don't, because I am.
Can you please answer my question? Do you believe the Bible?
I don't, because the Bible is misleading. It's a book, right, to put people under slavery.
Why do you keep quoting from the Bible?
Right,
because that is what Christian want. Christian, they are always, they always bring this Bible as a weapon.
But we are not
You
Christians.
understand?
We are not Christians now. Yeah.
Jay, you brought up the Tower of Babel. Why did you bring up the Tower of Babel?
Exactly. She just keeps quoting from the Bible.
That is why I asked you. I basically
Jay, I'm sorry.
felt that
Jay, 1 second. Are you female? I can't see your picture.
I'm female.
You're female.
I'm a beautiful female.
Sorry, darling. I just needed to be sure because I couldn't see your picture from here. I just see.
I'm a beautiful female.
Okay. Hello, beautiful female. All right, 80s cats. Go on and speak. Go on and speak to Jay, the beautiful female.
But let's not forget, she says she's trying to find her way.
Yes.
And exactly. So I don't let nobody get me confused here.
And this is why we need to call out the BS.
Right, Jay. You brought up the Tower.
All right.
Why would we care about the story of the Tower of Babel if we have no evidence this story even is true? Why would we reference it?
Okay, why did I reference it?
Yes.
Now, why I'm bringing it up, because when I look at your comment section, I'm seeing people calling me names, people saying shit, and now I feel that so many people are just confused. Why I brought it up is that if God was all loving, just as P. Mark said, and he saw people are working together at a certain goal, you understand? Why do you have to separate them so much that they don't even understand themselves? They have to fight and they don't have a common goal anymore. Yeah. If it's all loving, why is it that he created the heaven and the earth, and then he created Adam and Eve and told them not to eat of the fruit?
Okay, we agree. That's the part we're confused about. We're atheists. We don't believe the Bible is true. We don't believe there's a God. So when you reference something like the Bible, we're just going, yeah, we don't believe it either.
Okay.
So
I get your point now.
Right. So we kind of want to focus on the things you do believe in when you bring up things like souls and spirits and the afterlife.
Yes, I believe in divine divination. I believe in.
Wait a minute. How do we know there's any sort of God that has an afterlife or reincarnation? How do we know this?
Okay. There have been so many life stories, not stories like they wrote down. There's been so many events of people actually saying they've been somewhere before, or having remembrance of being in a car accident or of driving a plane before.
Right.
And their
people
kids
make claims. How do we prove those claims are true?
Is there a word against us? I don't know.
Right. So should we believe them if there's no evidence?
If there's no evidence, we can't believe what we don't know.
I agree. So when people are talking about reincarnation and there's no evidence for reincarnation, when people talk about afterlife and there's no evidence for an afterlife, when people talk about souls, when there's no evidence for souls, when people talk about spirits, when there's no evidence for spirits, why should we believe any of those claims?
Well, I believe because if assuming the whole earth is supposed to go up in flames right now and everybody just ends, you feel that humanity has ended?
Jay, why are we assuming that?
Because if there's no reason for humanity, why did you start it in the first place? If there's no reason for reincarnation, why did you start it in the first place? Why was there a Big Bang theory? Why are we there?
You assume, this is going to be hard to hear. Just listen. We don't actually have a purpose other than to procreate. That is the biological purpose of humans. Beyond that, we make our own purpose. We are.
Yes.
The universe didn't create us to be something. That's part of the problem. If you don't make your own purpose and realize you make your own life, you're going to wonder, well, there got to be some reason we're here. The real reason is you got born. And everything after that is something you create. That's it. And when it's over, as far as we know, that's it. So live the best life you have now. Do the best you can. Have the most influence. Be the best person you can now. Stop worrying about an afterlife. Stop thinking that this is going to happen again. Be your best now.
So, Puppet, are you trying to tell me as an atheist, you guys believe that this is it? This is it? We're done, we're done. Are you serious?
We don't know where we're going. When you die, nobody knows. Nobody knows.
So
Nobody knows. If you know where we're going, tell us. Or if you know anybody who died and resurrected and came back and told you.
I don't know why do we say things like nobody knows where we're going when we die? We ain't going nowhere. There is nowhere to go to. We know what happens when we die. We have seen dead people, right? We have seen dead people. So if you have seen a dead person, then how are you asking the question, where are you going when you die? You are dead. You ain't going nowhere.
I'm going to ask something. Jay, how old are you?
So we both agree that the Bible was a tool to mislead people and keep them in slavery, right?
It's a group of stories that are designed mainly at the time period to explain the society and try to explain unexplained events, and it's also tied to the idea of all these rules. Because of all these rules, society will be better, and the reward afterwards as a carrot. But Jay, my question is simple: how old are you?
Me, I'm almost 30.
Okay, I'm 50. I'm getting close to the end, and I'll be honest, it scares me. I don't like it. I don't like knowing that it's not it's long, but it's not that long. Of course it's worrisome. And it would be nice to be comforted with the idea that once I breathe my last breath, that there's something more. Because nobody really likes the idea of it just stopping. But why should I lie to myself, and why should anybody lie to themselves about there being more to
I didn't get your last question, please.
Why should we lie to ourselves about something we don't have evidence for? Just to make yourself feel better. Because the acceptance of this is what we have led me to push to do things that I feel is right. To fight for things I feel is right. To try to help humanity the best I can. To do the things that matter to me.
if I felt like there was more to this afterwards, maybe I wouldn't apologize when I do something wrong to someone. Maybe I wouldn't push to try to help the next generation. Maybe instead, I live with this idea of as long as I follow a specific religion or a specific viewpoint, everything will be okay. And that's not true. Why give your agency up in this life for the hope that there's something more after it?
What I'm trying to say is, I don't know, based on where you're coming from. I don't know why, because I don't believe anything yet until I find out myself. And the only way to find out is to just die. You understand?
Well,
and I'm not ready to die yet.
But
You get the point.
Jay, wait a minute, Jay. But the thing is, you're talking about things like reincarnations and souls and this and stuff. You don't know any of that is true.
Yeah, but Jay, apparently God has reserved a better place for you lot when you die.
No.
Yeah.
There's no better place he wants to reserve.
Why you believers scared to die? When you get sick, you rush to the hospital. Why not just let yourself go? Just make it easy because there's a better place reserved for you.
P-Max, I don't think you can put that one. I don't think you can put that on Jay. I don't think Jay is still here, there, everywhere. I don't know if you can do that.
I mean,
do we have any Christians in the chat? Do we have anybody who wants to talk about Jerry Eze? Huh? Do we have anyone in chat? Do we have any? We got a free box up here. Anybody wants to talk about? Has any of you received Lillipod? Lillipod. No. If you are a Christian, then my father is Dangote. If Lillipod is a Christian, then my father is Dangote. I'm sorry. Guys, do we have any Christians want to come up? Anybody? We've got some very brilliant minds up here. We've got Venus, we've got Muppet. See, I've just received another email. Look, the notification just landed on my phone. Hey. Okay, so that's a miracle. Zod.
It's a miracle from Zeus.
Ooh, yes. And former Christian. Any Christians? Anyone? God believer? Anybody want to speak to some atheists? Huh? You want to speak to some people who don't believe in God, or people that, agnostics? Jabiosa, I'm not talking to you. Zod, not talking to you. Lillipod, no. These are the troublemakers.
They're scared. They're all scared.
They're not scared. These ones, they're troublemakers. See, Arsenal 14. Is Arsenal 14 still there? Is Omo there too? All right, so we don't have any Christians in chat? Nobody?
Well, I think the conversation we've been having connects really well with the prompt. Because it's this hope and this desire for this extra thing to be true that allows people to fall for these claims, these tricks, these scams. If you have a need or you fall for this belief that there's such a thing as a God, well, then you want to see evidence for that because you want verification that this belief is true. And then when somebody like this comes on and performs basically bad magic shows and sleight of hand and trickery to make it seem like there's miracles and magic and power, then you are verified in your mind of this lie. And it's easier to be manipulated because of this trick. And that's why you open up your wallet and you send money to them because you think you're doing the will to help. And it's because you start with a false idea And then somebody who's a con man enforces the false idea. There is no evidence for God. There's no evidence for miracles. No evidence of a soul. No evidence for a spirit. No evidence for an afterlife. There is evidence for con men. There's evidence for tricksters. There's evidence of people who know how to manipulate using words and tricks to make you believe something. And you only can believe it if you bought into the initial lie of a God.
Like,
These
I think,
Christians that
I think the issue here, right, is a lot of people do not know the original definition of the terminology that is being used. Everything is generalized. And I think that's where the issue is.
Are you saying, which terminology are you referencing?
Majority from God to any of it, right?
Okay. Could you tell me the etymology of the word God?
God Gund, God to invoke, that's what it means. Check the German, yeah, Latin to German.
Right. That is the English word God.
Yeah, God.
But the concept of God has been around before the English language. So even if we're not talking about the exact word God, we are, however, talking about the concept of a deity, of supernatural, of a power above.
No, that is something that is added by the preachers.
No, it's not.
Understand when, are you on Google? Do you search on Google?
I can look on Google, but here's the thing,
okay,
Addy.
Wait. Typing, when you type in God, look for the etymology. What does
the etymology of the word English word God?
Damn.
It means to invoke.
Yes, the English word God.
Yes, however, but where did that English word come from?
Please stop. I'm trying to be nice, but please stop and let me finish.
Oh my God.
Thank you. The etymology of the English word God, yes, does come from the idea to call or invoke. But the concept of a deity, which the term God now do, but the idea of a deity way predates English language. And that's what we're talking about. We could call them the flying bus of people from Venus, but we're still talking about the same thing when we agree what the concept of a God is. So I don't care what word you use. We're talking about the concept. And we're talking about the concept of a deity, of something that's supernatural, that tends to be a creator, that's above our reality.
That is a fallacy. That is a fallacy.
Really? Please tell me about ancient Samaria. Wait a minute. Tell me about the God in the
fallacy. A deity and a God are two separate things. They two separate things because one is a title to invoke a deity. No. I allowed you to explain yourself. I allowed you to explain your own knowledge. Let me now school you on this definition.
Oh, please do school me. Oh, please do. Go ahead.
That's what I intend on doing, right?
Oh, wait a minute. Before you school me, could you tell me? Wait a minute. I'm going to pull a little card out of my hat. I usually don't do it this way, but I'm going to. What's your degree in?
Which of my degrees do you want?
What's your highest one?
My highest one is an MBA.
Great. In what field?
International business.
Cool. Is anything you're doing history related? Is anything related to history?
Currently, no.
Cool. Mine is, hi, I'm Atheist Katz. I'm a historian. I'm a published historian, and I teach about antiquities. So please school me about the history of deities.
Yes, I can definitely do that. That's simple.
It could be fun. Oh, please provide sources as well.
Right. Okay. So deities are created for a group of people, a group of communities, depending on the region and area. That is how a deity is how they perceive a higher source or a higher being, right? That's a deity.
Right. All God's claims are deity.
Wait, let me land.
You said right, so I thought you were asking a question.
Yes, but God is just a title, invoke, simple. There is nothing more.
That's incorrect.
No, that's not incorrect, because
it is actually
I've just said.
But
what has happened? Listen, let me land. What had happened is they've made a joint between God and deity to invoke a God, to invoke, let's say, invoke a deity of happiness, to invoke. That's what has happened. They've joined it together.
Good question. Was Osiris a god?
Okay, so Osiris.
Was Osiris seen by the Egyptians as a god?
Osiris was seen as a deity.
He was seen as a god.
No. Osiris was seen as a deity.
You are messing around, because there's an English word that uses God, and God came from a specific etymology. You are ignoring, however, when we're referencing God using the English term, we mean a deity. That's the definition. That's how we're defining it. Because here's the thing. A word can begin as has an etymology that means one thing, but over time it becomes a different meaning. Which is why when we say God
I agree
in English
with that,
language,
that it could become a different meaning.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did my mouth stop talking? I didn't realize I stopped talking. Thank you. So when we talk about God, we're using the modern terminology for a reason, because that is what the definition is. So when we go back and we talk about ancient Samaria, and we talk about the gods who live in the ziggurats, or the ancient gods of Greece, or the ancient gods of Egypt, or any of those ancient gods, they are what we understand of a God terminology, which still fits. They fit across the board.
No, because personified energies are deities, and
do me a favor, Addy. Tell me the Egyptian word for deity.
I don't know the Egyptian word for deity.
How about Egyptian word for God?
The Egyptians do not have a concept of God. What they had was a concept of different deities, which is why they had multiple deities, multiple personified energies as deities.
Are you suggesting that polytheistic religion only have deities and not gods?
We are adding gods to it, but gods were not part of what it is. Because
Addy, have you actually studied Egyptology?
Not much. Just
have you studied ancient religions? How about
Isn't God like interchangeable with deity?
It is.
No, it's not.
It literally is.
Should not be, but because
it is
so
God and deity mean the same
so
thing.
because it's like that's why they say like the God of Israel, God of whatever, right? But it's simply what they are simply saying to invoke. That's it. To invoke something. But if you are to invoke something, you need to add something to it, which is where the deity comes into play. The Catholic Church is who we are to blame for this, because they started merging both together. That is it.
I was on your side at aid until you said that God and deity are interchangeable.
They literally are. They're synonyms. Just because the word etymology comes from a term that means to invoke or to call, does not mean that is what the word means. Now, the etymology is the base of it, not the definition of it.
Yes, go on.
Which part didn't you understand?
So check for the etymology of deity. What does it say? I mean, like, if
you understand how
words you are deciding to go this route,
watch this. Hold on,
meanings change. Meanings change over time. Sometimes words and definitions differ from their etymology.
Exactly.
That's just how language works.
The etymology is the base of the word, but it doesn't mean that the new word means the etymology, the base of it. That's not how words work. Words are descriptive. They change over time. The original word that was used, Gundam, could eventually meant
I agree.
power.
Remember what I said.
However, now God means a specific thing. Well, specific in a range because different people will say that God specific things. But that term God still fits with the gods of ancient Egypt, the gods of Sumeria, the gods that are that found in Zoroastrianism, the spirit gods of Shinto, the gods in Hinduism. God means something. And just because you don't like that we use the term God to describe them, fine. We can go back and I can pull up ancient Egyptian.
Muppet. If you remember, the beginning of this is how do we address the Christians, right? So that the better break. So it's easy to break it down, right?
Oh, it's easy.
So what I'm saying. So if they check the definition, that's what I'm just trying to do here. I don't care about the definition,
Abe. That's not what's going to do it.
No.
Telling them the term God actually means to call and invoke a power isn't going to do crap. What will do it is talking about how did you come to this conclusion? Is there reasonable evidence for your conclusion and reason of thinking? Are the events of your God, for example, the Bible, true? Is there historical information to show that the events of the Bible happened? Do we even know Jesus existed? Those are the things.
If you're talking to an indigenous African, right, which a lot of them are here, when you say deity and God, to them, it's two separate things.
No, it's not.
It is. The cultural context. So you need to understand the cultural context and the cultural mindset of our people. Understand this. When you say deity,
our people, are you Christian?
No, our people meaning the West Africans, those indigenous. Can you not hear the terminologies I'm using?
When the Egyptians were Africans?
Yeah.
No, see, majority of the people here are not Egyptians or whatnot, right? A lot of them, West Africa, this is what I'm talking. When you say to them a deity, what do they think of? They think of the deity from their village.
Who's a Christian, and I talk to them about God.
No, if you talk to them about God, they think of a Christian God.
We're talking about God.
Sorry,
Christian or otherwise.
Wait. Where are you from exactly? If I may.
Does it matter?
No, because
it really doesn't.
Matters.
It doesn't.
No, it does matter if you're talking to people who are like from West Africa, who literally spent a lot of time.
I talk to people from West Africa all the time. I am a constant person on these lives. You think you're the first one I talk to?
That is not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is their understanding of what is called the deity and the God are two separate things.
No, that's not true. I'm West African, and that's a lie.
According to Dr. Yusuf Ben, deities were in ancient Kemet. There were no gods. God is an English word. I support the gentleman who's saying about the deities.
So we've addressed that. We've addressed that.
It's fine. If you wanna say, sorry about the sirens, I hope you can hear me. If you want to say that they didn't have the word God, that's fine. They had the word deity, which means God. Right?
No, you
say
the
word God.
No. You can't say that. You won't dare.
Yes, you can.
No.
What's the difference? Okay, what's the difference between a deity? What's the difference between a deity and a god? What's the difference?
Pronouncement by the people then.
Okay, I agreed with that. What is the definitional difference between a deity and a god?
Well, according to the English language,
not English. You wanted to say West Africa. So in West Africa, what was the difference between a deity and a god?
God is the same thing. Who is
differentiating? I going according to what I read by Yusuf Ben Buchanan and Henry Clark and these fellas. Right? I was not there. The word God was not used
God
there.
or goddess. Roland.
Okay, they didn't use the word God. Fine. But they use the word deity, which literally means God. They didn't use God. It's like red. It's like red in Japanese versus red in English. It means the same thing, but the word red. No, don't tell me no. It's a different.
By a collective.
Oh my God.
Are you people serious right now? Like you guys don't know the definition of deity. A deity means God. It's a god or a goddess. It's literally.
Who said so?
Actually.
Oh my God.
Oh, deity means God.
Wait.
Actually,
Like, come on, guys.
a person. No, this is just what I was trying to differentiate is if you take someone who's come out from a village or somewhere, right? Someone, when you say, oh, what's a deity to you, they will call their indigenous, personified energies. Those are the deities. But if you say to a Christian, if you try telling a Christian that Jesus Christ is a deity, they will have a fight with you. Because what they perceive as deity is something that is done, by a selective group of communities in different regions. So this was where I was trying to get to when I was trying to talk to Muppet then, was when you are talking to individuals who come from this region, right? Try and separate both for them, like separate it aside. That when they go check their research and do it, they'll find, oh, they're talking about God.
No, it's the definition of the word. I'm not going to give them false information to make them feel
It's
good.
not false.
Their deity,
There is nothing
their
false.
deity is God. Their deity is Jesus.
Venus. Do you know what the etymology of the word woman is?
Womb, man.
Right, but it's the word wisman. The etymology of that is wife. So woman must mean wife, according to Aid. Do you believe that is true?
No, I'm a woman and I'm not someone's wife.
I agree. Aid. Just because the etymology begins on one thing does not mean the word means that thing. And that's something we keep arguing you with. If we talk to somebody, no matter where they are, if they are a believer in a God or a deity, and we use the term God, then unless they are polytheistic and they believe in multiple gods and goddesses, or their God that they believe in is a female-based one, and they use the term goddess, they will understand. You're making it like this big barrier that you can't use the word God, you got to use the word deity. I guarantee the number of times that we've been on these lives of people who talk about the actual African spirituality or stuff like that, you know what word they use? God.
The only reason why they speak of it like that is because of their indoctrination.
What?
Yes.
Learning a new language is indoctrination?
Because of the English indoctrination of the terminology.
Speaking English
That's
English
not
is
what
indoctrination.
I said. That is not what I
Bruh.
said.
Because the word
what
English.
I said, do not mix both.
Okay, so
let's find out. Wait a minute. I'm curious. Abe, what is
You're being
the
ridiculous.
West African term for deity? What's the word?
Sorry, excuse me? Say that again?
What is the West African word for deity?
There is no one West African god, name for a deity. What I said is like
You're
a
saying that
deity. Remember, I said a deity. The name of a deity differs depending on their community and the region in which they come from.
In other words, you're
Remember,
talking
I
about
said
the
that.
deity's name.
Yes. So remember, I gave an example.
So if we talked about them, about their deity or God, we would use the name, but the concept that they're a god would still be the same.
But these are two separate things.
This is the stupidest ass conversation.
No, it's not. Okay, it's like
I've ever heard.
If you are to talk about Jesus, right, or whatever, Jesus, right, it said in the Council of Nicaea, the deity of Jesus was solidified and became attached to what it is, whatever it is now, right?
They decided that the Trinity concept would be the way to go. Yes. So, what's your point?
My
because
point
you're talking to a
is
Christian,
my
if we
point
say
is very
God,
simple.
They understand what we mean by God. If we say Jesus, they understand what they mean by Jesus. If I'm talking to somebody and they don't follow those things, but they follow a different type of God or deity, we would address those terms. But they understand the generalized term of God.
Why are you acting like West Africans don't know what God means, bro?
I know.
That's any of them.
It's kind of
It's not even that deep.
The majority of them do not know that is a title.
No, don't lie. Not majority. What majority?
No, majority of them don't know that is a title. It's like when they say Christ. They think Christ is also
Does
a god
it
or whatever.
matter- Hey,
But it's a
does
title.
it matter that it's a title if it's incorporating the concept that we're talking about?
It matters because once they understand it's a title, the perspective of things change.
They're
No, it
not
doesn't.
dumb. They're
It
not
literally
dumb.
doesn't.
Why are you talking about West African people like there's some sort of villagers that don't know what language is?
No,
What are you
so wait,
talking about?
these interpretations are based on your understanding.
I'm going
I
to show
did not. I did not classify them as to be dumb. I did not.
Yeah, but you're acting.
No.
You're acting like they don't know the difference. We don't
How
know the
would they
difference
not know the
between God.
difference between giving somebody a title and having a name?
But here's the
Okay,
thing.
wait.
doesn't
I'm
matter.
sorry.
Watch.
Wait, guys, hold on.
Hey, I'm
Wait,
going
guys,
to keep running over you.
wait.
What is the name of God in Judaism? What's the name of him? Not the title, the name.
If actually they say the name of God cannot be spoken.
The fuck they don't.
They say the name of God cannot be spoken.
Yeshua.
No,
It's Yeshua now.
No, what?
Yeshua is the name of the
Yeshua,
God.
Yeshua is the name of a. Yeshua is the prophet name to them. What?
No, it's
Oh my
not.
God! No, that's
I
God's
don't know what
name.
we're talking about.
No,
It's
Yeshua.
Yahweh,
Oh my God.
Yeshua
It's
was
the
the original name. That was the original name given to the character you call Jesus Christ. It was before the J,
No, it
the J
wasn't.
even existed.
No, it
Before there
wasn't.
was J. Yeshua was
Isn't
the
that
name.
Yahushua? That's Yahushua, isn't it?
No, Yeshua. Bro, man, please. Look, let me. Sorry, I wanted to say something.
Sorry. Wait a minute. Albert's right. I got mixed up. Sorry. Yahweh. Sorry. It's late. I'm sorry. I apologize. He is right. It's Yahweh. So God has a name, Yahweh. Does it matter that we use the term God to represent him or Yahweh? Does it make a difference to a Christian?
Yes, because in the ancient times, when they was worshiping the deities, it was not masculine. They did not have one masculine, no God by the name of he. It was always
Well, no, if you
deities
want really
of
talking about
female
it,
and male.
ancient Judaism is polytheistic.
That's yesterday.
Muppet. Should I tell you what
That didn't
the
even
original
make
understood
sense.
the name of God is? You know when you breathe out and breathe in.
No, that's not an actual thing. That is a
Wait.
apologetics thing.
Wait.
That's not
Listen.
true.
Muppet,
No.
please.
I can tell you for a fact that's not true. That is a recent apologetics attempt. That is not true.
Look.
What is
That's
true?
100%
Let me
apologetics.
I was going somewhere because there was
No,
that
I
title.
know where you were going. You were going with the
Wait.
bullshit. The name
Wait,
is the breath
wait.
that comes in and out of your mouth. And that
Remember,
is not true.
before that, I wanted to ask Jay a question. Remember, I was saying Jay, right? Wait, hold on. Jay. When they say Christ,
I'm here.
when they say Christ, right? What do you think Christ is?
A title.
When they say Christ,
Yeah.
light.
Actually, lumen is light. But Christ.
It means Messiah. It means Messiah.
It's actually Christos, and Christos,
Which means Messiah.
and anointed, and Christos became Christ, and the name,
Which means Messiah.
becomes Jesus Christ.
Okay,
or
see,
Christ
this is another
Jesus.
Christ. Okay, so when they picked up that name Jesus, right, they needed something to add to it. I said there was a form of conscious, like like how we think of to be a good person, to be a nice person, right, to care for another person, right. As of then, it was Christ, which
No,
it was Christ, right?
No, it wasn't. Christos, Christ is Christos. Christos is the anointed one. It doesn't mean you're a good person or whatever. It means
I
you're
am given. It's like Muppet. You do not listen. You don't listen when I am making this. When I'm talking about this,
when you make stupid comments, I
attacking.
will correct them.
If you remember, I said for an example. That's what I said. For an example is like being good, being nice is a form of consciousness.
No, cite your source.
Christ.
You're coming to consciousness again.
I gotta find out. Wait a minute.
Christ is a title.
Hold on, Jay. I want your source to show that Christos or Christ was representative of someone who is nice and kind. What's your source?
I did not. I said,
What
for
research
example.
have you done?
I said, for example, to be good, to be nice.
No,
is a way
we're
of like.
making up the example. We're not talking about made-up examples. We want actual historical references to show the way you're saying these words were used was how they were used. What is your source?
Right. I cannot pull out the source from, because this was during my time in Catholic school, right? This is why I'm able to talk about all this stuff. The name of
they give a
it is, right?
source?
Look, listen.
Did they give a source?
Of course, they give a source. Of course, is a whole class for 6 years. You study this.
Yes, you studied the Bible.
So I cannot remember majority of it, but the things I remember is what I'm saying. You can go and do the check, or if we have enough time, yes, we check it. But Christ,
I got time. Go check it.
Okay, right.
Go on. We'll wait. Oh no, Christ is a title. It means Christos.
There were 18 crucified saviors before Jesus Christ.
What he's doing is attaching things to the title of Christos that is not proven. Now, if he has a source that I can look at, I will say I apologize, and I will add that to my knowledge. But Albert, yes, Christos was a title.
Moped, what are you trying to say? What is the source that Christ came from? Is that what you're asking?
No.
From human?
What he's
human
doing,
information?
He's trying to connect the title of Christos to being specifically something that is given to someone who is nice and kind and stuff like that, and that's not true. That's not what the title is for or ever meant.
So Christ is not a title then. Is that what you're trying to say? Christ is not a title then.
Christ is a title. It comes from the word Christos. Christos means anointed one. He is stating what the Catholic Church would say is that in that specific title was given to someone who is nice and kind and all this stuff. But that part's not true. Yeah, actually, it would be Christ, Christos Jesus, or Christ Jesus. In earlier writings, you will see the names actually flip. And then later, they started saying Jesus Christ.
Yeah, Christos was used before Jesus even existed, before Christianity. But we're kind of just like doing the whole semantics. I feel like, guys, this is kind of cool. Let's just, let's just say accurate.
But it doesn't get anywhere.
We'll just say accurate things, right? You know, words change. Things, life changes.
Completely
definitions change. You know, in Japanese, they're not going to be using the word God because that's, you know, an English word. You know, they're not going to use the word red. They're going to say aka. You're going to say, oh, red. You guys, you know, people wore red clothes. They'll be like, what's red? No, that's aka. It's a different language, but the concept remains the same. And that's what matters. The whole point is to portray a concept. And as long as it does that, it's analytically true. That's just how language works. That's all. I'm so tired. I got like 5 hours of sleep and I have like so much calculus homework. I've been doing calculus homework the whole time and I think I'm actually like going insane.
That's okay. You know why I've been doing Venus?
What?
Prepping the test questions for religion in Rome. You know, Christianity. Among others.
Why'd you say it like that?
No, it's just funny that the argument that I'm having is literally connected to the test I'm creating for my students about Christianity, religion in Rome.
Are you a history teacher?
Yes.
Is there a you know what I found? A lot of names in ancient Mesopotamia like fold over into like different civilizations and they sound like different names now. You know, Sargon of Akkad. There's like plenty of people that are just called Sargon today.
Well, that's the thing.
It's so weird to me.
Yeah, and the one thing I find always funny about teaching history and trying to make them explain is history isn't isolated. Everybody builds off the previous civilization, the previous ideas, religion. is a stepping stone. You can see the progress from different religious beliefs and how each group took from the previous ones and changed it, made it different, and how we can even get where we are now.
Is there any connection between Ashura and Ashurbanipal from Mesopotamia? Is there any connection between them? Pretty sure Ashura is a god.
Because I haven't looked into it. Contrary to popular belief from some people, not every historian knows every historical thing. It's not, and I'm not saying you do. I always find it funny when people ask me some things. I don't know all this stuff, and that's one area I have not looked into. But if you want me to, I'll take a look and see if I can find anything. I can definitely take a look at it.
Okay, thank you guys. I've got to go to my waves and optics class. I'm so excited for physics. Woohoo!
Oh, good. Have fun in it. Enjoy it.
No, I'm honestly running on no sleep and I'm dying on the inside. That's okay, guys.
Sorry to hear that.
Muppets, you're saying you're a history teacher. I think you were supposed to know. Yes, Afro said I'm beating around the bush. I'm trying to find my way. I know which I'm, like I said from before I started the conversation. But when you say you're a history teacher, I expected you to know of the aspect I'm coming from, even if I'm just touching the surface.
You mean the fact that you believe in taking bits and pieces from other religions such as Hinduism and the concept of reincarnation, the concept of the spirit of the soul?
Yeah, stuff like that. And then because there are other prophets before us that went through this whole process.
Here's the problem, Jay. There's no evidence that it's true.
I just want to say Richard Dawkins.
You don't get my question, Muppet. You said you are a history teacher. Okay, what is the evidence that 2 plus 2 is 4?
Max is a descriptor of the qualities that we see. 2 plus 2 doesn't always equal 4. It depends on what base you're using.
I just want to say Richard Dawkins bless you guys. So if science bless you guys.
Take care of you.
And I heard
Jay, what did I say to you?
Yeah, I'm here. You said you don't believe if there is no evidence backing it up, right? Good. And now, when you've seen history, like you say, you're a history teacher, and as a history teacher, I'm sure you brought your knowledge from the source of something that you're able to teach back, right? Good. So when somebody tell you that something like this happened and you don't believe it, why do you feel that this person brought this topic up if the person has not either gone through the process?
Let's be more
specific. Okay, what is the evidence right now? Because I want to debunk
the level of evidence that's needed is proportional to the claim itself. What is the claim you want me to examine?
I don't need a claim or an evidence to know that I can speak words. I don't need listen, Muppet, listen.
What is the thing you want to examine? Name something. Also, any mods you want to give a user there, they're trying to promote something.
You said I should name what? I didn't get the last
take
part.
something. Pick something. Pick an event that's happened in history that you think may or may not have happened.
Okay, let me think of an event. Okay, the 10 Commandments.
Okay, we have absolutely no evidence that the 10 Commandments happened. We don't have evidence that the Israelite people were in the area at the time of the supposed 10 Commandments. We're not even sure what time the 10 Commandments are, because according to the story, there's not enough information to pinpoint what time period this would be. And the 10 Commandments would come after the Exodus, something we have absolutely no historical evidence for ever happening.
Okay, so you believe in the Egyptian theory. Do you believe in Egyptian theory?
The Egyptian theory?
Yeah, the Egyptian theory about the gods, the Egyptian stories.
No,
I don't know how to
Egyptian
explain
mythology
that.
either, because there's no evidence that Egyptian gods exist.
Who tell you that?
No, what do you believe in them, Muppet? Because you cannot believe in an empty shell.
I do not believe in any God claims that have been presented due to the lack of evidence for God claims being true.
Where do you get
But
the
you
information
teach
from?
history. If you are a professor of
Yes.
history, if you're a professor in history, you are a god of
No,
history.
I'm not.
Just like
I
that
think
name
you have
God.
a wrong
Listen, that
idea of
name
what
God
a
is just
god is if you think I'm a god of history.
see to me, a god is a creator,
Yeah, I'm
a
not a creator
designer.
of history.
It's
I
not
don't
a
create history.
exactly. That's what I'm trying. You're going to the point, but you're not getting my
Not when
aspect
you
like
claim
this.
something
When
like
I
I'm
say
a god of
God,
history and you said a god is a creator.
okay,
Like you're saying I'm a
okay.
creator of history.
Okay, I want to say, if you produce a wristwatch right now, if you create a wristwatch, does that make you a god that
No,
created
it
a
makes me a
wristwatch?
watchmaker that used materials and somebody else's instructions because I don't know how to make a watch.
So somebody had an instruction to make a watch, right?
Somebody first created the idea of a watch with timekeeping and stuff like that. And you can go way back from taking bits and pieces from other civilizations on how we determine how to read time. Then someone created what would be known as the wristwatch. Great. If I took some time, learned how to do it, had the materials, I could put one together. That doesn't make me a god.
So what makes you a god? What makes something a
Nothing.
god? Nothing makes it a god. Then why is the word or the phrase God there?
God.
I just told you. A definition of a god to me is someone that is an intelligent, supreme being that's a designer.
Jay, now we have a problem because now you think you're trying to do that the universe is designed.
Can I just come in here?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Jay is spewing a lot of things that do not make sense.
Very true.
That's the problem. See, listen, Afro, before I make this question, Muppet has been talking about he doesn't believe. He doesn't, he's an empty.
Jay, can you
I'm trying to.
Jay, can you let me, please just let me speak. I too do not believe in anything. I too do not believe in any of those things. I am the same, like Muppets, Messiah, same. So I don't know. Some of the things you're saying, God of history, or what was it? God of, come on now.
Apparently, I'm the god of history now.
Yeah, all hail the God of history.
Which I kind of like the title, but I will not take it.
We are not gods. We don't.
No, we're not. And if you're going to degrade the term God down to just anyone who makes something, then the term God is useless.
We don't.
Because you just said ants are gods.
I don't know.
I'm interested to find out.
Where I'm coming from is that I just wanted to understand where Muppet was coming from. Not like I'm trying to accept that
It's simple. I'm an atheist. Just trying to I do not believe in any God claim. No God claim.
How do you teach history? How do you teach something you don't believe in?
What the
How do you teach? How are you an atheist?
Hold. Do you think?
What has history got to do with believing in a God? No, Muppet. What has history got to do with whether you believe in a God or not, Jay?
I think I know what he's referencing. Gee.
Afro, you're not getting me. He's making an argument with Adi.
Are you saying how can I teach about Christianity without believing in it?
Yep.
Oh, that's easy. See, when I teach about any religion, I say this is what people believe. It's not my position to tell me if it's true or not, because as a teacher in a classroom, that is not my job. However, my job is to say this is what people believe, this is the basics of the belief system, and this is how it impacted their society. I do not tell my students I'm an atheist. You know why? It's not their business, and it's not the place in the classroom. My job is to explain Christianity. Okay, there are people who are Christians, and Christianity began around this time period, and they believed this. And over time, there was some persecutions over a certain time period because they were seen as scapegoats. And then Constantine became converted to Christianity, which made a major impact. And then the person came after him, the emperor came after him, He's the one that made Christianity the official religion of the Roman Empire at the time period. And then after that, it became illegal for a time period to not be a Christian. These are historical events that we have evidence for. At no point, however, do I say that God is real, that your belief system is right or wrong, because that's not how it works. When I'm here outside the classroom, I can say this stuff.
When they are teaching in Africa, it's different. This is the cultural difference I'm trying to highlight to you.
Cultural difference. No.
Yeah. So,
no.
like, you know, like the
Yeah,
teachers,
I'm sorry.
extend their faith.
This is nothing to do with cultural difference. Don't do that to us now.
No, I'm not. Because remember, look at the way she's arguing with him based on the fact that he's a teacher of something, right? And like he doesn't believe in all the stuff, right? But back home, when the teachers are teaching, they make emphasis on their belief with maybe they're teaching something that has to do with Christianity or something. They connect it to that. So I'm assuming that from her understanding and the way she's been taught in school, every teachers always believe in what they are teaching.
That's fine, but that's not what she asked me.
No, but no.
He's on track. He's on track.
I'm trying to get you to think how she's thinking.
No.
Because if you don't believe in something, if I don't believe that I'm gonna get injured if I put my hand on the fire, I'm not gonna teach somebody to put their hand on the fire.
What's a maths teacher going to believe in? What's a maths teacher going to believe in?
No, but that's a separate case.
No. I know
What's
exactly what's going on.
about that? What's separate about that?
Because that's a
I
separate.
think I understand the problem.
Well, no, I'm not, because what they're saying, no, that's not fair to teachers in Africa.
Jay,
Come on now.
I understand the problem, though. Jay, do you think not believing in a God means I don't believe in anything?
Yeah, because I asked you a question. You said you just live your life and you die, and that's it.
Jay,
so you just believe you're here to just catch cruise.
Jay, there's a difference between not believing in a God, not believing in absolutely anything. That's not the same thing.
But you don't believe in anything.
No, that's not what atheism is. All atheism is a lack of belief in a God. Of course I have beliefs and stuff. All atheism is an answer to one question. Do you believe in a God? The answer is no. And that's the confusion you're having. Do I believe, based off this experience, that if I touch a hot stove, I'm going to get burned? Yes, of course, that's more knowledge than belief, but it's not the same thing as what you're trying to connect to. Just because I don't believe in a God doesn't mean I believe in absolutely nothing. That's not how it works.
Mr. Muppet, you said you're a history teacher. Whose history, or what is history then?
Are you teaching?
Which area?
What is history?
Which area?
Which kind?
I'm currently teach ancient civilization, mainly antiquities.
Whose history?
Whose history? Because you have different people living on the planet at different points in time. So you have to refer to whose history you're speaking of.
It
depends on what you're referencing.
No, it needs to be more. I think it's trying to get into more.
For example, I teach Mesopotamian history.
But I heard you say ancient Kemet is mythology.
No, it's coming from somewhere.
Yes, Nico, do you want to meet yourself?
Okay.
You're asking me how deep I go into ancient Egyptian mythology?
Yeah, you say it's mythology, which means it's not true.
We don't have evidence that it is true.
Well, then how would come history? How would come history?
What?
Mythologies are tied up into history because this is things civilizations believed. It doesn't mean it's true.
So what is true?
Things that can be proven, for one.
Oh my. So you're saying that the deities of the ancient Kemet people was not true?
We have no evidence that they existed.
Wow.
Wait a minute. Do you have evidence?
So where the word came from? Where the words? Where the word?
No.
Came
I'm
from?
pulling you right back here, Ronald. Do you
Uh-huh.
have evidence?
I read fellas like Dr. Yosef Ben Yukonan. That is my evidence, right? As man, I deal with men who greater than me as respect to research.
Sure.
So
what is
I
the
listened to
sources
them,
of the information he gave?
right? I
What
listened
is
to them.
his
Well,
sources?
where are you getting
Ronald,
your
Ronald,
information from?
I'm holding you to this. What are the sources that he referenced?
He's what you call an Egyptologist.
Cool. What did he reference to show that they are true and not that it's a belief system?
He carried people into Egypt and Cairo and showed them the hieroglyphics on the
Let's try
walls
this
of the...
again. What source? All you did was show that people wrote about deities. That
Well,
does
what
not
you
mean
do?
the
Well,
deities
you
are
prove,
real.
well, you prove to me what you're saying is true.
I don't think you understand how this works. If somebody writes something down, does that mean it's true?
No.
Well, you say you're a history teacher,
If
you know, so
you
what you
write
say
something
is
down,
what
does
you have
that mean
accepted.
it is true? Yes or no?
Say that again, sorry?
If you write something down, does that automatically mean it's true?
No. Yes,
Definitely not.
Great. You need evidence outside of it, correct?
Well, what makes
Correct?
you,
Ronald,
what makes you,
yes or
what
no?
you're saying is true?
Yes or no? Do you need evidence outside of the writing to prove it's true?
Well, what are you saying?
Do you
What you
need
saying?
evidence outside of the writing to prove something is true?
Well, what is the evidence you putting forward
Do
for us today?
you need evidence outside of the writing to prove something is true? Yes or
Yes,
no?
you need an evidence, of course.
Of course.
So continue.
Exactly. So the story is, let's use the story of Osiris, just off the top of the head. What evidence do we have outside of the stories of Osiris that Osiris existed?
But where you gonna get the evidence outside of the story that they're speaking?
Archaeological evidence, physical evidence, something other than somebody wrote a story?
But nobody has defeated that. What they said, nobody has defeated it.
No, nobody has proven it.
Nobody defeated it.
That's not how it works. You have to prove it first.
Well, nobody has defeated it.
Oh, Lord. Prove to me magic doesn't happen.
You can't defeat something you have not even proven.
Are those not allegories? They're all allegories of,
Sure.
stories.
Let me show you something. Ronald, wait a minute. Watch this. Ronald,
But you
are
say
married?
Jesus Christ is allegory
Yeah,
too?
I'm going to show you something. Ronald,
Wait,
are
hold
you
on,
married?
hold on
Yeah,
one
go
second,
ahead.
hold on. He just asked a question whether Jesus is an allegory.
Of course it is.
Yeah, there's no evidence Jesus Christ actually existed on earth.
So this
Because that came from a further story. That
Ronald.
came from a further story.
Ronald,
That came from a story of Isis and Osiris.
can we listen? Can we leave this Egyptology and Egypt thing alone, please?
After how do we learn? I'm trying to learn because I have great minds here.
We are not Egyptians now.
I mean, the reason why everything always goes back to Egypt.
We are not Egyptians. Hello.
Yeah, it's
Egyptians
true.
were Africans, you know.
It's because that was the entry space for the Western, spirituality that leads to religion or whatever. That's majority of
we are not Egyptians. I don't know why we fight so hard to talk about the Egyptian thing, but then the people who are fighting so hard don't even know anything at all about.
But Egypt is in Africa.
About their own people, about their own, their own cultures, their own, Can we leave the Egyptian people alone?
Is Egypt in Africa? Yes or no?
Yes.
Right. So therefore, they're Africans.
So what? I'm talking about if you're a Yoruba person, go dig up information about the Yoruba people.
Oh my. Well, I will tell you.
I believe in my ancestors because I believe, like Moped said, if I'm trying to cite to what he's saying based on facts that evidence is not written, no problem. But now, if I want to create an evidence for myself, believe that I myself I will start writing my own evidence or start living up to expectation, because somebody has to leave a legacy in this earth for other people to follow.
You know what, guys? Sometimes I feel like we just have to allow people just do what they want to do. Jay wants to go and create her own evidence. Congratulations. Go and create. Go and create.
I did not say I want to create my own. I want to leave a footprint, a mark. You understand? Because when people like Muppets are asking what evidence the Germany existed.
What kind of footprint are you leaving? I don't understand. What has that?
Because I existed. I'm existing.
What has that got to do with the conversation about believing in a God or not?
Listen, now Muppet is saying that what evidence do you keep to prove that Jesus existed? Or what evidence do you prove that there is a God? Or what evidence would you keep? What are you going to reference it to? That was his question.
Okay.
And I'm saying to myself that, fine, since nobody can prove that point, and it makes us feel like maybe we are all living, because me, I know this is a simulation to start with, first of all. So me, I'm going to leave a footprint.
Wait, did you just say it's a simulation?
Yeah.
Of course, you are in a program system now.
You know what? It is Jay. Your woo is too much for me to handle. I'm sorry.
Because the truth is so the truth is somehow that we don't even understand.
Jay,
and when you get confused, you start asking questions.
Jay, I know that the truth. I agree with you. I agree. Your woo is too much for me. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to entertain any more of this. It's too much. Too much. Simulation now. We're in a simulation. 1 minute you're quoting from the Bible, next minute you're quoting. What is this?
See, I'm the person. I like to do research. I like to bring things out the way it is.
Okay,
you will be surprised at the books I read. You will be shocked.
No, we're not. No. Listen, I'm not trying to be shocked. It's okay. I mean, Jay, like I said, I agree with everything you're saying. Now wow.
I think we've seen the battle of reason and logic today.
Exactly.
We're talking about your lack of it.
No, I don't lack it. Everybody has their own idea. My brain is not your brain. The way you think is different from the way I think. If I said I'm going to leave a mark or a footprint for my ancestor, for my generation, or for my descendant to know that I existed, it's not a bad thing.
I'm going to be honest. I'm going to say something that goes on.
She wants to leave a footprint or a mark for her ancestors. The ones that have gone
for my descendant, that was a mistake.
Them ones have gone already. She's leaving. Listen, Jay, your own woo, Your own.
When I said ancestors, that was a mistake. Please don't misquote me. I can make mistake. I'm human.
Your own way, Agbada.
I thought you were the God.
1 minute, God. Next minute,
I'm on this earth. When I find my true divination, definitely.
Okay, so how do you intend on doing this?
First of all, I have to start unlearning everything I've learned.
Okay.
That's the first step. I have to start realizing that I am the God in me. I am the light. I have a hidden potential in me. I don't need to pray to something for the thing to work. I don't need to sit and pray for money tonight while other people go out to hustle and make money. I have to know that the power I'm seeking for is inside of me. The zeal is inside of me. You understand? That's where my own point of line is coming from. You understand? The heaven and hell that we are all fighting to, people, not everybody, that people are fighting to make is inside of me. If I create a hell, I will enter the hell by myself. If I create a heaven, because I don't think I have to be submissive, obey, just because somebody decide to be angry.
Jay, it seems you're striving for self-mastery. Forget about the terminology. It seems you just want to understand yourself better and be able to just do things on your own. That's self-mastery. Yeah.
You want to grow up. That's basically what you're saying. You want to grow up. You are stopping a child and
I think
on the world, and that's fine. But stop doing the other stuff and just do it.
But given where she's coming from, I think it's logical to say the way she says it.
No.
Why not?
No, don't.
Why not? You have to accept your own words are logical.
You've gone past the stage.
Wow.
Yeah.
You can do that if you want, but for the rest of us, no. there comes a point where you have to start asking whether the things you're hearing, they sound logical. Is this rational? And Jay is very irrational with some of the.
Oh, I'm not. I swear to God, I'm not.
Yes, you are. People in the chat, please. If you think, is there anyone that says, okay, they understand where Jay is coming from?
Because you never let me to learn. You never let me to express myself. You just keep
in the chat and
contradicting what I'm saying.
People in the chat, is there anyone that can say, yes, I get it. I get what Jay is saying. Anybody?
Yeah, I left reality because you guys are seeing this as your reality.
Anybody?
This is not your reality,
I'm
bro.
asking guys in the chat. Oh yeah, please, I want to see.
We are asking people for their own personal opinion of another person's own belief. How does that sound, bro?
You said hell and heaven can be inside of her.
Is that what you've been doing the whole live, Jay? Commenting on
the whole thing I've been trying to put on. Like, I'm trying to tell you what I believe in. I don't know you guys were atheists until she said so. So I thought you guys were arguing with Michael concerning if there was a God or no God.
No. Jay, what's the host's name?
I have a problem with reading.
You do have a problem. I agree. What is the host's name?
One second. You have a problem with reading, but yet you have read books.
Can you hear me?
Exactly.
Can you hear me?
Hey, you have a problem. You have a problem reading, but you have read
if you see, a good listener is a good learner. No. Let me say what I want to say in a nutshell.
No. Jay, don't do that to me. You said you have read books.
God is watching all of you.
Less than 5
God is watching us.
You have read books. And now the same you have a problem.
Afro, when you explain the meaning of atheism
yourself all the I don't listen.
Jay, I think you should probably admit like a little bit of because like you've actually pronounced her name. You've pronounced Afro-atheist multiple times. So
I say Afro. I didn't call. I never called atheist. I just called only Afro. It's Afro. I called her. When she explained that she's an atheist, I remember, and I realized, okay, this is where she's coming from. When Moped says he doesn't believe in anything, I realized that, this guy does not. I did not debunk your theory. I did not debunk your statement. I didn't say it wasn't logical. I understood you. But sometimes you guys try my own.
Jay, actually, you did understand me. When I explained directly what an atheist was, you immediately jump to, it means you don't believe in anything. So no, you didn't understand to begin with.
Oh, yeah, that conversation was had.
Can I just very simply, Jay, do you believe in a God? Yes or no?
You've asked me this question before. Why are you repeating it?
I don't remember what you said. I don't remember what your response was. I don't remember. Do you believe in a God? Yes or no?
I believe we are gods. All of us are divine. I believe we are gods. I believe there is a source. But I don't believe I'm a slave to any God.
No, I didn't ask that.
I don't believe in the God that people write in the Bible. No.
Do you believe in a higher power, higher deity, entity?
Of course, I believe in divinity. I believe in consciousness. Of course.
I didn't ask you about consciousness, and neither did I ask you about divinity. Do you believe that there is a God? Someone.
Afro, can you listen to my statement?
Just answer my question. Then
I believe whatever that creates something is a God. So definitely the word God exists because of the design or creation.
Jay,
but when people want to put it to me, Mope, please. When people want to put it to you that do you believe there is a God that you are serving? No.
Jay, our aunt's God. Our aunt's God.
You said what?
Our ants. Little tiny bugs, gods.
According to Jay, ants are gods.
Yeah.
They created things. So
is cancer a god?
Cancer.
Yeah.
How is cancer a god?
They create tumors. So is cancer a god? You can laugh.
Cancer is within every human being already. Cancer is already within all humans.
Ralph, hush. Jay, when you
Don't
just
tell me hush.
say,
Don't do that to me.
Jay,
Oh my God.
Ralph, hush. Jay, whenever you say that a god is just simply anything that can create, it doesn't mean anything. Because I can list so many things that I can guarantee you don't think is a god that creates things.
So if you create a robot, that doesn't make you a god to the robot, right?
Jay, your definition of a god is someone who creates or something that creates. Doesn't have to be a someone.
Exactly. Doesn't have to be a someone.
I'm asking you, does it need to be a someone?
No, it doesn't have to be a someone.
Great. So I'm going to ask you a simple question. Is a seed a god?
Is a seed a god? What do you call it? A seed.
A seed, like an apple seed. Is that
Good.
God?
You call it an apple seed, right?
That's what
so
it is.
It's a seed. It's the person that planted the seed that is a god. That's the creator.
So it has to be a person, Jay. I thought you said it didn't have to be a person.
Hello.
So now it must be a person?
Well, I don't know what your definition of God is, but I still
great.
say
That's a great
God is a creation, a designer.
Jay, stop where you stop. You don't know what the definition of God yet is for you. This is where
Sorry, please, Mopet, what is the definition of God?
Jay, this is where you stop and take some time to think about it and become clearer about what you actually believe.
Mopet, please, can you define God? What is a God?
My definition of God might not match yours, which is why we're asking you.
That is why I'm learning. I
question.
asked you to help me define a God.
Sure. Typical definition of a God is some sort of divine being, supernatural in basis, that is a creator of some sort, sometimes of the universe or otherwise.
What you said, was it different from what I said?
That is a generalized common definition. However, different theists will have a different definition of what God is. I, on the other hand, don't have a set definition of a God because I don't believe in God. I look at what other people define as gods.
So when I listen to Jay, I don't know if I think some of you might know Jordan, the Professor Jordan Peterson, the Canadian clinical psychologist. When I listen to Jay, it sort of reminds me of Jordan Peterson. So you take religious terminologies and theological aspects and you try to expand them to include psychological aspects of humans and everything. And this is where you hear Jay saying things like, we are gods and everything. I mean, there's even a biblical reference that says something like that. But again, you could interpret it in, you could take the word and stretch it so much so that it includes secular aspects and psychological aspects. And I think that is what I think she's trying to do. You know, this is a journey. I think I guess that's what.
Thank you so much, Albert. God bless you so much.
That's how I see it.
Why would you say God bless you if you don't? Okay, now I'm thinking we're being trolled.
No, because nobody won't believe it. Because somebody enlightened has just explained to you that I'm trying to bring the social aspect.
God bless you. What do you mean by God bless you?
I'm trying to bring the social aspect, etymological aspect.
What do you mean by God bless you?
I'll merge them together and tell you what I'm talking about.
Jay,
it doesn't matter if I tell you Jay bless you. It doesn't matter if Bro, I grew up in a Christian home, for heaven's sake. Those words have been in my mouth for years. I don't know. See, it has been in my mouth for years. You don't expect me to. It's a word that comes
to you, right?
It doesn't mean anything. God bless you doesn't mean anything.
Then why use it? Why not try to stop using it?
Yeah, I think it's for those who grow up in there might be a psychological terminology for this. For those who grow up in a religious home or in a religious environment, when you deconstruct, I'm not sure, Moped, I don't know if you were a former Christian before becoming a...
No, I was lucky. I never got trapped.
Okay, yeah, I suppose that's maybe one of the reasons why you're finding hard to understand Jay. I understand what Jay is talking about because I was a former Christian before becoming an atheist. So when you become an atheist, I mean, during that transition process, or maybe even after completing your transition, there's this some sort of this language that's remnant because I mean, the way religion is like drilled into your head and it becomes part of your identity. So even after realizing that the whole thing crumbles, years or whatever, there are times that you still find yourself using that religious language. Like you catch yourself using religious language. There are times that you use religious language as English, as just like mere English language. There are times that there might even be some times that you pray, reflect, like some sort of a reflex, and then you catch yourself praying, and you say, "What the fuck am I doing? And then you say, "Of course, there's no God. I'm just." So this. I think there's a word for it. So I think that's what's going on. So she's, after a while, she might stop saying, or she might just use it as some sort of language as part of English vocabulary, not necessarily implying that there's actually God is actually thanking any God.
It's just part of a lexicon.
Yeah.
I'm happy
we are
that
creatures
Albert
of
was
habit.
able to
We are
enlighten
creatures
me
of
or
habit.
break it down. It's a habit, yeah. I'm happy that Albert was able to explain where I was coming from. After was like say I'm around everywhere. She called it a name. Well, when Albert was able to bring it down to that level of finding self-actualization, both in the religion aspect and psychological aspect, terminological aspect, and every other thing. That's where I'm coming from. So I don't know if Albert can help me enlighten people where I'm coming from, because if it's coming out from my mouth, it seems I'm rational or something. So I don't know.
I think if you're on YouTube, you should check Jordan Peterson. If you're on YouTube, maybe you might like the brand, the way he presents the whole thing. Jordan,
Oh God, I hate Jordan Peterson.
Yeah, over the years he's
a horrible person.
Yeah, he's become something else, but maybe you might still find appealing.
No, do not suggest anybody go Jordan Peterson. Jordan Peterson is absolutely one of the worst people you could send people to.
Yeah, he's transformed into something else over the
I think he's more of he's got an evangelical way of presenting his stuff.
Yeah, I mean his old stuff. I mean, I would have to receive. There's a way to restrict you to his old stuff. Maybe that would be better, because from like maybe after the COVID thingy, Jordan just
he's an idiot.
Yeah, he went.
Mr. Moffat, yeah. Who or what influenced your thinking?
Not sure what you're referencing.
Hello?
I don't have a single person who influenced my thinking, nor a single thing that has influenced my thinking.
But you had to grow from a baby coming up. You had to be influenced by either someone or something. You just don't come into the picture and try to think like how you thinking.
Wow. Please listen to what I said. I wasn't influenced by one single thing or one single person. I'm a product of a vast number of experiences throughout my life.
Okay.
You didn't read books, Richard Dawkins, the New Atheist, Richard Dawkins?
No, I never read those books.
What books you read?
What the hell? You can read any sort of book.
You have.
You can read what sort of books?
Yeah.
What's that got to do with it?
That's how we get information. We either get information through oral information or written information.
Sherlock Holmes. I read mythologies of different religions. I read a ton of stuff. asking a 50-year-old man who's a scholar in history what books he read, kind of as a broad statement.
So, Muppet, I think he's talking about the books you read as a child.
Yeah,
or what influenced
I'm
as a
also
child.
talking about books I read as a child.
Okay,
Right.
yeah.
I was reading at college level in 7th grade.
Other than that, Moped wasn't a Christian. I think, you know, yeah.
Yeah, Moped has never believed in a God. Never.
Yeah. There wasn't any like deconstruction and all of that.
I read the Bible when I was 7 and realized it's bull.
But when they introduced the Bible to you, what was it introduced to you as? Was it like a religious text or a book or a story
Just read a book.
Uh-huh.
Nobody presented it to me.
Which country did you grow up again?
United States.
Right. Okay. So it was just presented as a book.
Nobody
For a lot
presented
of
it
people.
to me.
Sorry?
No one presented it to me.
Yeah. So for a lot of people here, most of these things were presented to them.
Cool.
Yeah, just so you know, just so you know, I've got a 22-year-old son who has never believed in God.
Yeah, I definitely never have.
He read the Bible and just like atheist stuff, bullshit.
Yeah. Just like when I read the Book of the Dead, when I read the Torah, when I read the Bhagavad Gita's, when I read any sort of these religious texts that don't have any evidence for the claims made in them, the mythology.
Right. But so okay, I'm going to assume that your son grew up in the UK.
Which evidence?
No, it's wait,
Referring
sorry.
to evidence, and it is driving me crazy.
Oh, wait, sorry, Jay. Which one be evidence where they piss you off? I don't understand.
If they reference to evidence, if they talk, say, if they read books, like we read books, and when there's no evidence to back it up, then bullshit.
The evidence to back up what, Jay?
Muppet is saying that he read books and there's no evidence. If there's no evidence to back it up,
To back what up now? To back what up, Jay?
Are you not listening to what he was saying?
So wait, I don't understand. If he's reading books,
are you
evidence with what?
He said, Muppet said, I read books. I've read Book of the Dead. I don't know if he has read Sophia of Christ. He has read this, and he said, if there's no evidence to back those books he read, yes, that's what he was saying. And I'm like, do you need evidence sometimes to see the light?
Wait, excuse me.
Well, actually, yes. The evidence to see light is turning the light on and light entering my eyes.
Please hold on. So someone is asking for evidence and it is pissing you off. Jay, how is that even?
All right. Okay, let me ask a question. And you are living in a room.
Jay, let me speak. Please let me speak. If someone is reading a book, right, and another person is claiming that it is somehow divine, and when they read the
please,
book,
you people should be polite towards me because me, I have hot temper. This person has been cursing me on this comment section, and this person is just going way out of line.
Focus, Jay, focus.
It's a moderator, that's what I'm saying.
Listen, someone demanding evidence should not piss you off, Jay. If anything, he should be pissed off that you are pissed off. There's no evidence. Sometimes I'm not sure I understand where you're coming from, Jay. I don't know. I'm really trying, but
what I'm trying is, where I'm coming from is that sometimes some things don't need evidence. They are just there. They are written in plain sight for you to the truth.
Okay, wait a minute. I'd like to explore that. Name something that you believe in that you don't have evidence for.
Something I believe in that I don't have evidence.
No
existence.
Evidence.
I believe in existence.
Okay,
there's no evidence.
Jay.
How do we come about existence?
Jay.
There's no evidence that some are created.
I'm trying to tell you something. Jay, stop. I can show you exist. Can you and I agree we both live in reality?
No.
You cannot agree that we currently share the same reality, that we're not even talking to each other.
Oh?
Then I can't help you.
Wow.
If you
Muppet,
can't even
don't
agree
forget,
that we're having a
our school of
conversation,
thought. Our school of thought is this is a metric system.
Exactly.
So don't forget that's her school of thought. Remember, she mentioned that early on. So is the question you're asking her?
Wait, hold on. At this point, it is that I think we should just put our hands up and just let Jay do.
oh yeah, there's nothing left for Jay. The second that Jay says they can't even agree that we're having a conversation,
Yeah, that's it.
then we're just figments of Jay's imagination, and what we say doesn't matter.
No, seriously, we just have to let Jay.
Muppet, calm down. You are going way forward. You guys
Jay,
know.
you don't want to see me not calm down.
My goodness.
It's not a pretty sight. I have been calm with you this entire time. I have not gone, as some people call it, American cats, for a reason. Because I was trying to work nice and calm with you. Now, if you want me to take the gloves off, I can. You won't like it.
Muppet, you know both of you are on a different spectrum, right?
Ade, stop.
Yeah,
Ade,
no, I'm trying to calm things
Ade,
now.
stop. No, stop. We're moving on from this because Ade, you just make things worse.
I'm only pointing out for
No, Ade, you just been making things worse. No, leave it alone. You know, there comes a point where you know, if you're not understanding where the person is coming from, just leave it alone.
Fair enough.
Just leave it alone. And it's nothing. I mean, she seems like a really sweet person, you know, but just not sure where she's coming from, and yeah. Even the people in the comments, too, don't they're scratching their head like, what the hell?
That's how it's supposed to destroy brains.
There are some aspects.
Jay, you are destroying your own brain, not theirs.
You see?
Oh, I'm not.
You're destroying your own brain. You're frying your own.
There are some aspects from where Jay is coming from that I understand, but some I don't.
Albert.
Please, Albert, can you tell me what aspect I said that you understand? So it doesn't mean that I'm locked in the shadow.
Albert, don't fall into that trap.
No, I'm very careful here. I'm being very careful here.
See the trap. Good.
Because I was in the chat. You know, I was listening from the chat. So one of the statements she made was, you know, again that idea of being some sort of that all humans are God, whatever, and the other one about simulation. Of course, I wrote that there is no evidence. That's some kind of a hypothesis, or in the sense that there is absolutely no evidence to demonstrate that we're in a simulation or in a matrix. That's that aside.
Wow.
The aspect of what I noticed she's doing is she's taking like religious concepts or religious words, stretching them and making them so vague. Because once they are so vague, you can fit all kinds of things into them, and you make them lose their original theological or religious meaning, and you give them you sort of embed secular and psychological and sociological meaning, and so you can stretch words like God and to mean like the universe. I'm one with the universe. Sort of spiritual, I'm the universe itself. I'm one with, I'm God. All Jordan Peterson knows this well. Listen to Jordan.
Who? Listen to who?
Jordan Peterson.
You know what? Muppets.
No one should be listening to Jordan Peterson.
Muppets.
Yeah.
Jordan Peterson.
I know Jordan Peterson is an awful person to listen to, and you shouldn't.
I give up. I'm done.
And then he
Albert,
spreads the word.
please stop telling anybody in this live to listen to Jordan Peterson. That's a horrible thing to do.
Maybe the that's what I'm saying. Maybe the former Jordan Peterson. I mean,
no, Albert. He has always been bad and very troublesome and problematic. Please stop suggesting to people on this live they should listen to him.
Jordan of 2025 is very problematic. I think, yeah.
He has always been problematic.
Please stop coming up here and trying to spread him like he's some good thing.
Yeah, it's cuckoo.
In fact, I know for a fact his viewpoints goes against the viewpoints of this live.
That is cuckoo. Sorry. That guy's man. Let's not do that.
Does anybody on the chat, especially Mr. Moppet, have any evidence?
Let's not do evidence now, please. Evidence. I don't want to hear that word evidence anymore, please.
All right, okay.
We've already we've exhausted.
Yes, I lost my mouth.
For the rest of tonight, evidence? No, we're not doing evidence. No.
Okay, all right, yeah.
Albert Einstein, stop it. Stop putting evidence in the chat.
No. I am African.
The word evidence from anybody. Nobody. Don't do it. Or else I will horses and riders you to space. I will send you on the horse and the rider to space. My goodness. Proof.
You will send me to the fake miracle exposed.
Listen, Ronald, on one-way trip.
What about verification?
Area 51.
What about authentication? Proof. How about that proof? Proof? Confirmation?
Moped.
Support?
Moped.
Backing?
Moped. Moped.
Yes.
Somebody got the evidence on NSPPD, Pastor Jerry. Guys, you know what, folks? I need to go to bed. At this point, the evidence points to me going to bed. But listen, if you guys want to carry on talking, I can leave you guys talking. No, you guys want to carry on?
I full ground. No, me, I want Chris finish for you.
Jay wants to grace for you. I mean,
after a case are gone, I'll see you again.
Okay, Ronald. Okay.
Right. Yeah.
This is going to escalate. Oh my God.
Jay wants to grace for here.
Jay, what is your deconstruction story? How did you?
Okay, first of all,
Albert,
wait now, he's asking me a personal question now. It's a personal question.
Let's wait for Afro to go to bed.
You will answer. Jay, you will answer. You will answer. Albert, she has not told you she has a deconstruction story.
Do you have?
No, listen, just ask her about herself.
Yeah.
Hey God, I don't die.
She has not told you she's got a deconstruction story.
Maybe Jay, do you have a deconstruction story? Do you do you think you're in the process or you've completely deconstructed from religion?
Okay, like he said, ask about myself, no problem. I will give you the full history. First of all, I was born in a Christian home, very religious. I'm a Catholic by birth, I'm a communicant. And then all of a sudden, I didn't feel this urge to run to church every Sunday. My mom keeps calling me, telling me, you don't go to church, this kind of stuff. I'm like, that's not I don't see what they're doing there as the right thing. Like, they're lying to people. I just feel that they're not being straightforward. They're not saying the truth. They're hidden text. So I heard about the book of Enoch. So what I did was to get a full script, or I was now reading the book of Enoch. I was not understanding because some part of it had spells and stuff. So I said, okay, let me still do deep research. I went deep into Ethiopia. I started researching on how the Bible was sold to us. And I'm like, people still believe this thing at this point of knowing that somebody gave you something and told you that you should not believe in riches and still collected money from you and sell this to you. So I'm like, I remove myself from that aspect. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm here. I'm breathing air here. So to me, the question I keep asking is, who am I? Why am I here? What's the source of this creation? What exactly was this point? If definitely I don't want to believe in God right now, and I don't want to believe in anything the Bible is saying. So like you said, I took the Bible text, I took a psychological text, I took a meteorological text, like you said, and I was just observing. I've been doing this study for the past, I know I'm young, for the past 18 years. Though I've not gone far because like I'm this is my first time in this live stream. So I'm kind of surprised that other people think differently. And when I go to some places, so I see people that think like me though, but
How
they're
could
still
you
finding
read all these
themselves.
books and not know people think differently than you?
No, of course, you cannot argue with a Christian. If you argue with a Christian, that's a problem. You can't argue with a
You
Muslim.
said you had all these different books, all these different viewpoints, but you don't know people think differently than you?
Yeah, because when I started and I'm like, this is my idea. Do I think that somebody will have the same idea like me? So I went into research. And then I went to listen to the Muslim. The Muslim people have a different way of portraying the Bible. You understand?
Stop. Listen to
please,
what
I
you're
was talking to
saying.
Abed.
No,
Please,
listen to
Moped,
what
please.
you're
I was talking
saying.
to Abed.
Listen to what you're
Moped, please.
saying, Jay.
Moped, please.
You just said you're
Moped,
going to
please.
comment on lives, and you're surprised people have different viewpoints.
I'm surprised you said you believe in nothingness. You believe in nothingness. I was surprised that somebody said, okay, fine, if you don't believe in God, you don't believe in astrology, you don't believe in
they have a
reincarnation, you
different
don't believe in
viewpoint.
divinity.
So this
What do you believe in?
This idea of yours that, oh, I'm so shocked that people have different viewpoints. Yet you study.
See, Moped, you take little text from me and then you make it into a big thing. You're not getting the point. He asked a direct question. I'm telling you my storyline.
You're lying.
You don't have to start questioning me when I'm not even done with the conversation.
Moped. So I get where you're coming from, but here is the thing. So like, like how like the way you've grown up, like your ability to just think for yourself and make, add 1 and 2 together, right? So I think for her, there are a lot of people back home who are exactly like this. When they say that they don't know there are other people who think different from them, right? What they just actually meant is, like, you see how you've just said, like, right from you growing up, you don't believe in the God, you don't do any of that. Like, you just
That's not what I was saying. So please don't misconstrue what I was saying. I am pointing out that Jay themselves said that they read all these different books, including looking into Islam.
Yes.
And now is claiming that she comes out alive and is surprised that people think differently than her.
Yes.
That is not, they don't match.
Yes.
Moped, you don't put text into my mouth. When I tell you I don't know people think differently, I am talking based on the fact that I am a very religious person by birth. So when I grew up on my own and start doing my own research, I realized that people think differently. When I see the Muslim people talk about Messiah being a prophet, I'm like, okay, let me accept their term and then look at it the same way. When I see what do they call themselves? What do these people call themselves? And I'm like, okay, and then I decide, okay, fine, all these religions, fuck it. Fuck the whole religion.
Jay,
I'm a very spiritual person.
Jay,
you started coming in lives, and you're surprised now that people think differently than you. That is what you said.
Maybe I go leave this to me, Moped, talk my life story for me.
It was referencing this live.
So, oh gosh, how do you explain this? I think this is a cultural psyche thing.
It's not.
No, Moped.
Mope, you cannot prove that you are
Mope, I
always
think
right.
it is.
This is
I
my,
think
you're
it
not
is
living my
because
life for me.
It is
Mope,
not. Ade,
If my
Ade,
context is
Ade,
wrong,
Ade,
then you
it
tell
is
me my
not.
context
It
is
not.
wrong. What I'm saying
It is
is
not
wrong.
a
But I'm
cultural
telling you
thing.
how I
Stop.
form. Albert asked a question. J Money,
because
how
I think
did you
Mope
come
is
about
looking at it
this?
like
I think it's the fact
It's
that
not in cultural.
it's not cultural. Moped is, I think the way Moped is perceiving is the fact that he wasn't a Christian before.
No.
And that's nothing to do with that either.
no, I don't think it's
Nothing
that.
to do with that. No.
I think
Oh
it's
my God.
I think it's
At some point, at some point,
changing
listen.
the story.
I think because she said she's
Exactly. Wait,
read
no,
other
hold on.
people.
But you go
Hold
allow
on,
me
hold
talk
on,
finish. You
hold
know,
on.
no go let me they talk
Can
my
I
story now.
speak?
You know, I want to
Can
tell
I
me my
can
own
I
story
speak?
again.
Can I speak?
Hey,
Can I
God, I
speak?
beg.
Can I speak? Like I rightly said earlier on, a lot of what Jay is saying is woo woo. So you can't put Jay in any sort of spot, right? You can't pin Jay down anywhere. It's all over the place.
Where Afro,
And for that, let me finish. And thank you. That was lovely. Thank you so much, Boston. There comes a point when you're having conversations with people, and when you realize that this is going to be hard, right, to engage and to stay. You have to put your hand up and say, okay, just no. Jay,
I'm not teaching you
Jay,
people
we
how
are
to
going
live. I'm telling
struggle.
Albert my own story.
Jay,
It's
can
my
you just
story.
Jay, let me finish now. I'm not saying it is not your story. It is your story. At Daily Men, you cannot try to make sense of Jay's story. You can't.
Oh my God.
If she's explaining it to us and it's still all over the place, you cannot then try and help her make sense of it. You don't know her.
But I think I do want her thought pattern.
No, you don't.
How are you gonna tell me I don't?
You don't.
You're not in my own mind.
Why would you say no? He don't.
You cannot
He
tell
has
me
his
I
own
don't.
mindset to
Because I've
think.
seen a lot of people
You
like
guys
her
are
that
always
come
putting
from,
things like you guys
Niger.
are on top
That's
of the
why
point.
I'm trying to explain it.
Explain religion. I don't know if you've listened to Jordan Peterson answer a question from an atheist.
Albert, I swear if you bring up Jordan Peterson.
I'm trying to make.
No, Albert, I want you to stop bringing up the transphobic, hateful idiot.
That's
Jordan
not the
Peterson.
part we're talking
Stop
about.
it.
It's the trans part. I'm talking about
Stop it, Albert.
Of Jordan, not the trans aspect of Jordan.
Jordan Peterson is an idiot and is not worth listening to. Now, you've been asked not to bring him up, but again, every time you open your mouth, it's about Jordan Peterson. I'm just wondering, how does he taste, Albert?
Oh,
the reference, right?
Tell me how he tastes, because for some reason you are sucking on him so hard, you must have his flavor in the back of your throat.
No, Mope, that's not it. You're getting it wrong. He's out. Yeah, he's getting it wrong. No.
What happened? Who dropped him down?
Maybe I don't know. Maybe TikTok dropped. He was using some crazy.
Maybe his network.
No, it was TikTok.
Did he say hateful words?
That was TikTok.
He was using some crazy.
Oh.
Yeah, TikTok.
So the point I was referencing him is with regards to the way he approaches questions from people, like the debates.
We're not, Albert. We're not interested in.
Albert, leave that man first. Me will talk my story. Now my story I want to tell you. Now you ask me, I will tell you this story.
We're not interested in Jordan Peterson.
Albert, see, I know I'm all over the place. You get. I'm trying to find my part. It's my part. I don't have to say what everybody's saying. I don't have to believe what everybody's believing. You understand? So I took a verse in the Bible where it said Jesus Christ came to the disciples and he said, "You are the light. You are you are God's, and the God's is in you." You understand? So when I took that context of the Bible and I was like, what was God actually? What was Jesus Christ actually talking about? The way they perceive Jesus Christ to us in the Bible as Christian was differently from what I found out entirely. You understand? They say he's the Son of God. Some people say he's the Messiah. Some people say he's a messenger. You get? So to me, I saw him as somebody trying to make people awake from this. Now, somebody asked me in the comment section, where did this matrix of a thing come in? Now, I don't believe there is a God, but I believe there's something that creates this universe. And we are all particles of that divinity that created this universe. So why do I have to continue this stimulation every time, when I actually awaken from this simulation and just be who I really am? Who am I? If they ask you who you are and you say, I'm Abed, I'm J Money, I'm a professor, I'm an engineer, I'm a history teacher, or this or that. But who am I really? So that was all the thoughts that came through my mind. You understand? All the things that came to my mind, and I decided, okay, fine. My own belief, based on the fact that I don't need to pray to a white man God, like they said, God has Jesus has blue eye. I've had to take this Bible for us from small. I don't need to pray to somebody that I don't even know that existed. I have to just believe in what I know, believe in myself, believe that I can do anything. And someone that can do anything is also a creator. So since I'm a creator and I'm a woman to even start with, we bring life into this world. That's part of Eve's lifespan. So that's my whole idea. So when somebody say they don't believe in anything at all, say you just die, you go to the dust like that, your existence ends, then what was the point of coming to this earth in the first place? Why am I here? If I go come here, so far finish, can't die, nothing come out.
Wait, so did we ask to be here, Jay?
No. So why did you put us here if there was no purpose?
Who put us here?
Are we aliens? We are not aliens now.
Who put us here then?
Why are we here?
Yeah, but what are you talking about purpose and who put us here?
Afro, can I address?
Now they complicate my words, I swear.
Can I address Jay? I think I get Jay. Jay, let me talk to you.
Please don't bring up that guy.
I'll not bring it up. I'll not bring it out. Jay, what you were explaining is something in psychology, is something called the existential crisis. I think you might want to jot that down and do some research on it.
Yes, I'm writing that down already.
It's a period of intense questioning and reflection about life's meaning, life's purpose. You know, at times you could feel like there's confusion, anxiety, and emptiness, you know, trying to find your place in this universe. Who are you? Where are you going to? Why are you here? Etc. And there are people during the existential crisis that people move more towards religion. There are people who kick religion away. I think you're on the path of kicking religion out, and you probably already kicked it out, maybe. So it's existential crisis. And perhaps, maybe you might want to see some aspects, not the whole thing, some aspects of Eastern religion that are less supernatural. Some aspects of it, of course, you just want to just disregard all the supernatural aspect, but within it, you might find some things that are appealing to you. They are more attuned towards the quote unquote spiritual thing, relationship with the universe, your place with the universe. So when you make reference, I can see that with regards to your knowledge is hitting a brick wall, because I think you don't have a background in physics or in science in general.
I study electrical electronics. I'm an engineer.
Oh, you're an engineer. Okay, so
yeah.
You probably you understand the Big Bang and evolution and all of that. So with regards to, are you trying, if you're talking about the creator, are you trying to put a creator out of the Big Bang? Because if you understand, if you have an idea of the Big Bang and you know that anything that is talked about outside of the Big Bang is speculation, right? And
Yes.
if you're familiar with psychology as well, you would understand that human beings are prone to having this. There's this concept in psychology called the minimal count, not minimal. It's called hyperactive agency detection device, or that's agent.
Okay.
Human beings are prone to attributing agents at the origins of things, especially when they do not understand. So this is the reason why you still have this feeling in you that there has to be some kind of creator, and with regards to so of course there's no evidence for that. With regards to death, what happens after you die? If you understand life, that has to do now with biology. If you understand life, which life is sustained by humans eating, okay, the reason why everybody is alive is because their internal body temperature is maintained at the temperature of 100 degrees Fahrenheit, which is due to the food that you consume. If you stop eating, you're going to die. Your body's going to consume all your fat, you malnourish, and you die. Okay. Now, your brain, everyone's brain, there's consciousness, and everyone's brain is kept alive by the energy that's been consumed. When you die, when everyone dies, your heart is a pump. The heart stops beating, it stops pumping blood to your cells, to your organs, and then you shut down. Your body temperature drops to room temperature, and consciousness disappears. Without the brain, there is no consciousness. So consciousness is an emergent property of a functioning brain. So the reason why people always think about some kind of life after death is because they think that there's some kind of dualism in the world. That means they consider consciousness, they think consciousness can exist outside of the independent of a living brain. Okay, so if you have that, and that also can be explained by psychology. It can be explained by it's called theory of the mind. It can be explained by theory of the mind. This is the reason why when people lost loved ones, they can find themselves at times still talking, thinking that they're talking to the loved one that died earlier on because they were so close. And it is this thing called the theory of the mind, again, in psychology. Many aspects that animate the religious phenomenon can be explained in psychology. Okay, and you see how those things evolve. There are others that can be explained. And so it's just reading. If you read different disciplines, you'll begin to see that religion is reflecting, mirroring different aspects of society with regards to psychology, sociology, science. It's reflecting, it's mirroring, and humanity, sociology, like living together.
Now, wow. Hey, Albert, don't give a big lecture now.
I'm understanding you. I swear to God.
Big lecture. Hold on one second. We got Kermit. Hey, Kermit. Kermit Peterson.
Oh, hello.
Hey,
I wanted to talk to Jay. Jay, like when you said that, like, what's our purpose? You give yourself purpose in life, right? Like the best that you could sit there and think, like, what does Jay want in my life, right? And you can build off of that, right? Like aim for that goal that you've always wanted. Like if it wants to be traveling, that's your purpose in life, to travel, right? If it's to gain the most amount of knowledge you possibly can, that can also be your purpose, right? But we don't just have like this purpose that we all fundamentally share, right? You create your own purpose.
Yeah, that's right. I call it subjective purpose. There is no objective meaning or objective purpose in life. That's not the de facto reality of life is nihilism, which many people do not want to accept because it doesn't sound nice. But that's the reality. Now, but it doesn't imply, nihilism doesn't imply you should kill yourself or you should stop living or you should just, you can choose to have the fact that there is no objective purpose and there is no objective meaning does not mean that meaning cannot exist. You can choose to have what is called subjective meaning and subjective purpose. That's personal. People, you can choose family values, you can choose creative works, music, whatever you want to pursue, to contribute positively to society. You can choose things a lot. Even the work that Afro is doing, that's some kind of a subjective purpose. How to knock down this religious, nonsense all over the place. So they begin to find things which are very important. They can do some good work and contribute positively to society.
Well,
Yeah, it sounded like he was walking into a tunnel. You kept going softer and softer and softer.
It's a rabbit hole now.
Guys, can I just say, sometimes for me, look, make it very simple for me. Make it very easy for me to understand. When you start making, very simple question asked, and we start going off on all these tangents and lots of words being said, you lose me. I'm telling you, no, seriously, I'm serious. Yeah, after a while, I cannot tell you. So like what Albert just finished saying just now, not too long ago, I cannot tell you if he was asking me to repeat what he said. I would not know where to begin. But when Kermit spoke just now, he only said a few words, and I understood that perfect.
Yeah. Kermit, I understood what Kermit.
Yeah, just make it easy, make it simple, make it, break it down into.
His life was.
Can I say something to just to buttress what Kenneth said earlier? I think J Money. I think one thing I notice is even though you don't believe in God and you're claiming you're no longer a Christian, you're still thinking like a Christian, and that's the reason why you're asking.
You said what? You said what?
I said you're still thinking and processing.
No, you're not getting my point. I'm not thinking like a Christian. I'm using what I was taught to understand my own path of life. I don't think like them. They think they're waiting for a savior. I'm not waiting for any savior.
Let me explain why. Let me explain why. You said something earlier. You said, what's your purpose? Right?
Dr. Papus, you want to enter? Okay, Dr. Papus, I wish you all the best.
So the reason why I wanted to address that is, see, you don't even need to have a purpose in life. You can just live your life like freestyle. You can just do whatever you don't need to know why we're here, because that's a question that is still being researched on. And then you said something like, someone put us here. When you start approaching it like that, you're looking for a supreme being. You're looking for a creator. Meanwhile, there really isn't any creator. Because if you're putting it that way, you start asking yourself, all the other animals and organisms, why they exist and what's their purpose, and you start thinking, okay, maybe there's a reason to all of this thing. Think about it. Among all the humans on earth, are you telling me that everybody's supposed to serve a specific purpose that has been defined by some supreme being? It just doesn't make any sense, because when you start thinking like that, there'll be bias. Why is this guy designed, or why is his purpose to become president and become governor, become mayor? And meanwhile, my own purpose is just supposed to be a suicide bomber, or do you get where I'm coming from?
I get your point.
Dr. Papus, please be careful with those words.
Yeah, I apologize.
Don't bring it down.
I know. Yeah. So when you start asking yourself, when you start being, logical, you understand that most of the way in which you are approaching most of this stuff is based on what you've been taught, based on religion. And that's why you notice most people, when they get to that point, they start to what's the word? They deconstruct from religion, because it's most people that grew up in religion, you've been brainwashed to operate in a particular pathway. You know, you follow pattern, particular blueprint. So and it's hard for you to um, um, live life after you start believing in those things, and then that's why you find yourself still saying things like "thank God" or "if not for God," or you get what I'm saying, because you're already used to, you know, doing things like that. So what I'm gonna suggest is, first of all, deconstruct first, and after doing that, do a lot of research, you know. And when I mean research, I mean scientific research. Like read a lot of, you know, scholarly journals and articles, and then it's gonna help you, you know, become a better human being. Than, you know, think and approach things from a religious perspective.
Okay, I get you. I get you.
Is it Dr. Papo? I think you.
Papos.
Yeah, Papo. You. I do not think the only thing that animates that influences is sort of this thinking of always trying to think that there is this some kind of creator out there or all of that. I don't think it's just the consequence of having been in a religious setting. I think it is a psychological aspect of humanity, of human beings, right? It is because of the way the human brain evolved. You know, we humans, the way we evolve to survive, you know, in Africa, the lions run from lions, you know, and hunt and all of that. So our brains do not evolve to understand logical things and all of that. I mean, we can understand, just normal logic that would help us survive and procreate. That's enough, not anything too fancy, no fancy logic. So if you're familiar with human psychology, I think I would encourage people to like study human psychology or the laws of human nature. You can read books like the Laws of Human Nature by Robert Greene, and Robert also has laws about human psychology, and there are also professors and there are so many aspects of human psychology that influences religion, and even when people deconstruct, they still experience some of these things. And this is why some people, first of all, leave religion, they move to spirituality. The people who are still in spirituality still have this understanding that there is some kind of, they've dissociated themselves from religion, from Jesus and all of that, but they still have this sort of, they think that there has to be something out there has to be a creator. Where did all of this come from? Where did humans come from? So they have this sense, which is that existing, the questioning. But with more reading and more exposure, spirituality can die out, fade out, and I think for me, the way I see it, I think like the way I said it, nihilism, that is the de facto reality. Nihilism means that life, there is no inherent meaning or purpose in life. That's the de facto reality. And once you arrive there, once you genuinely arrive at nihilism, you now see to me, you see everything the way it is, then you can now begin to define yourself. You know, you can go freestyle the way we talked about. You can go freestyle, you can have a subjective meaning for yourself. You can just wing it based on how you want to choose it. But understanding that you're in the society. And you know, so I think that's how I see the whole thing. There are so many things responding to religion, and there are so many things outside of religion that, because of the way the human mind works, especially human psychology, there's also human sociology responding. The community is responding to the way people think and the way people reason from A to B, and the way they draw conclusions. There are aspects. There are some things they call logical fallacies. There are about 17 logical fallacies. Logical fallacies are
Albert, uncle, relax. You've given.
Let me not go too much. Let me.
I swear, I like the way he breaks things down.
He's not breaking it down.
I swear, I can listen to you for all day.
He's not actually breaking it down.
Jay.
When you break something down, you do it simple.
All right. So, Jay, from what you heard him say,
Oh yeah, I want you to tell me what was he trying to say. What was Albert trying to say?
Albert, in conclusion, what he was trying to say that there are different ways that you can debunk what you have learned. You can deconstruct from what you have actually stop thinking that there is a source of where you're coming from. You need to know about it psychologically, basically, because he talks in big words. So where I understand he was coming from is that as a human being, you just have to live your life with a purpose. So you create your own purpose. You create your own purpose for yourself. You don't have to ask what purpose or have a reason of living, or there's something that created us, or be expanding our mind to that aspect. But if we don't ask questions, how will we learn? So that's just it.
Yeah. I probably have to start because I think the words I'm using is because I'm trying to be very precise. That's why I'm using.
I think maybe just let's give someone else a chance to speak. Albert, yeah. Give someone else a chance to speak. Yeah, you got Seda. Hello, Seda.
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How are you? I guess we're both not sleeping.
I'm getting ready to go to bed.
Same.
And leaving people. If anybody wants to say something, you can say what.
I just came up because he said human psychology, and I was like, oh. And then yeah.
Sorry, say that again.
Where you streaming
He
from?
said human psychology. I just instantly pressed guest request. It's like a reflex. I'm like, oh, my feeling.
Jay, what are you asking?
I was asking where you're streaming from.
I'm in the UK.
I swear, if you know my time, 3:48 a.m.
For us, it's 1 hour earlier than you. 2:48.
Rich. Afro, you guys are saying I'm using.
How you doing, Afro?
I'm good, thank you. How are you, Rich?
You said I confuse you now with words. How do I talk about objective and subjective without using those two words?
Sure, real easy. Subjective is mind dependent. Objective is mind independent.
But I have to use those words to like explain, specify exactly what I'm referencing. Because if I talk about meaning and purpose, it could be subjective and it could be objective. So that's why I would use.
Well, I'll watch it like this. Your purpose is either objective, which means it doesn't matter what you think about it; it just is. Versus subjective, which is all dependent on how you think of it.
Exactly.
See how easy that was?
Yeah, I mean, I used to maybe when I use them, I have to explain, elaborate on them so that it can be understood.
Take it from an educator. If you can't use the simple premises of the words, you're going to lose them. Simple is better. You guys scaffold them up.
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
Hey, Kermit.
Hey, my Messiah.
All praise the puppet.
Even logical fallacies. I always try to give an example when I talk about logical fallacies, because I know that people do not understand. But even when I use their name, they do not understand.
Albert, now wow.
Somebody in the comment section was asking, what is the relationship between psychology and religion? My brother, psychology of religion consists of application of psychological method to perceive framework.
What? No?
So I don't know what is there. I don't understand.
What?
What the heck?
Somebody asked in the comment section, what is the relationship with psychology and religion?
The relation, it's
Albert, wait.
We want to hear his answer.
Jay, no. Jay, what's the
you
answer?
Say? To me, psychology reveals that human soul, like it consists of application or method to interpret framework You understand? Psychology reveals that human soul is religious. That's what psychology is trying to tell you.
Psychology is trying to say what? Say again.
Area goes scatter.
The relationship between psychology and religion. Psychology, based on Wikipedia and all that,
That's what I
it
thought.
reveals that psychology is the interpretations. Are you getting me? Is the interpretation
of
framework.
Instead of reading it directly from Wikipedia, could you put it in your own words?
Okay, in my own word, thank you. Okay, to me, the relationship between psychology and religion is that it has to do with the state of mind of what I perceive is truth or not. You understand? Psychological thinking is about to do my mindset of what I believe that this religion is talking about. Is it true or a false or a hearsay, or is a context hidden in plain sight? So psychology helps you to understand where this particular frame of mind is coming from. Do you understand where I'm coming from?
Good. I think Jada says she's a psychologist, right? Maybe she could, or she's not.
I want to answer it, but right now a fire alarm is going off. So just give me 5 minutes.
Okay. Be careful. Don't go burn down your house.
It's not a real fire. It's not a real fire. It's just the kids in my university hall like to fuck around.
Oh.
Walk around and find out. Woman. Family.
So if you don't understand Zod, this one you're putting your hand on your head. Let me explain in short term. And I'm waiting you don't think.
Hold on.
That question.
Albert.
Yes. Okay.
I know you say you're an atheist. Are you like a teacher, or what do you do?
I'm an engineer, but I have I'm also I do teach computer science in elementary school, and I also have a background in biomedical science. So I'm in education and technology and tech. So I'm very much I try to understand all the aspects that is like influencing religion, so that I can from the cultural, scientific, psychological.
I bet you go try talk where nobody they hear you.
Oh, okay. I say I'm trying to understand religion from all the different angles, right? And even I think that even as people are saying it's strange to get the angle where Jay is coming from, I could quickly understand the angle, partly based on my own experience of deconstruction and based on how I understand from the psychological, how religion responds to the psychological, and also how it's connected to spirituality and psychology. So, and there's also the science part, which now goes into things like Big Bang and evolution.
Guys, can you hear me normally now, or do you hear the alarm?
Even during my deconstruction Afro, there are some of your videos that I saw on YouTube. You might not know, almost at the end of these things is this it always happens. It's a spectrum. It's a period of time. So around the tail end of my deconstruction, there was some almost at the end, after I finished like 100% whatever. That's I was checking online for like 80s channels. There were no platforms. Like the only platform I saw was we had the guys in Kenya and some few South Africans on Facebook. The Facebook. I think it's now with the rise of TikTok. This was back in 2017, 2018, 2019, and all of that coming up. Looking at this TikTok, the YouTube space, and the deconstruction community is evolving. There are more people addressing this question.
Okay, guys, finally it's done. I'm gonna now explain what psychology means because it has been misdefined the whole time and it really peeved me out a bit.
Please, thank you.
Yes, so psychology in itself just basically translates to the science of the mind and behavior. That's basically all that it means. It is a science. It is nothing else. It is not some kind of mind thingy like religion that humans just think about. Like basically also a bit philosophy. I don't want to say anything bad about philosophy. I'm sorry. But philosophy is just people having ideas and then discussing those ideas. It is not research, though they kind of do a bit of maybe field research, you could say, or study cases, but it's not really a science per se. Psychology is a science.
Yeah.
There's no such thing as humans just sitting down and having ideas and then just saying, oh, because I am such a amazing psychologist, my ideas are true. That's not how psychology works. This is science. It has different methods of procuring information, data that is then analyzed differently in order to basically create theory. The way that psychology creates theory is you do research. The results of the research help you to construct a theory around a specific phenomenon in the world. And then more people are like, oh, wow, this is an interesting theory, and then do more research in order to try to understand if that theory holds true or not. They basically try to find out, is this correct or not? And
Tyler, you're right. I'm trying to figure out what I say that is different from yours, that they keep calling my name and tagging me. What did I say that is different?
You said that psychology. Wait, what? What do you mean? You said nothing along the lines of what I said.
Moped asked me I should define it in my own way. That what is the relationship between psychology?
That was a question for me.
What is the relationship between psychology and religion?
Jay,
that was a question for me.
I asked you, when I asked you, Jay, to define it in your own words.
That was a question that Ray asked for me, not to you.
The reason why I asked you, Jay, specifically to define it in your own words is because you were just simply reading it off of Wikipedia. Your explanation of it shows you didn't quite understand it, which is why the person today who knows this was explaining it.
Oh my God. Oh my God. You guys are funny, bro.
Well, you can keep praying to God all you want, but the answer
you guys are funny.
Do you know why it is important to not
tell your moderator to stop controlling my mic? I can off my mic if I want to, please. I've been offing it since. Please don't control my mic.
Yeah, that's not how it works on lives. If the mods control your mic, that's what happens.
But that's disrespectful. Why else you tell somebody I want to cut your mic, then you don't shut me off like that. That's
mods
disrespectful.
Are allowed to mute you. That's what mods can do. Instead of crying about it, you just wait, let people finish talking, and then you can talk.
Jay, I suppose you didn't answer one part of the question, which was how religion is responding to psychology, human psychology, and how
the question directly was, what is the relationship? That is what I don't know how people don't get. What is the relationship between religion and psychological? And I explained. I want to repeat it again. That was a question that brainstormed. Please, if I'm not welcome here, I think I'll just take my leave because I'm talking and somebody's muting my mic. It's like it's fun for them.
Ignoring what I'm saying. Hello, Jay. Hello. This was a question to me.
Guys, let her speak. Don't mute her anymore.
Speak.
Let Jay speak. If Jay still wants to engage in conversation, please don't mute her anymore. I beg, please let her speak.
I just want to have her understand that I appreciate her answer, but the reason that this kind of became the way it is because she misunderstood. It was not for you. The Rainstorm didn't want to know how you would define the relationship between
these two. He asked me specifically, as someone who just said that I study psychology, because he wanted to understand what that is, if there's a relationship or whatever his purpose was to ask me that question. But yeah, go off. Don't worry. I mean, it is an interesting question. I guess let's see what a normal person thinks of that.
Well, I never knew the question wasn't for me because it was just thrown on the comment section. I didn't know the question wasn't for you. I was like, the person was like, what's the relationship between psychology and religion? And I said, the relationship between psychology, if you are joining the two terms together, is for someone with a conscious state of mind to understand or differentiate between different parts of religion. That's what I said in a simple text.
Except,
and
Jay,
I was trying to understand what side I was trying to say.
The reason how you can tell if something is for you is if it's in an area you know. You didn't know this. You looked it up on Wikipedia.
Well, it's normal for me to understand the meaning of psychology and for me to understand the meaning of religion and then join it together and make a normal thing.
You need to say that though. You said that as if it's a fact. You spoke as if it's a factual thing that all scientists and religious, like theologists, agree on. It's not true because Muppet is a historian.
Yep.
He also knows about religion a lot, and I am a psychology student. So you are speaking to two informed people, in a way as if what you are saying is the one, like as if you open an Oxford dictionary and that would be the definition of it. That's how you spoke.
And here's the thing.
Clarify that
I'm not a psychologist. I'm not going to answer a question in chat about psychology. It's not my area.
Though you could just open an Oxford book and read the definition instead. And say that it's the definition. But it's fine, like you can have your opinion. I mean, psychology is as psychologists, we are aware that human beings are kind of like unprofessional psychologists in real life and try to like analyze each other and patterns and this, that. It's very normal. It's not a bad thing. It's only bad if you try to, claim that you are on par with a certified psychologist. But anyway, it's an interesting question. So you can, contribute your idea of how you think there's maybe a relationship between religion and psychology. From a scientific perspective, what I can say is psychologists are already, like since a long time, trying to study the correlation and the causation in certain senses of why people believe in God, the effects of believing in a religion, and maybe correlations between how being very religious Christian or Muslim or something may have a relationship with crime or right-wing ideology, like these kinds of things. Like psychologists are studying religion, but one thing you need to understand is science is very slow. Just because there's a single paper on something doesn't mean that is a fact. It's just a small drop in a pond that is just growing. I don't know why it became quiet.
I think that question. There's a YouTube video that explains that. I think it was given by one member of the Richard Dawkins Foundation for Religion and Science. The professor, he tries to explain how the different psychological aspects that led to the evolution of religion, that led to religion coming into societies. So he talked about this hyperactive agency detection mechanism, which is this idea that if you hear a rustle in the grass, you immediately think that it's an agent. It's not nothing. It's an agent, and that agent wants to do something to you. In many cases, that agent wants to harm you. Maybe you then have to now start doing some sacrifice or you run away. So that's one aspect of it. That phenomenon, maybe you guys can look it up. There's also the decoupled cognition, which is like a conversation with someone you're not seeing. This is one thing that led to religious rituals. you can have a conversation with someone that is not in the room, in your mind. So that's one aspect that is what makes it possible for people to communicate with God. So where is the God? You can see God, but you're communicating with God. Okay. There's also this idea of minimal counterintuitive events. This is, you have, for example, you have Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ is a human being that was born by Mary. But again, Jesus is also God, and Jesus can, Jesus is also God, and he can do all of these miracles and all of that. So it's like,
wait a minute, can we back up for a second? Wait a minute. Wait a minute, what did Jesus do?
I was saying Jesus is like a normal human being, right?
No,
it's
we don't know that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
we don't know if Jesus even existed.
I should use a different example. Again, I'm talking about the idea. Don't be fixated on like the.
I'm sorry, it's kind of important to actually talk about whether or not your example is real.
Or maybe I should use. I should probably use for the minimal. I should use like. Okay, an example would be. God knows what I am thinking, but I still need to pray to God. So, if God knows what you're thinking, you don't have to pray to God again. So the whole idea is, maybe I can use a secular idea. So the secular example of the minimal idea, the whole thing is the way, one of the reasons why religion keeps going from generation to the other reasons, like indoctrination. But one aspect is because religion is not a normal story; it is a minimal counterintuitive story, right? So, for example, take a tree, a simple tree outside, a simple tree with fruits and everything. That's just a normal story. It's not counterintuitive. It's just normal. It doesn't. The story of a simple tree doesn't go anywhere. But if you tell people that this tree on the 25th day of December is going to listen to your prayer and is going to grant your wishes on the 25th of December. Now that story of that tree, you make that story.
Albert, what I get here, you're just talking and talking, but we don't understand your point.
I'm saying a timer.
I am explaining the different psychological phenomena.
What psychological phenomena?
So, Albert,
that's
here's
what
the
I'm
problem
asking.
I'm having.
What psychological phenomena?
Albert, wait a minute. Here's the problem. Albert, is your degree in psychology?
Me?
Yes.
I do not have a degree in psychology, but I read.
Okay, just because you read doesn't mean you actually understand it or have been trained in it.
Let him
finish.
So somebody that does not have a degree in psychology cannot have an atom of understanding what psychology is. Why are you guys like this?
What they're talking about. I have to talk to the person who's actually in the field.
Okay, maybe Jada can respond to some of the things you said. If
Jada doesn't know any of this either.
What I wanted to ask him to repeat the phenomenon, the psychological phenomena he's referring to.
Number one, which I refer to, is the hyperactive agency detection mechanism. You can check that up.
Okay, wait, let me look this up.
I bet I know exactly where this comes from.
Hyperactive detection agency?
Hyperactive agency detection.
I can kind of tell from the words what it might
Wait,
mean.
hyperactive agency detect. So basically, the acronym is HARM. That's pretty much what you. Yeah, pretty much.
Amy knows what I'm talking about. Okay.
No, I know exactly why he's bringing it up. Here's why. Guess who brings that up as a major part of his bullshit?
Tell me, and I'm looking right now.
We
You're not
know
allowed
because
to say the
he
name.
can't actually say the person. So all he's doing
Is it Mustache Man?
repeating. It's Jordan Peterson.
Oh, he's more than Mustache Man, bro.
What Jordan Peterson says.
No, this is not Jordan stuff.
It's literally part of Jordan Peterson's thing.
No, this is not
It
Jordan.
is literally his thing.
This is
I
from
am looking right at it from him.
I'm gonna look at the actual paper, okay?
This is from a professor from Richard Dawkins Foundation.
You need to tell his name. Whose name is it?
I forgot that guy's name. So this is not Jordan, bro.
Is it Barrett 2004 or Hyder and
There is a video. There is a video on YouTube. It's called. I think it's the.
That's not a source. You need to tell me who brought up that term for the first time. Who's
Oh, I can check. I can check it online. This term. This term was by some guy doing some research on religion and psychology.
Oh my God, this has nothing to do with religion, man. I'm sorry. This is not about religion. This is about perception. This is how we perceive things, objects outside of ourselves.
It is psychology.
Just because something is psychology doesn't mean you can just take something and interpret, put it on different things. This is specifically analyzing how human beings perceive two-dimensional geometric shapes.
Oh, you're probably looking at something else.
I'm looking not at something else.
Oh, is that what that's talking about? So it's like basically we see two-dimension objects, but we perceive it as like 3D with our eyes, right? Because we have length, width, and depth. So we can see with the length and width, but the depth perception, we have to sit there and our eyes focus together, even though it's actually 2D. Our eyes are so similar, pointed together, that we get depth perception out of it.
It's more like, that's true, but it means about the movement.
However, by the way, for you saying it's not from Peterson, it comes from his 12 Rules of Life, an antidote to chaos. So don't lie to me.
Oh, come on.
I'm looking right at it. Do not lie.
That's for the name, right? The name is Justin
Do not lie to me.
Justin L. Barrett.
That is not where you got it from.
Muppet, let the guy land. He's given the name of the guy.
Hey, I'm getting fucking tired of you. No.
It's Justin L.
Barrett. You don't know me.
Muppet. Let him give the name to Saida so Saida can do her thing. Just let him land.
And the acronym is HADD, Hyperactive Agency Detection Device.
Yes. Why are you talking about things that you don't understand?
Sorry?
I say this as somebody who did that myself. I used to be like this, okay?
Just check.
By the way, I'm mistaken.
This is what happened. He came up in his entire time period. He was just pushing Jordan Peterson. The host and I told him to stop doing that because Jordan Peterson is problematic. He's a mess. He's a liar. He's not what we're talking about. So now he is just simply reciting his stuff as if he knows it.
Oh, I know this one.
This is not Jordan Peterson's
It is
stuff.
Literally.
His name.
You need to understand, Albert. You need to understand one thing. Scientists cite other scientists. You cannot say anything. So what Muppet means is that Jordan Peterson has cited the specific paper that this theory is from, that you are talking about. He cited that paper and used whatever was in that paper in order to push his argument. That's what scientists do, what Jordan Peterson has learned in university. That's what I'm learning right now as a psychologist, and in general, all scientists. Muppet has to do that as a historian as well. When we want to make an argument, you cannot just speak. You have to refer to papers. You have to refer to already existing theories to back up what you're saying. You can't just talk out of your ass. You have to talk with facts.
Yes, I'm not referencing Jordan Peterson.
You're not saying you're referencing him. He's saying you heard that from him. He's saying that the person you learned that from is Jordan Peterson. That's who you heard this from for the first time. And you said YouTube video. Jordan Peterson exists on YouTube.
No, the fact that when I say YouTube video, the guy is a member of, I don't know if you've heard about Richard Dawkins. He's a member of Richard Dawkins Foundation. Jordan Peterson has never been a member of Richard.
You keep bringing up the Richard Dawkins Foundation. I am going through their website, and I'm not finding anything of what you're referencing.
I'm going to give you the name. Anyways, those are the stuff. I don't know if Jada you can respond why I get mail to those.
Psychologists don't know everything. You have to.
I will also point out.
One thing that I'm trying
Hold on. I'll counter that with an article from Religion, Brain, and Behavior, Volume 9, from 2019, issue 1, from Aliad K. Wilder, that discuss agency detection is unnecessary in the explanation of a religious belief.
That it's unnecessary?
Yep. And this is from the Institute of Cognitive, and this is from the Institute of Cognitive and Evolution Anthropology, University of Oxford, Oxford, UK.
Albert, this is the original paper this comes from, and this was the experiment they did. Okay, they showed participants moving pictures for 2.5 minutes and asked them to interpret what they're seeing. This has nothing to do with what you're talking about. This is about geometric two-dimensional shapes and the way human beings interpret why they move. Human beings tend to put meaning to things. I think that's where this is coming from. So they are saying human beings think there is meaning behind geometrical shapes, two-dimensional shapes moving. This has nothing to do with religion.
It's not about the shapes. The result was that...
You don't tell me what this is not about. This is what the researchers who did this study are telling me that they did. You can't say this is not what this is. Not like religion, okay? Science is not like religion. This is not interpretation.
There's one more thing. There's no actual evidence this exists.
Jada.
This is a concept that started in the 1990s, but there's no actual evidence that it exists.
No, sorry, I didn't touch that.
I do kind of find it funny because Albert's kind of proving the point of that paper. He is trying to put meaning behind the objects.
That's why it's painful. It's not what
I'm
you do.
saying that is what is causing religion, because there's
that's what you think.
Yes, Albert. There is no link between heightened sensitivity to agents and religious belief. None.
Do you know what you're doing? Albert, let me explain to you what you're doing. Let me explain 1 second, Albert. You know what you're doing? Let me give you an example. Your mother gave you a name, yeah? And your mother has a specific reason why she gave you that name, and your mother has an idea of what your name means. And then some dude from a different country comes and tells you your mother is wrong. That's not what your name means. That's what you're doing. You're telling me these researchers who have made this study, which is basically their baby, don't know what they're talking about, don't know what their study is about, even though their own words, they explained to us in this paper what their study means. You are saying they are wrong. Their study is actually proving
what I said.
What?
Albert, let me try something different. Can you show evidence that had exists?
Sorry, can I show evidence that
had exists?
Had.
Your the acronym.
Okay, the acronym. Okay. Can I show that it exists? Okay.
What paper has shown this actually exists?
This guy, the researcher. Let me check.
What evidence? Yeah, what evidence did the first researcher actually give to show this exists?
First of all, I think that's the paper that Jada brought up, right? And I've seen that experiment. I haven't read the paper, but I've seen the experiment. I know I have an idea about the experiment. That experiment brought up it was like 2 stories. So it has shapes like triangles and circles. They're moving on the screen. So when they
asked, I need to rephrase it because maybe I didn't say correctly. That's my fault. Show evidence that has anything to do with religious cognition. Show evidence there's a link.
The paper that I don't know the
paper she cited has nothing to do with that.
No, it has. That's what I'm saying.
No, it doesn't.
It has.
No, it doesn't. Today's paper that she's referencing does not talk about any connection to religious belief.
Do you know the paper that? Do you know the experiment? Do you know the idea behind the experiment?
Why don't you explain it since he's not listening to me?
Albert, you know what you can do? And that's what psychologists can do as well, by the way, even though it will be very wrong, but you can do it. There's nobody who says you can't. You cannot say a study does something it doesn't do, but you can take a study in order to try and support an argument you're trying to make. You can do that. You can say, in my opinion, this study supports my idea that religion is that.
Yeah,
You can cite that, but that doesn't mean that that's what the researchers have said. Okay,
Yeah, I'm not
you need to
saying
get that
that,
in
of
your head.
course, yeah.
This is not what the study is about. The study has nothing to do with religion. These researchers have not tried to make a connection to religion at all. This is about perception. It's about neuroscience.
I didn't say that. You're right.
In fact, I would love to give this quote.
Remember the question. It was the relationship. Okay. I used that I used that example to make the connection.
No, Albert, I'm going to give you a quote from
that's what
Ali
peer review
Williams.
is about. Like,
Right, I'm going to give a quote from Ali Williams, who is the paper I actually cited from you. Because it's not that we just come up with some random agent. The agent that we come up with is based on previous experience, prior learning, expectations, likelihood. Here's the paragraph. A bump in the night can make us fear that a burglar in the house. If that bump is heard in deep Canadian wilderness, we are more likely to think, and better still to think, that the sound is a bear. If we are skiing across snowy mountain peaks, an unexpected noise should make us fear an avalanche rather than any random agent. What you're trying to suggest is that this fear is what leads us to religious beliefs. No, we make the connections based on previous existence of things like religious beliefs already existing. That's the problem.
Go to the origins of religious beliefs. When people
Which
when
one?
people
Wait a minute.
You know
Albert,
who
which
invented
religious
religion?
belief? Which one?
Sorry?
How far back do you want to go?
I mean, as far back as the
Sure,
the
so
origins
we're
of
talking Paleolithic time period, right?
the not just religions per se, but the origins
No.
of
I am Albert. Paleolithic time period. Great. Talk to me about animism.
Sorry, about
Animism. You want to go all the way back? Let's go all the way back.
Animism.
This-
It's the first kind of religion.
I'm talking about
No.
even the
You want to go all the way back? Let's go all the way back. Yes.
You could have some
No.
religious-
Albert, you want to go all the way back. We're going to go all the way back because here's what I'm getting. You're a pseudo-intellectual.
I don't
So if
understand
you
what.
want to go toe-to-toe with an actual intellectual who knows what he's talking about, let's do it. Talk about animism.
No, this is. I'm sorry.
You want to go all the way back? We're going to go all the way back. You're the one that brought the challenge. Let's do it. Talk about animism.
The point I want to make, right?
No, I'm going to hold you right here.
The point I want to make.
We're going right
Albert,
here.
do you know why I'm quiet? I'm quiet because I am not intellectual in history. I don't know anything. That's why I'm quiet. Because he's the expert. I know shit.
This is my area. This is where my actual degree is in. This is why I teach. This is why I published on. So, Albert, you want to talk about the origins of religion? Let's start by talking about animism.
It's not about the origins. It's
you wanted to bring it up. You are the one that brought it up.
Remember the question.
Albert, you came up here, Albert. Your very name shows you're a pseudo-intellectual because you want to come off as being smarter than you are in a lot of different fields. And I'm sure there's a field that you are actually smart in. I'm not an electrical engineer, so that's not my area. I'm not a computer scientist. That's not my area. But you want to play the entire field. So you decided to come on and you want to talk about the origin of religion. That is my field.
I am talking.
Let's talk about animism.
I was addressing psychology.
Albert, you're not a psychologist.
I'm not a psychologist.
But you brought up the origin of religion.
No,
so
I'm not.
Talk about it.
I talked to you about psychology, and then you said religion always existed, and that's when you stepped into his field. That's why he's talking.
Specific.
Albert, tell me about the origin. When did religions originate? Let's start there.
Well, we know about some of the oldest religions.
Name them.
From my own understanding.
Name them.
First of all, I have to say that I'm not.
Name them. Because you're going to talk about a subject, at least know the basics. Name them.
history of religion is not my field, but I
Then
understand.
why are you trying to talk about it?
Of course, I can talk about aspects of
No,
it. That
you can't talk about it if you don't know about it.
I don't. It's not my field, but it doesn't mean I don't
Name,
know some
name
aspects
the
of it.
earliest religion. How about that? Earliest organized religion. Let's start there. What's the earliest organized religion?
Earliest, I don't know. I can guess. I don't know. Maybe Zoroastrianism. Maybe I don't think Judaism is that. I think Zoroastrianism is older than Judaism. You know,
It's Hinduism. Hinduism actually predates Zoroastrianism.
No,
Okay.
But even before
no,
that,
Muppet.
no, I am
Muppet.
not incorrect. Don't even try.
Muppet. You
Hinduism,
keep
it's
Muppet.
not
What
as
you're talking
early as
about a lot is about
Zoroastrianism, but the ones that
Western, the
before
origin
that,
of religion in the Western terminology.
I'm
Understand
not
this.
and knock it off. I am about to continue. This is not your area.
No. Oh no.
If you're
I
talking
can
about organized
Albert,
religion,
pass this over to me.
Zod,
I can
drop
take
him.
this. I can
I'm
take
gonna
this
call
with
him
you,
for a
Muppet.
favor. Drop him for a second.
Because
you can come back up when I'm done.
you went to animalism, the
I am
interconnectedness
not done.
of
It's
things
not
in nature.
animalism.
That is not the origin of
It's
religion.
not animalism. You twit. The organized religion, the earliest one, is Hinduism. That's the earliest organized. However, before that are unorganized religions. And those sort of things include animism. So if you want to go all the way back, you've got to talk all the way back. But you don't know this, Albert, but you want to talk about it. Why would you want to talk about it if you do not know it?
Muppet, I was referencing, before speaking, I gave some caveats, right?
No, you did.
I said I wasn't a
You
history
didn't
of
give a single
religion,
caveat.
right? Oh, so I also said, okay, I'm guessing. Oh, you heard me saying I'm guessing.
You didn't say those words at all.
Muppet, this is not a conference. This is not
You keep
not a
backtracking. You treat it like a conference considering how
This is
long you
TikTok.
talk.
This is TikTok. We're having a conversation.
You read a couple of JP books, and now you think you know this, and you don't.
You're assuming. You're assuming. I didn't.
No, we're listening to you. I have somebody on the panel who actually knows what they're talking about because they go and study it, and they're saying you're wrong.
What am I
pulling up articles.
What am I wrong about?
I'm pulling up published articles that are peer reviewed that says you're wrong, and I can give you the DOI number for it.
Says I'm wrong.
What you're telling us is there's a YouTube video out there by some guy you don't even know the name of saying this. Which of us are better prepared to talk about this?
He's a member of Richard Dawkins Foundation.
You don't know his name, do you?
I can check his name and give it to you if you need his name.
Yeah, maybe you should. Maybe you should.
Yeah, let's
Maybe
start there. How about you go and get your information?
Yeah. So give us the information, Albert, because you can't just randomly say stuff. I mean, Muppet was literally asking you to give us. So yes, if you want to prove that you're not a pseudo, let us know what research, who did that, and whatever. And then we can find out if you're further trying to confuse us on this panel.
There's nothing about pseudo. I'm an engineer, by the way. There's nothing.
Do you know what a pseudo? You know who a pseudo is?
I'm not a pseudo.
So you don't? Do you know what it is? I just asked a simple question.
Of course, I know what a pseudo is.
What does it mean?
Really? You're gonna ask me what a pseudo?
Yeah, I'm gonna ask you. What does it mean?
Have you heard me speaking on the platform before?
Albert, what does pseudo mean?
It means false.
Means what?
You're happy now. It means false.
So the thing is that you can't just randomly, because you've been misrepresenting whatever you're saying. Like, we're trying to say that this science and this, that, but then it's not really what it is. So we have every right to ask you the questions that we're asking you. So present your information. I'm just going to meet up. Just here to be sure that you don't feel like anybody's trying, because he said he's trying to have a conference with you. No, he's intellectually trying to have a conversation with you and telling you to provide evidence to what you're saying.
And that if you don't have evidence, then you shouldn't be speaking as though you're an expert in what you're talking about. So go ahead and provide the evidence.
That I know about and things that I've done research.
So
I'm
now
not-
go and find the name of the person you're claiming.
Yeah, you can let me find the name.
No, you can go and come back with the name of the person you're referencing.
You can why get the name?
You can go and come back with the name of the person you're referencing.
Yeah, I'm on it.
Hi, personality. How you doing?